5 नंबर में कुछ दिए क्या? अरे वो नहीं जी, ये इसका 5 नंबर में कुछ नहीं, तो आप भी लगाए थे?
हाँ अभी लगा।
हाँ यस का
सर डिले में क्या लाइट फीड है सर? है ना, लाइट फीड है डिले में। सुनो वो
Hey, check. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
हाँ और बोलो।
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me, sir? Hello.
नहीं आ रहा अभी।
Hello. 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 Can you hear me, sir? Hello.
आ रहा है।
Okay.
वॉइस आ रहा है।
Okay. Hey.
तेरा वॉइस देख रहा इधर आ रहा है।
उधर का
मॉनिटर ऑन लो लेवा
वो ऑन कर दीजिए एक बार उधर का. Hey.
आ रहा है?
Hello.
आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा है?
आ रहा है
हेलो हाँ मनीष
आ रहा है तो कुछ
माइक सर माइक में बात कीजिए.
आ रहा है? अभी वॉइस आ रहा है?
फोन साइड में
तो फोन कट करता हूँ, समझ में आएगा.
ठीक है मनीष।
अभी आ रहा है फोन? अभी आ रहा है वॉइस?
हाँ आ
ठीक है
रहा
ना?
आप एक बार और कंफर्म कर लो।
नहीं बस है ना सर ने कंफर्म कर दिया.
Check. Check.
ठीक है.
क्लियर है ना सर? कोई इको नहीं आ रहा ना आपके पास?
एक मिनट, मेरे को एनी डेज भी डिस्कनेक्ट करना पड़ेगा तभी समझ में
Okay.
आएगा. पता चल रहा है एनी डेज में आवाज आ रहा है कि जूम में आवाज आ रहा है, समझ में नहीं आया. मैं एनी डेज बंद कर दिया हूँ. अभी वॉइस आ रहा है?
हाँ आ रहा है आपका.
हाँ अभी क्लियर है.
ओके ठीक है.
और इसमें कैमरा कनेक्ट किया क्या किया?
कैमरा 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 देखा पूछो.
इस सागर जी का आवाज नहीं आ रहा है?
अभी कनेक्ट कर रहे नहीं करे अभी.
जहाँ बैठे हो ना वहां से वॉइस नहीं आ रहा है.
माइक से बात कर रहे हैं हम.
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा. माइक दूर है क्या?
कंसोल के पास माइक से बात कर रहे हैं.
ओके ओके ओके.
Morning, dear leaders, our delegates, our dignitaries, the champions of this industry. I welcome each one of you to our 16th celebration of PKD, that's Poultry Knowledge Day 2024. I request all the dignitaries, all the delegates, everyone who's present here to please come forward, take your seats, sit back, relax, but relax to make sure that you are ready for this day, which has been one of the most awaited days just after the year. These 15 years we've all come here to learn, exchange ideas, build up strategies and grow our businesses. And I request all of you to please come forward, sit down. Also make sure that any of your friends who are outside, call them up to ask them to come and join us in the hall, because we are starting the event very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to kindly take your seats with all the warmth and the welcome. I request one and all, whoever are scattered here, I request you to please find the best seats available. Do come forward, sit down because we are starting in a few moments. You come off closer. Yeah. Done. It's just a press on and press off. Yeah, this is on right now. Ladies and gentlemen, one more announcement for all of us to kindly be seated. Make sure that we all dial up to the people we are going to be networking with today. Please call your friends, please call the delegates who you know are waiting to join us for the event so that we all are on time. We're just expecting our guests anytime moment and the principal secretary as well to join us very, very shortly. Until then, why not we make use of this opportunity to network, know each other more. I know that we all are here not just from Hyderabad, not just from India, but across the globe. So it'll be fantastic if we group of ladies and gentlemen interact and have a future together, because united we stand.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, everybody. Okay, looks like there's a science rule, I'm sure you all know, that sound travels in air, and for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. How many of you heard these both? Just raise your hands. Fantastic. Half of my audience knows this. So when I say good morning, and if the sound is really traveling in air and reaching your ears, right? For that, every action for my good morning, there's an equal and opposite reaction from your side. So let's try this one more time. Good morning, everybody. Now the science rules are working and I'm very happy. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you. I'm your host, Anchor Jyoti Sukumar, and with all the energy, enthusiasm, gladness, I welcome each one of you to the 16th Poultry Knowledge Day 2024. So give it up for each one of you sitting here. Fantastic. So when I came here, I got the brief from Anilji and he told me that, Jyoti, do you know that everyone who is coming here are highly energetic, super enthusiastic, #1 in networking, they are highly ambitious, and to whatever you do, they will agree and they will support you. So let me just check, is that true? No answer. Is that true? Kya ye sahi hai? Okay, so what we will do is, as I can see that this beautiful audience in front of me is not just from Hyderabad, not just from India, but across the globe, but highly, do you know everyone here? Do you know everyone sitting here? No, right? So what we will do is, I'm going to give you a countdown of 1 to 10, and I request everyone to stand up. Okay? Anyone who will not stand up will do a performance on stage. Okay? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're beautiful. 8, 9, 10. Fantastic. Looks like before my 10 happened, everyone stood up. And now, like Shah Rukh Khan says, आपसे ये 70 मिनट कोई नहीं छीन सकता. I would say, आपसे ये 60 seconds कोई नहीं छीन सकता. Sharp 60 seconds, I am giving every one of you. What you have to do is, you have to go around, shake your hand, say namaste or bow down, say your name, introduce yourself. And your time starts now. Everyone move around. You can talk to the gentlemen, the ladies as around you. Come on, your time started now. Everyone talk to each other. Fantastic. I can see great energy this side. People have already started talking. Come on, don't feel shy. Yehi mauka hai. This is the moment. You are here for networking. You are here to grow together as business owners, entrepreneurs. What fantastic energy this is. Come on, sir. Don't be shy. Just look left, just look right, smile and start interacting with people. Sir, మీరు చేస్తలేరు ఎందుకు? అందరితో మాట్లాడండి. Everyone, sir, आप सभी को एक दूसरे से बात करनी है, because बात से ही बात बनेगी. Great going. I can also see some fantastic hugs happening here, some patting on back happening here. This is how the industry Poultry Knowledge Day 2024 is happening, and your time 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Give a round of applause to yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Now, did you see that there's a transmission of energy? When we started the event, hardly everyone was responding, and now I can see smiles on your faces because you started doing your warm-up. You're out of your comfort zone, and that is what we all are here for. Right after the 15th year, we are here at the 16th year of Poultry Knowledge Day. This day is very important to all of us because this is an annual meet. Also, let me tell you guys, a big salute to everyone sitting over here. You are the scientists, you are the policy makers, you are the buttery veterans, and you are the pacemakers, the change makers who directly deals with health industry. For health, for good wealth, anything, a person has to have good proteins. And what can I say better than protein? Because we all are here sitting at the Poultry Knowledge Day. You all are fantastic. But before I move on to talk more about the Poultry Knowledge Day, I would like to definitely hand over this particular session to the gentleman who would do justice to the beginning. But before that, did you know that there are a few benefits of putting your hands together? Andarki ardhamaitundi kada nenen cheptunnanu? Is everyone able to follow me? Fantastic. Ni hao, assalamu alaikum, vanakkam, swagatam, namaskara. Just raise your right hand if you can see me. Raise your right hand if you can see me. Let your hands be there. Raise your left hand if you can hear me. Fantastic. And if you are ready to get started, just strike those hands together. Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, today, the 16th year of togetherness of Poultry Knowledge Day 2024. A warm welcome to each one of you with that fabulous smile you all are carrying today. To begin with, I would like to welcome the gentleman, the one and only, on stage to give us the welcome address. Can I please request with all your energy to please put your hands together for Mr. Anil Dhumal to be joined on stage to give us the welcome address, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome.
Namaste. Good morning. A very warm welcome to all of you. It's my privilege to extend heartfelt welcome to our esteemed guest, Honorable Subbisachi Ghosh, Special Chief Secretary, Government of Telangana, Animal Husbandry, Dr. O.P. Chowdhury, ex-Joint Secretary, Mr. Gunachandra Bisda, Chairman, Nepal Poultry Federation, all our distinguished Knowledge Day speakers, all our EAC members, and my dear friends from Poultry. Poultry India, which we started in 2007, has grown into largest and most recognized event in industry. ये हमारा अपना शो है. हमारे अपने शो में के नॉलेज डे में आप सभी का अभिवादन और सभी का स्वागत है. The aim of this show has always been to bring latest technology, both domestic and international, to upgrade Indian poultry farmers, and also it serves as a platform to showcase Indian products across all sectors. Not only for our local farmers, but also for international farmers who aspire to make India a sourcing ground for poultry-related requirements globally. Indian equipment, feed additives, medicines, vaccines, birds, hatching eggs, and even our veterinary talent are making a difference worldwide. Many of our Indian veterinary doctors are working in other countries and doing excellent job. Let's give them a big round of applause for their contribution to global poultry sector. At Poultry India, our vision is to support both domestic and international manufacturers in the poultry sector, while keeping in view of our national interest at the forefront. We are committed to supporting all those who work to uplift our nation. Last year, with the assistance of Bahadur Bhai, we had a privilege of meeting then Honorable Minister Rupala ji, which further expanded our vision to make Poultry India more international. Our team, along with current President Uday Singh, formalized an MOU with Nepal and Russia. This has led to a successful joint ventures such as Nepal-India Poultry Show and our participation in exhibitions in Russia.
Let's see.
We hope this will continue to foster greater trade and collaboration in future. Special thanks to Nepal Poultry Association, Nepal Poultry Federation, and the Russian Association for their support. Our guest of honor today, Mr. Gunachandra Biswa, Chairman of Avinash Group and Chairman of Nepal Poultry Federation, has been a great help in this journey. Together, we share a common vision of growth for Nepal poultry sector, benefiting both Nepalese farmers and consumers. Today's Knowledge Day sessions will be led by Dr. P.K. Shukla, who will provide insights about the day-to-day activities of today. I am sure you will find it valuable, and I am confident that the knowledge shared today will be something you can take back and apply in your own area of work. Later in the afternoon, we will digitally inaugurate our exhibition, which will save valuable time of exhibitors, delegates, and visitors tomorrow. This is an exciting step towards streamlining the event and ensuring maximum benefit out of the event. Our vision of poultry industry is one of the continuous growth. Why not dream of becoming number one in world in poultry sector? It's our responsibility to ensure that we provide a high quality protein source to our people at affordable prices. However, this cannot be achieved by just one association. To further this cause, we have made ESC, Executive Advisory Committee, a legal entity, and our senior ESC members will share more details on this initiative later today. We believe that the progress we made in the sector, poultry sector, has been driven by individuals at grassroots level. These legends deserve our respect and recognition. Poultry India will honor them for their valuable contributions. In the evening function, the vision we began in 2007 has now expanded. It's important that we continue to move forward relentlessly. We have inducted a new team in our association, and they are doing outstanding job. To support the next generation of our children, we have also created a new platform, new forum called Young Entrepreneurs of Poultry India. They will meet on the evening of 27th and develop, build collaboration, create strong bonds, and this platform will mold the leaders of tomorrow to ensure that poultry sector's growth and success will continue. As our Prime Minister dreams of strong, developed, and self-reliant nation by 2047, we all have a role to play in it. We have a role to play making this vision a reality. Let's work together to make Indian poultry sector number one in the world. Once again, I extend warm welcome to all of you. We are grateful for your presence and support. अगर मेरे विचार आपको अच्छे लगते हैं तो आप ताली बजा सकते हैं. Now I request our IPMA President, Mr. Uday Singh, and our technical committee head, Dr. P.K. Shukla ji, to bring our dignitaries on the stage for lamp lighting. Our Special Secretary, Chief Secretary Subhasachi Ghosh, Dr. O.P. Chaudhary, Shri G.C. Bista, Chairman, Mr. Balram Singh, Mr. Bahadur Ali, Dr. K.J. Anand, lamp light. हाँ चलो.
I welcome again the dignitaries on the dais. A warm welcome to all of you. Sir, I also request you to please join them for one group picture, followed by the lamp lighting ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that in our traditions, we always remember the Lord above to seek their blessings, and lighting the lamp means expelling the darkness and bringing in all the positivities in our soul's mind and in the venue that we all are, making sure that our positivity is spread across and we all grow towards success only. Remembering the Lord above, I would request Ms. Satya to join me on stage for the Ganesh Vandana recitation, along while our dignitaries proceed towards lighting the lamp. Ms. Satya. Lamp lighting. Requesting the dignitaries to please move forward towards lighting the lamp.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणीशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मनि गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानसुखमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदेवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिनि गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्यगलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्म सदा
moving in the right direction. And now, as we have begun so positively, Knowledge Day 2024 has formally begun. To do the honors, I would now request and invite our Knowledge Day Committee Chairman, Dr. Pankaj Shukla, to give us the overview of the Knowledge Day 2024. So can we all put our hands together and welcome Dr. Shukla on stage? As he joins us on stage, I would just request one thing to each one of you, that make sure that if there is any one giveaway also today, implement that in the regularization. So over to you.
Indeed, it's a matter of great pleasure to welcome you all in this hall for the 16th edition of Knowledge Day. Our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Sabyasachi Ghosji, the guest of honor, Dr. O.P. Chaudhary, Shri Bistaji, all industry doyens, scientists, the budding veterinarians, the farmers, and ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it's a matter of great pleasure that as Indian economy grows to close to 4 trillion, poultry continues to contribute almost 1% to our GDP. What I mean to say, that with the increasing economy, hands to hand, poultry is also maintaining its pace. When we say poultry is maintaining its pace, means nowadays, in a real terms, what our Honorable Prime Minister says, we are Atmanirbhar. Looking to few of the strengths of this poultry sector, this year we don't have any problem, what I can foresee about maize and soya, as we have a bumper crop. Another important significant step, government permitted for vaccination of LPAI, and successfully a few days back, the vaccine has also been launched. The environmentally controlled houses means more and more biosecured environment, increasing the efficiency of production. The organization of Global Food Regulators Summit 2024 at Delhi in the month of September, just to harmonize the global food standards, wherein poultry is also one, assuring the opening of Office of Codex Alimentarius as headquarters at New Delhi, and the value of poultry industry worth more than 2 lakh crores. These are few salient features that gives us a glimpses of how poultry is evolving in our country. In a time to come, we'll be having a significant impact as food producer of animal origin in the world. Currently ranking second in the total egg production, almost touching to a tune of 138.8 billion eggs. I think in a time to come, I don't have hesitation in saying so, that soon, in a decade or so, we may step in further to be number 1. About Knowledge Day, we started working as a team in the month of March, initially trying to have a look on the feedback given during the Knowledge Day 2023. In next couple of months, we tried to have a survey well within the poultry sector to retrieve and to receive the information in what subject and what relevance in
Knowledge Day 2024, we can make it, received a lot of responses, and then in next few months we try to sum up those responses and trying to finalize the topics to be delivered during the Knowledge Day. And very last step in the month of September, October, almost in 12 sittings, we tried to finalize the speakers. I am happy to share with you that our knowledge team comprised of Mr. Harish Garware, Dr. Vijay Makhija, Dr. R.K. Jaiswal, Dr. Jitendra Verma, Dr. Rahul Kulkarni, and Dr. Jayaraman. Almost in 12 sittings, in a very formatted and organized way, we tried to put up this platter in front of you. The topics that were paramount looking to the surveys and feedback speaks about the diseases, in particular about avian influenza and then inclusion body hepatitis. So today we are with us Dr. Chin, who is going to have a lot of learnings and who is going to deliver a lot of learnings on avian influenza. And then we do have a very senior scientist who is working in the ICR DPR, Dr. M.R. Reddy, who is going to deliver us on strategies to control inclusion body hepatitis, which is an emerging disease nowadays. A very important factor that has been figured out is the problems and solutions to the broiler integration. And I am very happy to share with you that Mr. Bahadur Ali has kindly agreed, because he is a leading person in the country who in real terms has given an integration, a new chapter, new dynamism, and new leadership in the country. So we are fortunate that he has consented to speak on the broiler integration. Thank you so much. Then there are emerging parallelogram in the poultry sector, as in the last decade, the entire sector behaved in a different way. So we do have Mr. O.P. Singh to tell about how poultry is going to progress in next 10 years. Last year, the export exceedingly our country has done well, because in the last year itself, the export value doubled than the previous year. Earlier, the figure was touching around 535 crores, and last year, it could have crossed 1,018 crores. So how to make it sustainable, to bring that chapter in, we do have two gentlemen with us to talk about how we are going to meet out the challenges and how to maintain the quality. So we have with us Mr. Nivesh Sarvan Kumar and Mr. Satish Babu, who is going to talk about the export. Next, most of the persons in the survey emphasized that we need to meet out the challenges of pollution and at the same time to convert the poultry waste into the wealth. So we have taken this topic to be delivered today, and we do have two gentlemen with us who is going to talk about how poultry waste can be converted into wealth through composite technology, either through vertical or through horizontal. And for this, we are having Mr. Devan and then Mr. Pranab Goyal with us to talk about. From my knowledge team, I am really thankful, and my special compliments to Mr. Harish Garware and Dr. Vijay Makhija, as these two have given a different dimension and ever willingness either to convene a meeting or whenever there is a problem, Mr. Harish Garware came forward to have a solution instantly. I must thank the President IPMA, Mr. Uday Singh Bias, and his team, who has taken this Poultry Knowledge Day with a different dimensions during the last year. in organizing several regional workshop cum conferences, one at Nashik, another is at Guwahati, first time the northeastern state, and then one at Ajmer. And this is likely to continue next year also. In this Knowledge Day, there is an addition in the students' participation. Today, almost across the country, 54 veterinary colleges, 57 students are participating in the Knowledge Day with 3 teachers. This year, we have invited Mr. Shrikant Bola as a motivational speaker, and thanks to my colleague Dr. Amitabh Bhattacharya who has suggested me this name, and thanks to Mr. Uday Singh Bayas who has made this possible by connecting directly to Mr. Shrikant Bola. So this is all for today in our platter. Hope to continue the same, and thank you very much for the overwhelming response from you all, as today we have crossed more than 1,000 registrations. So thank you very much. Keep it on. All the best, and enjoy Knowledge Day prepared by our knowledge team. Again, my thanks to my Knowledge Day team, one and all 6. They became one team since last almost 1 year to give this Amrit to you today. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shukla. You've taken us through the overview of the whole event, telling us exactly what we are supposed to expect here, as well as he's shown gratitude to the entire team, to each and every one who's associated to make this event a grand success. And congratulations to each one of you. The house is all full. We see many people standing out there. Please come forward, settle down. There are chairs in the front, ladies and gentlemen. Taking this event forward, there are certain facts that this sector is increasing 8 to 10% every year, which is a fantastic number in terms of agriculture. But do we exactly know how can we make this into more profitable terms? And to do that, I would not do the briefing, but I would invite the very gentleman who's here with us, our very own chief guest. I'm honored to welcome him, ladies and gentlemen. He is the Special Chief Secretary to Government Animal Husbandry, Dairy Development and Fisheries Department, Government of Telangana, none other than Mr. Sabyasachi Ghosh, everyone. Let's welcome him on stage.
Sri Sabyasachi Ghosh, IAS, is from the 1994 batch, Telangana Cadre. His initial work was in the districts of Warangal, Vizianagaram, West Godavari and Karimnagar. In 2000 to 2004, he was the Special Officer for the National Games 2002. He was also the Special Officer for the first Afro-Asian Games 2003, handling mega infrastructure projects, Kachi Bauli Sports Complex plus 7 stadiums. As Special Officer, he has also conducted the mega events of National Games 2003 in Hyderabad and the first Afro-Asian Games 2003 in Hyderabad. From 2004 to 2011, he was in the Tourism, Finance and Sports Department. During this time, he was entrusted with additional responsibilities of critical tasks like organizing the Asia Development Bank AGM 2005 in Hyderabad and the Military World Games in 2007 in Hyderabad. He was entrusted with the additional work of development of the Military World Games Village. From 2011 to 2016, he was the Secretary to Government in the Industries and Commerce Department in the United Andhra Pradesh Government and subsequently the Telangana Government. During his tenure, he handled important subjects like mining, MSME, handlooms and textiles, industrial infrastructure development, food processing, leather, khadi and village industries and industrial promotion. He was the Managing Director of the AP State Finance Corporation, Telangana in 2015-2016. From 2017 to 2024, he was the Principal Secretary of Youth Services Department. During this tenure, he was also the Chairman of the Telangana Society for Training and Employment Promotion (TSTEP) and the chairman for SETWIN, Society for Training and Employment Promotion in Twin Cities. He was actively involved in skill development, training and employment promotion for the youth. He is also an avid sports person. He has represented India in international shuttle badminton tournaments around the world in men's doubles. He was also the first president of the Telangana Athletics Association from 2014 to 2018. His expertise is mainly in the areas of IT, industries and commerce, sports, tourism and skill development. Educationally, he is an MSc in Physics and passed the IAS exam UPSC with an All India rank of 33. He hails from Hyderabad. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shri Sabyasachi Ghosh.
Thank you very much for that elaborate introduction. Good morning, everyone. The respected dignitaries who are here, Mr. Uday Singh Bias, Mr. O.P. Chaudhary, Mr. P.K. Shukla, Mr. Anil Dhumal, Mr. Harish Garware, Mr. Chakradhar Rao, Mr. Bahadur Ali, Mr. Balram Yadav, and Mr. Gunachandra from Nepal. It's indeed my proud privilege to be present here on this occasion. I've always realized that poultry industry was a huge industry in this country, but today that is doubled up with the feeling that not only is it a huge industry, but it's also got a lot of enthusiasm and inspiration among its founding and members and the leaders in the industry. I warmly greet you on this occasion of the 16th Poultry India. It's very nice that it is being held in such an elaborate scale. We all know that poultry in the country is one of the major sectors, and it has been growing every day. You can call it the affinity of the Indian population to the delicacies of chicken food that the poultry industry produces, or the nutritional value that it has in its products, namely the meat and the eggs. That cannot be substituted by any other form of nutritional supplement. But having said that, I should also not forget to mention that the emerging challenges in this sector from synthetic meat and man-made meat will have to be addressed by this industry in the future. You have sectors in the food industry which are coming up, which are not dependent on any kind of farming, but are more dependent on the IT and the ability of machines to bring out culinary delicacies which are turning out to be substitutes for natural products. So that will be a challenge that you all will have to address in the days to come. I do not want to reel out statistics. You all know that you're 1% of the GDP. You are got huge potential. Your potential for entering further into the domestic market, for making forays into the international market is immense. The challenge that remains, of course, are the issues of quarantine, the quality of meat, and the measures that you take to export to promote export into the developed world, where I feel there's a huge potential. I think one of the challenges that your industry will face in the days to come is the integration of IT and AI in production and in development. I find in my short tenure in this department that integration of AI and IT methods for data analysis, for data structuring have only just made a beginning. I do not know how each individual industry has incorporated this in the production methodologies, but I feel that more institutional development in the domains of IT and AI to increase productivity, not only in terms of yield, but also in terms of quality, in the days to come will give you a huge benefit and advantage. I do believe that Hyderabad is incomplete with the presence of you all, just as not only do you contribute immensely to this sector, but you are the backbone in the most internationally famous cuisine, the Hyderabadi biryani, the Hyderabadi chicken biryani that's there all over. Without you all, that delicacy really would not have been globally placed the way it is. I was just watching a reel the other day from Instagram, wherein, they were showing that how much the Hyderabadi biryani has become popular in major cities like London even, where outlets are opening just to sell the Hyderabadi biryani. And among the Hyderabadi biryani, chicken, of course, is an unmistakable item. I wish you all the best. It's very important that you use this occasion to share your knowledge. It's a very important forum. The biggest power in the world is the power of knowledge. And if you don't share knowledge and keep that power within the provinces of your own intellect, that power is powerless. Power comes from sharing knowledge. Knowledge grows by sharing knowledge. Knowledge is the biggest tree of, intellectual development, of scientific development in the world, and it best grows when it is shared with others. So please use this occasion to share your knowledge, to share the developments, and most importantly, to estimate and understand the challenges that you will face in the days to come. The challenges that you face in the days to come will be immense. The world is changing. 10 years back, we would look at so many different devices, so many different media to get information, to source connections, to source news to us. But now, with the development of IT and AI and other technologies, you have it in your cell phone, just in your pocket. The same way your poultry industry will transform, the animal husbandry industry will transform, the agriculture industry will transform. The world, in my opinion, is going through a transformational phase so significant that the human intelligence is getting minuscule. You're going to have machines which can make certain aspects of computation, certain aspects of understanding which are 100 times better than any individual can. And that is the way which the world will grow in. 2 years back, what we were, and 2 years hence, what we will be, is going to be the new story of evolution. And in the days to come, evolution will gather tremendous pace. My best wishes to all of you. I hope and pray, and I'm sure that this industry will keep pace with this intellectual, with this evolution of knowledge, and find unbinding prosperity in the days to come, not only for all the farmers, the entrepreneurs, and the stakeholders in the industry, but for the world in general. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, sir. I request you to please stay here with us on stage. Sir has taken out his precious time to join us today, and he's enlightened us with a lot of information. But sir, we wouldn't let you go just like that. I request our dear team of group of members who I'm going to call on stage to please present a token of gratitude to sir as a part of the felicitation. May I please take the honor of holding your script, please? Of course, you're so talented you don't read, just carry it for the formal look. May I please invite on stage IPMA President Mr. Uday Singh to join me on stage, followed by Mr. KG Anand, GMVH Corp, and Mr. Chakradhar Rao, sir, to please join me on stage in the very honor of felicitating our chief guest today. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have those hands working together today? Request you to please take the center stage as well, so that we have a great picture opportunity. Come on, quickly. As we have the Trimurti and the chief guest on stage, can I request now our team to felicitate and say thank you with the bottom of our hearts to our chief guest for joining us and for giving us a wonderful insight and wishing us all the best going ahead. So please accept this as a part of our gratitude to you and for always being there for us. Sure. That's over to you, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. We have time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we just heard our chief guest, Mr. Sabyasachi Ghosh, it is now an honor for me to introduce the next speaker, who is our guest of honor. He's all the way from Nepal, very fondly known as the Swamiji. Ladies and gentlemen, I want all your attention, mind and soul, everything to be with me, because he is none other than Shri Guna Chandra Best. Can we give a round of applause to him? Yes.
Mr. Guna Chandra Besta is affectionately called as Swamiji and is widely regarded as the father of Nepalese poultry industry for his many important contributions to the sector.
Thank you very much.
In his 3-decade-long career, his expertise has revolutionized the poultry sector in Nepal and beyond. He established Avinash Hatchery in early 90s, and since then it has grown into a group engaged in various segments including broiler and layer, commercial table eggs, poultry vaccines, feed supplements, biosecurity products, and poultry equipment. The diversification into various segments has made Avinash Group a leader in Nepal's poultry industry with a significant international presence. Besta's relentless dedication has not only earned him several prestigious awards, but has also made Avinash one of the largest poultry companies in Nepal. Founded with a passion for providing integrated solutions to poultry farmers, Avinash Group encompasses several successful ventures like Avinash Hatchery, Avinash Highline Nepal, and Avinash Farms, each at the top of its respective field. Despite the group's immense success, Mr. Besta remains focused on sustainable growth, innovation, and maintaining the highest standards of animal care and welfare. His legacy in the poultry industry continues to inspire and shape the future of the sector in Nepal and across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Guna Chandra Besta.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, Honorable Chief Guest, all the distinguished guests and the friends from the industries. I have a few questions for ourselves, not from me to you, not from you to me, all from ourselves. Here is all the scientists, doctors, big industry from the poultry. We are taking care of our poultry, best nutrition, best management and environment. Because we cannot fool to poultry. We can fool to people like us. But we cannot fool to poultry. Poultry doesn't listen to any logic, no gossip, no music, nothing. They need exactly the proper nutrition, proper husbandry, proper management. If less, they lay the egg less, more less, more they lay less, and later on they die. No strike, nothing. That's why we cannot food. We are carrying our industry. Look, our hatchery is such a biosecurity so rich. Is our hospital, our biosecurity so rich? This is a big question. Where our successor burned there? Are we taking care ourselves, all the nutrition balanced food? Although we are from the poultry, we are feeding all the things. Not only the protein, energy, fat, these things, also the amino acid, all things, vitamin supplement, minerals. But how about us? And also my one suggestion with the Poultry India, we are late, but we are not too late. This political border are there, but poultry is the borderless. We are the earth one. Why not to start expanding from here to the all around the world? Before also here is a lot of association fighting each other. After Poultry India, equipment associations, they are making more bigger and more associating all the sectors. So why not to make one organizations, whole federations, not fighting, helping to all the industry. Now we have to unite it and work together. Also join hand with the SAARC country and also the whole world, making and growing more and more. We have no border, we have no politics, we have a poultry. So we are from the poultry world. So this is my request to make this all seniors, genius people are here. So I am connected with the Indian poultry first. When I started business in 1990, I started the whole modernization in the Nepal. Since that time, I have a good relation with all the poultry industries. Later on, growing and also I start to bring all the equipment, best equipment from abroad. We have a latest equipment in poultry in Nepal. So we can grow. There is a lot of room before doctor explained here. Just grow. And in my thought, not believing the number one, just working will be. Then declaring the number one, supporting the competitors, and after that, if we become a top, this is beautiful. Here we have a language, we are pulling the leg of each other, become to be top. Please, in that way, we cannot grow. Help each other and grow. It will be make bigger and bigger. Thank you very much for the Poultry India to invite me and honor me. So we'll work. We are working. Dhumal is my very old friend and very close since 1992. Although I was in Pune long time, but that time I was not in industry. Then when I went Nepal and start the poultry, then I come to know in that time Pune was the poultry headquarters of whole India. Now spreading much more in India. Now the poultry is quite big and growing and growing. Hope will grow, remaining now 1% in GDP, will grow more percentage in GDP. In Nepal, continuously in poultry GDP, we are 3.5 to 4% continuously. So why not to grow? There is a lot of room. Indian population is big. So if we grow 1 egg consumption, we have a lot. Still there are the room. There are few countries who consume 450 eggs per person. Here is a very small. There's a lot of room. And the same way the chicken. Chicken is the most healthier. And egg is the best food. I don't think we have any other food is covers everything. Cheap and best for nutrition. So there is a lot of room to grow. No need to pull the leg each other. Let's grow. Thank you very much. I hope I share, giving me opportunity to share my feeling, although there's a lot of genius scientist people are here, but they still give me time to listen few things, my experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I request you again to please stay back with us. Sir, you beautifully started your conversation by asking question to not just them or you, but to everybody, which I think, including yourselves, absolutely, which definitely resonates, and what the way you have started and holded the conversation, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And that is why he is known as Swamiji. Can we give it up once again for him, please? Sir, in all the honors to say gratitude to you, can I please request the gentlemen to join me on stage? Can I request Mr. Anil Dhumal to grace the stage with your presence? Can I request our president, Mr. Uday, to please join me on stage? As well, can I please request Mr. Vignesh Soundararajan to join me on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure these two hands are busy with the mobile phones or writing some script. Can we put them together? Let's put them to work. Yes. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us here. And we totally enjoy your presence, your messages, and I'm sure you'll stay back with us, and we would definitely like to have a one-to-one approach with you forward. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you, sir, for joining us. I request you all to please have your seat as we move further. And now it's a time where we move into some insights, some information, some brainstorming and talking. Yes, this is Poultry Knowledge Day 2024, which is our 16th version. And now, sir, who's joining us on stage, he is super happy to be here. Apart from that, something which really amazed me this morning was when he was having a conversation in Hindi. And I'm sure how you would be able to resonate, ki what is she speaking? So let me guys take this opportunity to welcome on stage to talk about avian influenza strategies for prevention and control. None other than the one and only Dr. Chin on stage, everyone. Namaste sir, आपका स्वागत है.
Dr. Chin Hao Cheong is a seasoned veterinary professional with over 4 decades of experience driving innovation in animal health and livestock management. After graduating from Bombay Veterinary College in 1973, he pursued advanced training in animal nutrition and pathology across the USA, UK, and the Netherlands. He began his career as a zoo veterinarian at Malaysia's Zoo Negara before joining Eli Lilly Elanco, where he developed products for the poultry and swine sectors. His commitment to advancing animal care led him to establish a small animal practice in Kuala Lumpur and served as a technical advisor to the Malaysia Livestock Farmers Association. He later moved to Sri Lanka, where he played a key role in modernizing poultry and feed operations as general manager for Ceylon Grain Elevators. As the senior executive VP technical at Japfa International, he oversaw agribusiness operations across India, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, and Vietnam. After retiring in 2012, Chin continues to contribute to the industry through his consultancy, advising international companies and farmers across Asia. Chin Hao Cheong's career reflects his dedication to advancing sustainable animal health practices and his enduring impact on the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a warm welcome to Dr. Chin Hao Cheong.
So that's a warm welcome from all of you. सबने आपका स्वागत किया है, लेकिन before you start मैं सबसे ये कहना चाहूँगी कि ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the ठीक है. So sweet he is every time he's trying to converse in the Hindi language. The questions that we will be having, we will take it in the question answer round. So I request each one of you to please pen down the questions and we take it all at once, right? Sir, over to you.
Dhanyawad.
Lovely.
Namaskar. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thanks the committee for giving a tough subject. I think today avian influenza is one of the biggest problems we are facing. I try to share with you some of my view and experience on the disease. Okay, you can see my name there, my email address. I put very interesting Malaysia, India, Singapore. I'm a Malaysian, educated in India. I did my BVSc from Bombay Veterinary College, and I'm staying in Singapore now, operating within the region. Okay, the topic I'm trying to cover is a big subject. I'm trying to cover it within the half an hour's time. Basically, just give a brief introduction. We need to know the virus biology a little bit, not too much. I think the forum is for the farmers and the veterinarians. And then the transmission is important. Yeah, the epidemiology of the viruses, how to control them subsequently is more important. And we need to know a little bit of human, what is the impact to human diseases. And I will give the final take-home message. I think if you look at this chart, as I work within the region, you can see that the top 5 common diseases among the country. And it is not surprised to see that the avian influenza is top on the list. Either be it the low path or high path, which I will explain a bit later. That is what I collected from when I work within the region and interacting with other veterinarians. If you look at the chart today, this is not very new, but nevertheless, you can see the situation of this virus, avian influenza. It is spreading around the world. Unfortunately, if you look at the graph here, the picture here, the Europe and America for the last 2 years have been very extensive. It is very devastating. I think for many of us operating breeder, you can realize that the animal movement, the breeding stock restriction from those European countries or America have been very tough for the last 2 years. Well, we talk a little about virus biology. I will not go very detailed, but we need to know the basic. If you look at the picture here, the influenza virus here, basically what I want you to recognize are these two, H and N. And these are basic, the virus glycoprotein that defines the subtype. There are many combinations here. I can see they affect all the human beings and animals. But for avian influenza, you will understand the H subtype glycoproteins consist of almost, I think, up to now, of course, initially it was 16, now up to 18. And then the neuraminidase, that glycoprotein is about up to 9. So when you look at this combination of these two on the surface protein, the virus is possible to form about almost 144 subtypes. You can see there's a big diversity of the virus if they intend to really spread and mutate over time. And why these two are so important? I think this surface gram protein is the one for the virus to attach the host and make gate entry into the host cells and causes a pathology. Well, if we talk about avian influenza, I think everybody is very familiar with the terms HPAI, LPAI. What it means basically is a low path or high path. These are the pathobiology of the avian influenza. Sorry. Now, if you look at the chart on the right side, you will see that one of the common influenza that are affecting the mammals and human beings. What we are looking more towards is the H5. They're affecting poultry, very severe. And the H9 also subsequently also classified causes of economic loss to poultry farmer. And of course, other food animals like swine also got affected, not that severe. More importantly is the human. Yeah, if any of these animals got infected, go inhabit with the human, there's always a chances for the virus that move around and affecting human too. Now, what do you mean by low path and high path? I think basically there are two very basic points. Obviously, high path, they kill all the animals very quickly in short terms. And this is one of the notifiable disease. I think in OIE, if you report World Health, you need to report. Whereas the low path, it is obviously less severe at infecting the animal. There's a chances the animal can recover. Okay, but obviously there's already causes severe impact of the economic losses. But if you really look at how it costs, many people keep asking, what is the difference? Why low path, high path? I think there's little more involving inside the virus by itself due to the enzymes, the endoprotease that causes systemic infection in high path versus the low path, yeah, the trypsin. Don't worry about them so much. We'll talk more a little bit on it, general term. Now, this is the update on Asian HPI. If you look at the chart here, very clearly shown that all the Asian countries are affected. It was reported, this is record from 2002 to 2024. You can see almost all the countries are reporting. It is not absolute because many countries are under-reporting or maybe they can't even diagnose or they will not report to the OIE. So you can see some of the area are having green patches, yeah. However, you will realize China lately, Australia, even Australia, which is quite isolated in the early days, are also exposed to influenza virus since 2024. Now, overall, there are more than 77 countries is already reporting avian influenza, and which is belong to the H5N1 clade. Yeah, this is a current 2.4, 2.3, 2.3, 0.4b subtype. Okay, for LPI, which is a concern within our Asia region, which is quite common, surprisingly, and you can see here, I think the Indian continent, China, even Russia, even up to Malaysia also we are having that. Yeah, you can see the lineage are basically for our Indian continent are here. Yeah, belong to this group. Yeah, the G1 type, which is group B, which is more common here. It does not cause very acute mortality, but there's a severe economic loss. Little bit on transmission and epidemiology, we need to understand very clearly. I think basically avian influenza is a virus that infecting all the wild animals, especially in the wild birds, the waterfowl, all the domestic birds, including mammal as well. Yeah, you can see that if the birds are infected, especially wild birds, the migratory birds and shorebirds, there's a potential for them to fly and spread across the different countries. So, you know the birds are migrating. If you are an enthusiast of ornithology, they are moving according to the season for breeding purpose, for food resources, and this is a biological system that happen to nature. And you can see there are 8 flyway, just like aircraft, they got a path to fly. What it means is that most of the birds in the northern hemisphere, when the weather getting cold, they will fly south towards the south to get food. And there is a breeding cycle during that. So in that way, the annual event, if the sick bird are having virus, they will carry along with them and spread. And potentially it's proven already. The wild bird is one of the main source of the avian influenza spread within the world. Now, what are the species of bird? Oh, plenty, many. There are more. The gene pools are very diversified. Now, just to name a few here, this is a crow. Crow also can spread avian influenza. So you can understand crows are everywhere. And of course, all the species are possible, but water birds are mostly get involved. What are the pictures you can see here? I think this is from Mali books. You can see here, all the waterfowls are the real carrier of avian influenza. These are very commonly seen in northern hemisphere. The five-bar geese, they can fly across Himalayas. They have to spread the virus towards the south. And these are Egyptian geese. They're also migrating from northern hemisphere toward the African continent to the south, if they are infected influenza virus. So if they are sick, they fly along the way, they'll drop dead, they'll spread within the area where they're located. So how they are spreading? As the sick bird carry, normally waterfowls, they found water bodies, lakes, rivers along the shore. This bird will go there and settle down. And water is a very good media for the virus to spread because of the feces. Yeah, they are passing out the feces. They are eating the prey in the water media. The virus spread very naturally. So as a result, if there's any nearby waterfowls, ducks, or even birds along, the droppings can spread the virus. So that's how they persist. And once the flock is persisted, the virus multiplies in the body and is shed within. And all the feces are contaminated. There, it will cause an explosive infection. Then you ask me a question, is our domestic bird around the farm will cause problem or not? Yes, potentially, if there's an ongoing active infection. They are not actual reservoir, but they are carrier, temporarily. For example, if there are a lot of dead birds not properly disposed, infected with influenza, the crow will prey on it, they can mechanically transfer. But they are not a natural reservoir as compared to the waterfowl. Now this is a picture to show you during my time. You can see in Vietnam, all these ducks are grow along the river. Once they got infected, the whole river along upstream, downstream are carry with the virus. So the virus are able, you can isolate the virus naturally in the asymptomatic, even the waterfowl. It is very interesting. If you are in Canada every winter or summer, you collect from the lake, take swab, you can isolate many types of avian influenza. They are not pathogenic, but they are there. So the combination of the viruses are present around the environment. What is so important then, the waterfowl? As mentioned to you earlier, the waterfowl will migrate. This is a picture to show the earlier explosive time in the 2003 up to 2006, how the virus has spread in Asia. It was reported in China, exploded up through Hong Kong, and then throughout Asia. They undergo these different stages, the different clade of the virus. You can see these three stars here. Either it's fortunate or unfortunate. This is a period where I got exposed. I was working with Zalfa then. We have operation in Vietnam, in Myanmar, in Indonesia. That was a time at the height of the explosion. So we have a lot of bad experience. We also learned a lot of lessons out of this virus damage to our flocks. But what is really alarming us today, I think all of you have read the newspaper and media as lately, the virus are really going very rampant, as shown in this graph here. You can see from the source here, it spread through from Europe, come to America, travel North America to South America. This is a devastating damage to the viruses, to the poultry industries. Now you can see here how it goes then. It started from the northern, it started from the Central Asia. The virus spread through the migratory path. Then it go to the North America. Yeah, from there it travels southward from East Coast and West Coast towards the Caribbean and towards South America. So all along the way, the virus are carried on throughout the way, the clade 2.3.4, yeah, B. And then from there, it travel upwards. Even Brazil, southern part of Brazil also got infected, which is quite surprising then. So that is the situation today we are facing. It's very alarming. Then you can look at it. How come Asia, we are not so much responsive on that with these viruses? I think potentially you have to be careful, very, very careful. Interesting development in US, as a result of the early infection to North America, the virus has spilled over to cattle. It's a big problem now. Yeah, many dairy herds are infected. And how come? It came from the bird, the contact of bird. And then it is a problem in the US industry now. But luckily, if you drink raw milk, chances of getting the influenza virus. But most of the milk are pasteurized, so the chances are unlikely unless through the milk transport vehicle, etc. So it is a thing need to be watched in the cattle, a bit unusual. Then the worst thing happened also not only to domestic animal. The virus travel, as you see, look at the chart here, towards the southern part of South America, towards the Antarctica, along the coast. They also affecting wild mammals, the marine mammals, the sea elephant. These are reported papers, wild waterfowl, yeah, in Peru, Uruguay, down south, even to the Argentina. So not only affecting domestic animal, there's a wildlife peril also due to the influenza virus. It causes death in elephant seal. Now you can see the picture here very clearly. They're all lying dead along the shore. It is potentially can spread to mammals. We have read many reports about infecting domestic cats, tigers, lions, zoo animal. Yeah, potentially influenza virus is very wide range of hosts then. How to do a pathology and diagnostic? I will share some picture with you where actually we have taken. Yeah, of course, influenza virus, HP, high path viruses cause high mortality. No chance. Once a bird got exposed to flock, you can see within a week, the peril. The mortality very quick. Within a week, all the flock are 100% devastated. Yeah, the typical signs are nervous sign. I will show you some postmortem pictures. And then what you can see, these pictures from the actual farm that in Vietnam during my time. You can see here, all the birds just dropped dead, the breeder, commercial flocks, very typical lesion. They are running, having drooping things, swollen faces. And then it's hypothermia. You can see the skin turn reddish, and the bird lost control. Eventually, they die due to torticollis and nervous sign. Very classical, and no chance of recovery, no treatment available to attend this case. If you did a postmortem, be very careful. The whole body is all hemorrhagic sign. You can see here all pinpoint hemorrhages, even the heart muscles, trachea, severe congestion. Yeah, and even the leg, you can see the hemorrhages. The skin turned reddish and bluish color, cyanotic. Be very careful. I think the virus is shedding everywhere. You need to take care after disposing the carcass. Well, so for LPAI, I think you all are very familiar. It's quite common in India. They don't cause us a severe damage. They attack the respiratory tract and reproductive tract. The real problem you can see actually is a severe egg drop. And then, of course, if there's complication of mycoplasma and other pathogens, the mortality is very high. Otherwise, it takes about 1 to 2 months, the animal there will be some recovery. So the predilection is on the reproductive tract, and the egg quality is greatly affected subsequently. Now, how to do a diagnostic then? I think I will not go elaborate all the methods. Basically, more important is the timing. Yeah, so if you want to detect an infection, once the bird showing symptom, the first week you should do very quickly to recover, do a PCR. Yeah, PCR is a norm of today now. I think many labs are available. We can do it very quickly. Of course, we can do virus isolation. That is more on future studies, but I think PCR for immediate detection is good. If not, the collected serum sample, subsequently we can detect the antibody response. either by HI or by ELISA. So many methods, many tools, many kits are available. Yeah, even portable pot kit is available for detection. Okay, disease control and safety, this is a part of the main topic that I would like to share with you. More importantly is that we know the viruses are highly infectious. So the first thing is immediate isolation. The whole area need to be restricted. Yeah, even involvement of police forces, armed forces in some country to control the crowd and the traffic movement. And then what you do? You do a strict monitoring and implement steps to really control, destroy the flock. So the next picture will show you this. You know the infection, where the source comes from. You need to identify the Hitex farm. Generally, it's either in the poultry area, and most of the time it's spread through the marketing system, live bird system. That's why once you got influenza nearby, the mandis and all these need to be totally monitored and controlled. So we know that basically what we do isolation, we immediately kill out the birds, and then we either use a fire, cremate them, or bury them with disinfectant. Proper disposal of the carcass is very important, okay? Two examples to show you what most of the country do, like in Vietnam or China. There's always a buffer zone. We isolate out, then within the radius of infection, we kill out the bird. We destroy it. Okay, there might be some compensation scheme, but depends on government policy, and then subsequently restrict all the movement. And if there's a necessity, we can even extend the zone to cover. That's a way to restrict the spread of the disease. So if you really look at the control measures as the main topic, what we really look at, the key point is the surveillance reporting. This is one of the difficult things in some remote places. Why? Because the diagnostic services are not good. We can't confirm the disease very quickly. And once, of course, you can master this, really develop a good system, the biosecurity next measure is to cut up the virus contamination entry to the farm, then other control measures to be taken. And last and least option, if it is out of control, vaccination can be considered as an option, which I will highlight very briefly. Now, the early detection is the point. So government need to set up a lot of stations to collect sample quickly. I think for routine monitoring is very important, but most of the time during certain outbreak, the field veterinarian play a key role to really sample take sample for submission and do a quick test, PCR, to confirm that. I think the other thing is very essential is the education of the farmer. What you need to really do, alarm the industries. The problem with Asian country, I realize that once there's an outbreak, the farmer or the people in the community getting worried, they will not tell people. I think they hide it, or they just keep it as a secret. Then the virus spread within control. That is making it more complicated subsequently. So I think transparency in really training the people to understand, to report on time, that will help to nip the disease at a very much early stage. The next step, of course, we know where is the virus. They are affecting poultry. So we need to focus on which are the areas we see the live bird there, either in the live bird market, or is there any waterfowl on any water bodies around, any duck farm. These are the primary areas that we need to pay more attention, to focus on them. These are some pictures you can see here. These are Vietnamese market. They got duck, they got chicken everywhere there. Okay, this is a small farm in Myanmar. In the raised floor broiler house, downstairs they keep the ducks. They will eat all the dropping and the wasted feed downstairs. So the duck and the chicken are going together very closely. And these are the fighting cocks, green fowl. Thailand, in Bangkok, they like to keep this bird. They're high value bird for fighting. So this can be a potential source also of the virus as well. So this is one of the duck farm next to one of the breeder farm. Even they build the wall, the duck is outside in the paddy field. So you can see the virus be very cautious. So once we have a farm, we should be fully aware what is the neighbors. We should monitor throughout the year. Yeah, we can never tell when the thing can come to nearby our farm. Now, the concern really is a virus shading. Many people talk about it, but this recent paper just published, very interesting, about virus shading. You can see here LPAI, HPAI, they all shade through the respiratory. And our method of biosecurity is very important, decontamination. Yeah, we need to clean up. I will not elaborate all this process. I think most of you are very good in disinfectant, but I will focus certain areas that where we need to pay a little bit more attention. I think the protocol of cleaning is very important. Yeah, and then to disinfect, what do can be inactivated, and more importantly, they're also quite sensitive to environmental temperature. Yeah, actually, in fact, in US, when they got a farm that are infected with avian influenza, what they do, they instead of, of course, they depopulate, but they don't move the lethal material inside the house. They seal the whole house, keep it there for about a week or 14 days. The temperature of the lethal itself will deactivate the virus. Yeah, so that's why if you look generally in pattern, it's not absolute, that most of the avian influenza happening to Asia region are towards a cooler period, towards winter, where the water, environmental water temperature is milder, the feces can survive longer. That's why the virus can be more sustainable in the environment. So temperature, high temperature can help to deactivate the virus. How about the disinfectant? Yes. Generally, most of the disinfectant can be used. For example, chlorine, Lysol, even the raw oxygen. Yeah, depends on the concentration. You can use a different dilution, but please use a proper dilution. If you don't do a proper dilution, there is a possibility of a virus residue there in the PCR. So in later detection, you find you will get a false positive, because of the residue virus that is inactivated, but yet sustained, maintained in the environment. How about biofilms? I think we don't pay much attention to biofilm. Just now, when you look at the report of shading, it's a laboratory test. So they very clear, they put the virus in challenge. But in the nature environment, the shading is different. They are protected by the mucus, stay in the environment for a long period of time. So biofilm formation is the one that we need to pay attention. Not only for influenza virus, for any pathogen, mycoplasma, E. coli, etc., etc. So we need to take care of biofilm. And then we need to put extra effort to use surfactant, disinfectant to really clean up the house, yeah, to get rid of the influenza virus as well. Okay. The latest concept, I think, to reduce virus shading, can it be done on the live bird? I saw in Malaysia and Philippines, very interesting. When during the outbreak in LPAI, the farmer is trying to spray disinfectant on the bird. They think that they can cut down the virus. It can to reduce it, but they were not able to eliminate them. So to really consider as a preventive medicine, I think it's possible. We can do a fogging. We can use a fogger. I think most of the houses in India, they have fogger. You can put disinfectant, select a proper disinfectant, the dilution, and when there's an outbreak surrounding the farm, we can do a fogging that will try to reduce the virus shading and contamination. In some places, they even fog the cooling pad with disinfectant. That's one other way you can do that. But be very careful on using disinfectant. They can be toxic if you are doing the wrong concentration. So for live thing, in my experience, we find the hydrogen peroxide is very good. Yeah, especially stabilized hydrogen peroxide. You can fog it in the live animal within the farm. This is not a new thing. Actually, for earlier, there were many papers published on hydrogen peroxide. But what we really learned a lot is during COVID period. Actually, in COVID period, a lot of building, human habitats, hospital, they are actually aerosol with hydrogen peroxide, the stabilized hydrogen peroxide. And they are very effective to control the COVID virus as well. So that concept has been applied in some area of my customers where they got outbreak. We try to use hydrogen peroxide rather than use other disinfectant. We are worried about other toxic effect of the disinfectant. So these are the fogging method. Depends on the aerosol. One concern is that, if the bird is sick already, we aerosol them, the humidity will kill the bird. Yes, you have to be careful. Yeah, the aerosol particle, the condition of the bird, at what time you need to do that. And for external, no problem. You can use a fogging like this, dry fogger. This is quite effective on the surrounding. Yeah, in the farm, in the processing plant, anywhere, you can do that. So, if we have done this, biosecurity, we do management, if we have good practices, cleaning and disinfectant, it's a choice of vaccination. It's a big subject, very controversial. There are two schools of thought. One is saying, why not we vaccinate? One say, no, we have to be very careful. Vaccine is not that simple, yeah, and might not be so effective. I quite agree with both of them, but I think as a farmer, we need to do something. So based on our farm situation, alarm coming, okay. So what are the vaccines you can do? I think you have to select carefully. You have to make sure that once you vaccinate, the farm is no more sterile. I think the status of the country, of the poultry status of influenza status are very different. You need to consider. There are many considerations for vaccine. It's not a platform to talk about. I will go through quickly. And basically, these are the countries that's already approved for vaccination. You can see here for LPI, India also, we are now recently approved, which is a good thing to prevent that. And for what are vaccine? Generally, whole virus kill vaccine. There are new vaccines like reverse genetics and recombinant vaccine. All are very effective. But one very important to use vaccine, you need to evaluate, monitor all the time. Yeah, and also you need to know, they have method to differentiate between vaccinated and non-vaccinated. Because once the farm is vaccinated, you don't know whether they are exposed or not. So you need to do a differentiation. The DIVA method is available. This one chart to show you, the Q1, we monitor the H9 title in one of the layer farms. Very good response with the Q whole virus. Yeah, you can apply also the so-called the inactive baculovirus recombinant vaccine, which is available commercially. You can also use HPT, pox also vaccine. These are all live recombinant. They can be applied, and they are quite effective. So how about supporting the animal? You can vaccinate, but if the animal is not in good condition, what are you going to do? So to boost the immune system also important. There are many options here. Some people use immunomodulator. Some people use some specific feed sanitizer. It's possible. So basically, the whole concept is that once you use the Q vaccine, it might not give you a protection of cellular, but which is not true. The cellular also play a vital part in against virus infection. So I think to boost those immune system are very important by using organic mineral. And here's one of the examples for you to consider. We are very lucky. We also lately, there are new products that's available to attack the virus. These are being enveloped virus. So the lesson learned from African swine fever and the Newcastle viruses, I think the mid-chain fatty acid is one of the valuable things to be considered. Add in the feed as a prevention, okay? And they are expensive, they are not cheap. So the virus, basically the virus ruptures, the mid-chain fatty rupture the virus membrane. I think naturally we also got good products. Coconut oil, lauric acid is one of the very good mid-chain fatty acids that have antiviral properties. Okay? So in really prevention, influenza virus vaccination, these are very simple basic guidelines to show you what are the methods you can consider, depends on the industries. Okay, I'm finishing. The human infection, I will not go into detail. There are actually 3 types. What is I really want to talk more is America. is spread widespread in America, which is a concern worldwide. And then you can see that the virus can spread even H9, H5. And then now they also found out migratory path where human habitat can also carry the virus, another big challenge for us. So nevertheless, there's treatment for human at the moment. Drug resistance can be a challenge in the future. So my end of the presentation, basically, we need to do biosecurity. All these steps have to go hand in hand together to prevent the infection. How about the housing? Well, high density houses, you can see like this, dangerous. We need to really look for more isolation, more separate multi-flock replacement. What about reservoir? You can't control wild bird. The wildlife enthusiasts protect the bird. These are very nice booby, lately also detected, bluefoot booby. Yeah? How's the combination? Plenty of species they can carry. So it's a big challenge for us. Please don't shoot waterfowl. They are good animals. Okay. So this is a problem in US now. I want to alarm this lately. Canadian case that show the human transmission is there. And US, we are watching US, how they're going to control. They are not taken vaccination program as yet. I think they are still deciding. So my take-home message today for all of you, we cannot avoid avian influenza. The wildfowl is there, the reservoir is there. What we can do actually basically is to do surveillance detection. Don't wait until there's suspect disease check. You have to check throughout the year. Monitor the flock within your farm. Okay? Second thing, security, biosecurity. I think all of you are taking good care. Pay more attention on air quality and ventilation. Vaccination strategy as an option. Last option, maybe within a period of time, if there's out of control. And then the public sector cooperation. I think I saw this platform is very good. All the people in the industry come together. That's the only way that we can promote and really promote to protect disease, improve the performance and profitability. And transparency is important. There's nothing to be ashamed if you're not feeling well. Just share with friends and then they will guide you accordingly. And I think we need global support. We can't fight the battle alone. We are living with our neighbors. Nepal is one of our collaborators. Yeah, I think that is important as well. So I'm closing out my presentation. I would encourage, since today is an education platform, these two books, I think everybody try to get it and study. One's on the diagnostic, one on the overall influenza. That would be good. Yeah, thank you so much for your attention. Namaskar. Dhanyawad. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. No doubt you're the expert technical consultant from Singapore, and in detail he has presented avian influenza and how to overcome that. You've seriously mentioned the hazard and the challenges. Thank you, sir. I would request you to please join us downstairs and be with us. Yes, sir. And be with us during the end of the sessions as well. We will be having the question answer round very shortly. Please join me, sir. Yes. And now, my dear friends, let me just ask you that you've got the question and answer cards with you. Yes? Please fill in the questions in the cards, and our volunteers will be walking around to collect the questions from you, which will be taken on stage in the Q&A round. Fantastic. And now, ladies and gentlemen, an honor it is to introduce to all of you one of the dignitaries with us. We have Dr. K. Sindhu, Director, Animal Husbandry, Government of Kerala, who has joined us, and I would request Mr. Uday to felicitate the lady here with us. Can I request everyone to strike our hands together for the same? Lovely. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. We are super glad to see the dignitaries across the globe who has joined us. And yes, it is the PKD 2024, and lots of insights are coming across, making sure that you all are keen to learn, to grow, to inspire each, and to network as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving to the other presentation, it is all about another health topic, the strategies to control inclusion body hepatitis, IBH, an emerging health problem. And ladies and gentlemen, this is another disease that causes immune loss to the poultry industry worldwide. And now to present that, we have the expert with us. We have Dr. M. are ready. Principal Scientist, Avian Health Section, ICAR, Directorate of Poultry Research, Hyderabad. Can we welcome him on stage to present on the topic IBH? Sir, a very warm welcome to you. Sir, please join me on stage. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Dr. M.R. Reddy is a leading academician in the field of veterinary science and is currently the principal scientist at Avian Health Laboratory, ICAR, Directorate of Poultry Research, Hyderabad. He has a veterinary degree, BBSc and AH from AP Agricultural University, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh, a master's degree in avian diseases from the Indian Veterinary Research Institute, IVRI, Izzatnagar. He completed his doctoral degree in avian health from the University of Melbourne, Australia. He is a diplomate of Australian College of Veterinary Scientists, MACVS, in poultry health, and also a diplomate of Indian College of Veterinary Pathology. He has 30 years of experience in the poultry disease diagnosis, research, poultry health management, and disease control. His research interests include surveillance and molecular characterization of avian pathogens, antimicrobial resistance, and eradication of avian leukosis viruses, ALVs, from pure line chickens. He has been engaged in contract research, consultancy, and contract diagnostic services to the poultry industry. He has written and co-authored 85 scientific papers, 30 technical articles, and has even authored 2 books. He was awarded the Melbourne International Research Scholarship and the Best Poultry Scientist Award. He has been the editor of key journals in the field and is the founder General Secretary of Association of Avian Health Professionals, AAHP. Currently, he is the member of several expert committees at both state and national level. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a warm welcome to Dr. M.R. Reddy.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And good morning, everybody. I'm going to speak on inclusion body hepatitis and its control strategies in broilers. So as you all know, this inclusion body hepatitis is a viral disease, and it is caused by adenovirus, and it is characterized by inclusion in the hepatic cells. So these inclusions actually aggregates of proteinaceous material in the nucleus, and this helps the virus multiplication and also assembly of viral particles. So, and also these inclusion bodies protect cells while virus multiplication from premature death, because the virus has to survive and it has to produce viral particles. So these inclusion bodies actually help the virus for making the progeny cells. And this is the outline of my presentation. So first I will take about FADV serotypes, clinical disease, risk factors involved, diagnosis of IBH, then outbreak handling, preventive measures, and finally monitoring and disease surveillance. So as you all know, this fowl adenovirus, this is a DNA virus and belongs to the family Adenoviridae, and it has got 6 genus, and the AV adenovirus, that is a group 1, causes this inclusion body hepatitis. In that, actually the fowl adenovirus is the main virus that actually infects chicken. And in fowl adenovirus, there are 5 species, that is fowl adenovirus A, B, C, D, and E. And there are in each, there are serotypes. Then fowl adenovirus A, there is 1 serotype that actually causes gizzard erosion and ulcers. Then fowl adenovirus B, that is the serotype is 5, and this has no any disease problems. Then fowl adenovirus C, this includes 2 serotypes, that is a serotype 4 and serotype 10. Actually, they are responsible for hepatitis, hydropericardium syndrome in broilers. Then fowl adenovirus D, this is the another species. In this, actually, there are 4 serotypes, serotype 2, 3, 9, and 11. Then serotype, then the follow adenovirus subgroup, that is E. Here we have actually serotypes 6, 7, 8A, and 8B. So follow adenovirus D and E, these both are responsible for inclusion body hepatitis. So then coming to the unique features of the virus, I am not going to tell in deep about the viruses because the time is very short. So, but we will see what are the unique features of this particular virus, follow adenovirus. Actually, this is a naked virus. As you all know, if it is a naked means they are very tough, they are very resistant to chemicals and also temperature. The commonly used disinfectants, they are not going to work. Then they can withstand a wide range of pH between 3 and 9. Then there is a resistance to sunlight and also they are resistant to the heat up to 70 degrees centigrade. And they can remain infective in the environment for longer periods and they replicate in the nucleus. And actually what happens, the virus is released from the cells by blasting the cells, rupturing the cells, so lysing the cells. That means the cells dies. So that is a major characteristic feature of this particular disease. And also sometimes when 2, 3 serotypes they infect the cells, there will be recombination and production of hybrid viruses. Then what are the common serotypes that are circulating in India? So as you know, we have several serotypes, 12 serotypes. Among them, in the earlier days in India, we used to have follow adenovirus 4 that used to cause hydropericardium syndrome. But of late, recently, the trend has been changed. There is a shift from serotype 4 to serotype 11. The 11 is the most prevalent in the country. That comes around 78.2%. The recent data I have collected from the Gene Bank, submissions of these sequences, and when we calculated the percentages, in India, 78.2% are now circulating. That is serotype 11. Then serotype 8B also nowadays the incidence is increasing, that comes around 16.9%. So then other serotypes they are very less actually altogether, then around 6%. So now why this change in the serotypes from serotype 4 earlier we have and now serotype 8B and also serotype 11. This is mainly because in India we are using serotype 4 vaccines. That could be the major reason. The serotype 4 incidence is very less and there is no any cross protection among these species. The serotype 4 is not going to cross protect serotype 11 or serotype 8B. That's why the incidence of serotype 8B and serotype 11 is common in India. Then coming to the epidemiology, these are widespread, they are ubiquitous in the environment because they are very tough virus to kill. Then they can infect more than one serotype. Actually, the birds can be infected more than one serotype. Then broilers are more susceptible with a high mortality due to severe metabolic disturbances and also heavy disturbances, destruction of liver and pancreatic cells. And then protection is primarily serotype specific. There is no cross protection between fowl adenovirus species. Then other species affected include, actually this virus can include turkeys, pigeons, quails, cetacean birds, ostrich, guinea fowl, ducks and wild birds. So there is a possibility of spreading virus from other species to poultry. Then coming to the disease spread, how this follow adenovirus spreads. There are two modes of transmission. One is vertical transmission, the other is horizontal transmission. So in the vertical transmission, the birds, the parent breeders infect the virus can infect the breeders naturally or because once the breeders already infected, in that actually the virus can reactivate it, then the virus can become multiplied and it will shed in the environment. And also this actually passes to the egg, then from egg to chicks, And when chicks born, sometimes these virus will be there in the chick in a latent stage. So when conditions are favorable, then only this virus can reactivate and cause disease. So when breeders are not seroconverted before lay, that means if they're not vaccinated or they're not exposed to the field infection, then they cause actually vertical transmission. If the chickens are infected vertically, generally we get this IBH during early stage of the broiler production cycle, that is from 3 to 20 days of age. So this virus, once infected, after even recovery, the virus sets for a longer time, that 4 to 8 weeks of age. And this virus gets into latency, and whenever there is stress or immunosuppression, these virus gets reactivated, and broiler parents, they can shed the virus to the eggs and to the chicks. Then next mode of transmission is disease spread, that is the horizontal transmission, that is the fecal-oral route. Here what happens, the chicks infected from the virus present in the broiler house, because this is very tough virus and very difficult to get rid of from the poultry sheds. And this virus gets contaminates feed, water, equipment, and personal, then litter material. And this will spread from bird to bird horizontally by eating the fecal material contaminated feed and water. Then in outbreaks, in horizontally transmitted case, what happens? The outbreak we see mostly in the latter days of the broiler life cycle, that is after 15 to 20 days. Then in the recurrent problem is poorly cleaned and disinfected farms, that is a major concern. Then commonly associated with immunosuppression. The horizontal transmitted birds, most of the times we get immunosuppression. Then what are the risk factors actually? Here if you see the outcome of this inclusion of body hepatitis is an interaction between host, pathogen and environment. So what are the host factors involved? The age, mostly the broilers between 2 to 5 weeks of age, they are mostly affected and cause disease. And broilers and in layers and broiler breeders, occasionally these outbreaks may happen. Then maternal antibodies, because this is vertically transmitted disease, the level of maternal antibodies and the uniformity of the maternal antibodies is important. Then immune competence of the bird. So if there are any other immunosuppressive disease like IBD, CAV or mycotoxins or Marek's disease, they actually suppress the immune system. Then this IBH get upper hand and cause disease. So coming to the pathogen, there are several serotypes. Even if you have suppose vaccine against one serotype, the other serotype may cause disease. So the challenge dose, the virus load in the farm is also important. If we can control this virus load to minimum level, the birds can, with their own, they can fight and survive. Then whether it is a primary disease or secondary disease, that is also important. Then intercurrent infections, if there are some other infections, that also adds to this inclusion of body hepatitis, and the severity will be very high. Then coming to the environment, this is very, very important. Here we have several factors, that is the temperature, humidity, stocking density, litter condition, hygienic conditions, multi-age farms, then load of the virus in the environment. All these factors actually contribute the virus outcome and also disease severity. Then another important thing is whether this is a primary disease or secondary disease. So earlier we considered that this is a secondary disease to immunosuppressive diseases, but now it is clearly evident that this can cause disease without any cofactors, that is immunosuppressive agents or any other environmental factors. But if there are predisposing factors or co-infections along with this IBH, they can increase the severity of the clinical disease. So this is very, very important. Then what are the clinical syndromes caused by these fowl adenoviruses? The important thing is inclusion of body hepatitis, then hepatitis and hydropericardium syndrome, then gizzard adhesions and ulcerative condition. Then let us see how this virus cause disease. So actually what happens, if there is a virus in the environment, the virus enters into the body by ingestion, by eating feed and water, contaminated feed and water. Then this virus replicates in the gut mucosa, intestinal mucosa. Then from there it enters into the blood and that causes viremia. Then when the virus enters into the blood, from there it takes to different organs, the target organs like liver, pancreas, kidney, and heart. The liver, pancreas, kidney are the worst affected organs in this case. Then from here, after there will be tissue damage, then the birds get disease, that is hepatitis, pancreatitis, nephritis, and hydropericardium disease. Then what happens? The birds may die due to these lesions, or they recover, or the virus gets into latency. Once the birds are recovered, the virus gets into the latency. So most in the broilers, we won't find any subsequent problems, but if breeders are infected, this virus gets into latency, and whenever the birds start laying, there will be a high egg production stress, or maybe environmental stress, or some other immunosuppressive conditions. The virus gets reactivated, then again it will start virus shedding, then it will pass through the feces or through egg, then embryos get infected, and that's how this virus spreads from parents to chicks by vertical transmission. So here actually what happens, we have to take care of at this stage, how to prevent the entry of this virus into the body of the bird. And also in breeder level, we have to stop this reactivation of this virus. So any stress factors or immunosuppressive condition, that we have to take care. Then coming to the clinical signs, the mostly actually this, there won't be any clinical signs. Disease starts very suddenly, sudden onset of mortality. Here the mortality will continue for 3 days, then it will reach peak. Once in the peak stage also it may continue for 2-3 days, then again it resides to become normal in 2-3 days. That means the course of the disease is around 9 to 10 days or 12 days. So during that time, several birds will die. The mortality may be 2 to 10%, but in some cases we get up to 30% mortality. So the sick birds actually, they look lethargic, they will be huddling, there will be ruffled feathers, then depression, inappetence, they actually are up a position like crouching. Then in hepatitis and hydropericardium syndrome, the mortality and severity of the disease is very high. The mortality may reach up to 20 to 80%. In the breeders, there won't be much problem, only subclinical disease will be there, but still we can observe mortality, drop in egg production, and hatchability issues. So this is the actually spiking mortality in inclusion body hepatitis. As I mentioned, around 9 to 10 days is the total course of the disease. This is a very acute disease. So here actually there will be metabolic acidosis, hypoglycemia, and hypocalcemia. So because the liver and pancreas, where this actually carbohydrate metabolism takes place, they badly affected, and because of hypoglycemia, there won't be energy to the bird. So the mortality is very high, and the disease is very severe. Then coming to the grass lesions, how the affected disease, what are the findings we'll find? There will be enlarged liver, then there will be necrotic, foci, or maybe hemorrhages on the liver that looks like a mottled or a marble type of symptoms, lesions. Then the kidneys will be swollen and they will be pale. Then there will be a pancreas also, there is a swelling of pancreas and severe necrotic lesions on the pancreas. Then there will be fluid accumulation in the hydropericardium, atrophy of bursa, even thymus. Sometimes we find aplastic bone marrow. Then histologically, if you see, there will be large intranuclear inclusion bodies. This is actually hallmark of this disease and pathognomonic for this even inclusion body hepatitis. So this is how here if you can see the enlargement and necrosis of the liver and the accumulation of fluid in the hydropericardium, very pale yellowish liver. Then if you see very clear necrotic areas in the pancreas and also kidney also affected, there is a nephritis. Then this is a microscopic region. You can see this is the intranuclear inclusion bodies, very round, very large inclusion bodies in the that covers the nucleus. And here also there is hemorrhage in the kidney, and if you see here there is necrosis, severe necrosis in the pancreas. Then coming to the diagnosis, so mainly we can diagnose this disease by detecting the host responses, that is a sudden onset of the mortality, then pathological gross lesions, then we can also see the seroconversion after infection, that is ELISA. Then detection of virus and virus antigens or virus genome. So nowadays we are using this PCR, real-time PCR, and also sequencing of these genes. So that we actually differentiate whether it is a serotype 1 or serotype 9 or serotype 8 or whatever. Then coming to the disease prevention and control. So for this we need to clearly understand or consider some of the points. That is actually it is a naked virus, very tough to kill, remove from the birds, and they can survive very long periods in the sets. Then they cause very severe disease in young birds. So if the young birds are affected, what type of control measures are required? Then vertical transmission also is another important point. Then different serotypes they are circulating in the poultry. Then what are the serotypes mainly prevalent in our area where we are having poultry farms? Then latency and reactivation of the fowl adenovirus. Then other risk factors that includes immunosuppressive diseases, IBD, CAV, Marek's disease, and any other mycotoxin. Then management and environmental stress, this is also important to take care. Then amount of virus in the environment. So by knowing this, now what are the options we have? So when there is an outbreak, if you go and tell the farmer about the prevention, so he is not happy. So we have to do something for the flock that is affected. Then we can also advise him how to prevent this thing in the future. Here if you see the handling of outbreaks, here you can, the impact of the outbreak we have to minimize. Then we have to minimize the virus spread. Then a confirmation of this particular suspected disease. Then identify the source of infection and other factors contributing this outbreak. Then what are the preventive measures we have? Then prevention is not at the broiler level. We have to take care at 3 different levels because it is a vertically transmitted disease. And so now we should have some measures to take care of, to prevent vertical transmission at breeder level, and also in the hatchery, some of the measures where the better utilization of yolk material and absorption of maternal antibodies into the circulation. Then what is the role of broiler farms? Let us examine one by one here. Then if you see the outbreak of these IPH, so as we know, there is no treatment. This is a virus. There is no any antiviral treatment for poultry. Then what we have to do is we have to minimize the impact of this inclusion body hepatitis. So there will be severe damage. The pancreas and liver get severely damaged, and there will be hypoglycemia. So restoring the liver and pancreatic function is very, very important. So here what we have to do is we have to give the soda bicarbonate, sugar, so that actually takes care of acidosis and also hypoglycemia. The birds get actually energy to recover. Then we have to treat the secondary bacterial infections if we find any secondary bacterial infections. So then we have to give supportive therapy like multivitamin supplements and also electrolytes so that the flock gets recovered quickly and perform better. Then we have to ensure good managemental practices, avoiding stress. Then once this outbreak has come, why? What is the cause? Why these outbreaks have come? In spite of taking measures, already they failed. Then why this? Very, very important to confirm the diagnosis. Then what type of serotypes are involved? Then we have to minimize the spread of the virus by this. The important thing is disposal of the dead birds. Even the birds recover. As we discussed in the pathogenesis, the virus can the birds can shed the virus 4 to 8 weeks. That means after selling of the broilers, the virus still the birds are shedding the virus even in the chicken centers where these birds are there. Processing plants also. Then to minimize the virus spread, we have to do the proper disposal of dead birds, then disposal of litter material, then cleaning and disinfection, then terminal disinfection, and also we have to provide sufficient downtime so that the virus which is there in the flop farms, they get destroyed. And also we have to see the end of the flock serology. This is just to monitoring every time whether the what is the titer status in the end of the cycle, means around 35 to 40 days of age, so that we can see the titers are increased, whether they are exposed to the IBH or not. Then coming to the prevention strategy at breeder level, so the vaccination is the one of the important preventive measure, that is to prevent the vertical transmission as well as to provide high levels of maternal antibodies to the birds. So what are the serotypes we have to use? Because in India we already have serotype 4, now we need serotype 8B and 11 in the vaccines. Then what is the vaccination schedule? At least we need to give minimum 2 vaccines. Sometimes we need another vaccine in the middle. Then vaccinating of breeders against immunosuppressive diseases. As I said, the immunosuppressive diseases, CAV, IBD, they also actually contribute to this IBH. This is expression. So we have to give vaccination to the breeders against CAV and IBD so that the young chicks are protected from these 2 diseases. Then achieving good seroconversion before laying. This is very, very important. So even if we vaccinate, we have to verify whether our vaccination has given the high levels of antibodies in the breeders or not. Then we have to take measures to prevent the reactivation of this virus, because when birds are in the peak egg production, and also if there is environmental stress, that may lead to reactivation of the virus. As I said, this virus remains latent for life in the birds. And then finally, the biosecurity and downtime is also important. Then what are the measures we can take in the hatchery level? So we need to have optimum hatching conditions, incubation conditions. Why? Because the chick quality should be good, and also the whatever yolk that is there in the body, that has to be absorbed and utilized by the chick. Why? Because these the immune system should be very strong, and the ability to fight infection, then there will be improved gut health. So if the birds are actually having unabsorbed yolks, the most of the antibodies, they are not getting into the blood. So there will be low levels of maternal antibodies. The birds are susceptible to disease. Not only this, many other diseases which we are vaccinating. So the weakened immune system may lead the birds to susceptible to the infections. So another important thing is the mixing of eggs from multiple breeder farms. So this is also another important point actually we have to consider. Then level of maternal antibodies and sick uniformity. Then preventive strategies at broiler farm. So we have to do proper cleaning and disinfection. Then vaccination also we have to consider, that is from 0 to 10 days. Then we have to include all 4 serotypes, 3 serotypes. Then we have to avoid managemental or environmental stresses. then control of immunosuppressive disease by robust vaccination programs, then end of cycle flock serology. Then cleaning and disinfection, if you see, as I said, this is a very tough virus, naked virus, and they are resistant to heat. They can survive in a wide range of pH and high temperatures. So here if you see, this is a glutaraldehyde is the one product, and also a calcium hydroxide, that is a lime. These are the two, they are well proven, they actually kills this virus. So this calcium hydroxide, the pH is 12.3. So this is alkaline pH, the virus easily gets inactivated. Then disease and vaccination monitoring. We have to regularly monitor breeders, the vaccination titers, and also we have to monitor the maternal antibodies in devolved chicks. Vaccination monitoring in broilers also we have to do. Then disease monitoring in breeders and broilers. Why? Because what are all the genotypes, any new genotype is emerged in the country, so that we can update our vaccines by including these new genotypes. Then coming to the summary, the FADV is a ubiquitous in the poultry farms, and it's very tough virus, then very difficult to kill. Then breeder vaccination and achieving good seroconversion is a critical. Then we need to do broiler vaccination. Then prevention of immunosuppressive diseases like IBD, CAV, and Marek's disease is a crucial. Then through cleaning and disinfection, then good management practices to avoid stress and spread of the virus. Then monitoring of the disease and vaccines in breeder flocks, that really helps to take care of this disease. So finally, the take-home message is the IBH is a complex disease, and there is no any silver bullet. That means there is no single solution to control this. We have to take care of this thing at different stages. Then doing the right things at breeder farm level, hatchery level, and also at broiler farm level is crucial to control IBH. Thank you very much. I thank the team for giving me this opportunity to be here and present on this IBH.
Thank you very much, sir. You've taken us through the current health challenge at hand for broilers, and that is IBH, and very technically presented. It was fantastic.
Thank you.
Truly. I would request you to please join us at the seats downstairs so that we really call you in a short while on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, broiler integration in the poultry industry plays a very vital role. However, it has its own challenges. And to take us through the strategic solutions, we would now be requesting our next dignitary to join us on stage. Can I please request with all your huge rounds of applause to welcome the gentleman on stage, the Chairman, All India Poultry Breeder Association, Managing Director, IB Group, none other than Mr. Bahadur Ali. Sir, a very warm welcome.
Bahadur Ali is a visionary leader and a pioneering force in India's poultry industry. As the founder and managing director of IB Group, a leading entity in the animal husbandry sector, he has made an indelible mark on the industry. Starting with just 100 birds, Mr. Ali's relentless determination has now transformed Rajnathgaon, Chhattisgarh into a thriving hub for poultry farming, a true advocate of rural empowerment. Bahadur Ali has worked tirelessly to improve the lives of thousands of farmers by promoting crop rotation, enhancing agricultural production, and establishing a direct procurement system for animal feed. His initiatives have significantly uplifted the rural economy, increased farmers' income, and helped improve nutritional standards across India. Mr. Ali has been instrumental in promoting renewable energy and advancing education through Aziz Public School, benefiting underprivileged children in remote areas. He strongly believes in the saying, "We rise by lifting others," and his unwavering commitment to sustainable development and empowerment has earned him recognition as a leader in business and social welfare. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a warm welcome to Mr. Bahadur Ali.
थैंक यू वेरी मच। मेरी सबसे बड़ी कमजोरी है कि मेरे को बोलना नहीं आता ज़्यादा, और आज मुझे मैं को यहाँ बुलाया गया बोलने के लिए। मेरे को काम करना आता है। ये अपने गुरु हमारे केजी आनंद जी और मेरे दोस्त जो राम रेड्डी हैं, इनकी ये सोच और इनकी काम करने का तरीका कि बोलो कम काम ज़्यादा करो, उसी को मैं इम्प्लीमेंट करने की कोशिश करता हूँ और आगे बढ़ने के लिए चल रहा हूँ। चलिए धन्यवाद। अब मुझे यहाँ पे डॉक्टर शुक्ला, धुमाल, हरीश, उदय, इन्होंने फोर्स करके बोला कि आपको इंटीग्रेशन पे बोलना है। मैं बोला कि इंटीग्रेशन अपने आप में चैलेंज है, उसके बारे में क्या बात करूँगा। तो इन्होंने बोला कि तुम्हारा इंटीग्रेशन में तुम्हारे को क्या एक प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस है, उसके हिसाब से। आवाज़ आ रही क्लियर? तो मैंने चलिए कोशिश करता हूँ। इंटीग्रेशन अपने आप में एक चैलेंज इंडस्ट्री है और चैलेंज के बारे में मुझे बोला जा रहा है। तो जस्ट मैं एक व्यू देना चाहूँगा पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री के बारे में कि इंडस्ट्री आज 2.1 लाख जीरो की है। 70% कंट्रीब्यूशन हमारे पास इसका ब्रायलर का है और इंडिया पोल्ट्री सिस्टम 14% ग्रोथ है। एग्रीकल्चर जीडीपी हमारी 14% है और ब्रायलर में 6.6% हमारे पास है। नेक्स्ट। आज जैसे आप देखेंगे कि आज हमारी टोटल पॉपुलेशन का 10 करोड़ लोग इस पोल्ट्री इंडिया से जुड़े हुए हैं। 30% प्लेयर हमारे टेक्नोलॉजी, एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी को एडॉप्शन लेके अपनी इंडस्ट्री को ग्रोथ कर रहे हैं। मैक्सिमम ब्रायलर प्रोडक्शन हमारा आज इंटीग्रेशन के अंदर होता है। अब पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री के इंटीग्रेशन की बात करते हैं तो हमारे सेक्टर में आप देखेंगे कि कोई बाई लॉस नहीं है। हम पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री में सब अपने अपने हिसाब से दौड़ रहे हैं। कोई बैठ के, कोई समझ के, कोई इसकी कमेटी नहीं बनी जो इसके बाई लॉस बनाए और काम करे। जैसे हमारी दूसरी कंपनी को हम देखते हैं कि चाहे सोफ़ा हो, चाहे सोया लेते हैं, हम मक्का लेते हैं, चाहे कोई भी ऑटोमोबाइल्स लेते हैं, सबके एक बाई लॉस बने हुए हैं। उस बाई लॉस को पहले माना जाता है और उसके बाद फिर प्राइस वेरिएशन होता है कि कोई बोलता है कि मक्का में 1500 में लूँगा, कोई बोलता है 1800 में लूँगा, लेकिन 10%, 14% मॉइस्चर है, 2 फंगस है, 46 है, ये सब फिक्स है। इसको कोई चेंज कभी नहीं करता। हम भी सालों से इसी कंडीशन से ले रहे हैं, लेकिन हमारे पास कोई कंडीशन नहीं है। फाइनेंस इंस्टीट्यूट भी देख लीजिए, सबके पास एक कंडीशन होती है कि किसको क्या करना है, क्या नहीं करना है। हमारी इंडस्ट्री में कहीं से भी कोई लॉस नहीं है। हर इंडस्ट्री, हर आदमी, हर कंपनी अपना बाई लॉस बनाती है। बाई लॉस बना के उसको आगे मूव करती है, जिससे क्या होता है हमारे साथ हर आदमी मतलब निगोशिएट इतना ज़्यादा होता है। कोई बताता है कि इस कंपनी ने ये किया, उस कंपनी ने ये किया, इस कंपनी किया, तो फट से नई कंपनी हो चाहे पुरानी कंपनी हो, चाहे उसका रिप्लेसमेंट कम हो रहा है, तो फट से डिसीजन चेंज होता है और हम लोग पूरे बाई लॉस को चेंज कर देते हैं। कंपनी टू कंपनी हो रहा है, जबकि मेरा मानना है कि सेंटर वन होना चाहिए और जितनी टॉप इंडिया की 10 या 20 कंपनी बैठ के एक बाई लॉस बनाना चाहिए और उसको इम्प्लीमेंट बाकी सब कंपनी को करना चाहिए, जिससे हम आगे चल के अपनी इंडस्ट्री को मजबूत कर पाएंगे। अब हम आज क्या कर रहे हैं, पूरी ताकत हमारी लगी हुई कि इंटीग्रेशन कंपनी खोलती है, फट से किसी भी कंपनी के आदमी को उठा लेती है, किसी भी कंपनी के कोई भी फार्म को टेक ओवर कर लेते हैं। कोई उसका स्टैंडर्ड नहीं है कि हमको क्या करना चाहिए, कैसे करना चाहिए, बस सबको दौड़ना है, दौड़ना है, दौड़ना है, आगे बढ़ना। बिल्कुल दौड़िए, आगे बढ़िए, बहुत अच्छी बात है। बिल्कुल, मैं तो बोलता हूँ दौड़ेगा नहीं वो अपना पीछे रह जाएगा, उससे मुझे कोई आपत्ति नहीं। लेकिन दौड़ने के लिए रोड मैप, तो रोड हमको अच्छा हमको बनाना पड़ेगा ताकि हम जाके आगे मजबूत होकर बैंक के सामने हमारी इंडस्ट्री रोजगार क्रिएशन करने वाली इंडस्ट्री। आज 10 करोड़ लोग हमारे साथ देश के जुड़े हुए हैं। उनकी सिक्योरिटी चाहिए, उनकी हेल्थ अच्छी चाहिए, हमारी भी हेल्थ अच्छी चाहिए। हम काम कर रहे हैं लेकिन हम लोग खुद डगमगाते हैं, कोई आगे जाता है, कोई पीछे जाता है। इस तरीके से हम लोग अपना काम कर रहे हैं। आज देखिए, हर आदमी सुबह उठता है,
उसको पता नहीं कि मेरे इंटीग्रेशन के परफॉर्मेंस कैसे आएंगे। किसी के यहाँ फीड चोरी हो रही है, किसी के यहाँ आदमी भाग रहे हैं, किसी के यहाँ कोई जा रहा है, कोई आ रहा है, किसी के FCR बिगड़ी, किसी का वायरल इन्फेक्शन हो रहा है। मतलब उठते साथ हम इस चैलेंज में भिड़ जाते हैं। हमें ये पता ही नहीं कि इसको ख़त्म करने के लिए क्या करना है, इस सिस्टम से बाहर निकलने के लिए आपको और हमको करना क्या है। बस डे टू डे प्रॉब्लम में हम उलझ गए और हम ये मान के चलते हैं ऐसा होता है, ऐसा होते ही रहेगा। बिल्कुल गलत, बिल्कुल गलत। ऐसा होता है और ऐसा होते ही रहेगा। इसके लिए हमको सब बैठ के, बहुत इजी है जो काम जो ऐसा होता है, जो सोचते जो नहीं हो सकता, मैं बोलता हूँ सबसे इजी काम है वो। आज कौन सा काम ऐसा जो नहीं हो सकता। चाइना को देखिए, अमेरिका को देख लीजिए, वहाँ पे इंटीग्रेशन कितना सक्सेसफुली मॉडल चलता है। ऐसा कोई ना चोरी होती है ना FCR होता है। बिल्कुल 1.4 की FCR आ रही तो उसी हिसाब से फीड जा रहा है, मॉर्टिलिटी 3-4% हो रही है। हम सब इन्वाइटेड प्रॉब्लम को करते हैं, फिर उसको दूर करने के लिए हमारी एक टीम काम करती है और रोज़ आदमी बदलते हैं, रोज़ फार्म बदलते हैं। ये प्रोसेस हमारे सालों से चल रहा है और शायद मुझे नहीं लगता कि आने वाले समय में और क्या चल। इसके लिए हमारा रोड मैप होना चाहिए कि हमको इंडस्ट्री सेफ फार्मर के हाथ में ले जाना है, सेफ एम्प्लॉई के हाथ में ले जाना है। तब हम बोलते हैं कि आपके पास कम से कम जितनी कैपेसिटी फार्म की है 10% सरप्लस फार्म हमारे देश में होना चाहिए। इसके लिए कोई एक ग्रुप या एक कंपनी काम नहीं कर सकती। इसके लिए सबको मिलकर नए फार्मर को इन्वेस्टमेंट करवाना चाहिए, नए लोगों को इंडस्ट्री में लाना चाहिए। जब तक 10% फार्म नहीं होंगे तो उनको भी काम का चैलेंज कैसे आएगा। अभी हम सब, हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, उनको ऊपर चैलेंज कैसे आएगा कि वो अच्छा रहेगा, उसको चिक्स मिलेगा और उसको फीड मिलेगा। हमारा करोड़ों रुपया उनके पास रखा हुआ है, लेकिन हम खुद सेफ नहीं है। हम बैंक में सब अपनी प्रॉपर्टी मॉर्गेज करके बैठे हुए हैं। कल अगर कुछ होगा तो जवाब हमको देना है। लेकिन हम फार्मरों को सिलेक्शन करने में, उनको अपग्रेड करने में कोई पैसा नहीं लगाते, कुछ नहीं करते, नए इन्वेस्टर को नहीं लाते हैं। और नए हमको 10% जब तक हमारे पास फार्मर नहीं होंगे हम निगोशिएट नहीं कर सकते, हम सिलेक्शन में नहीं कर सकते। हमारे पास कोई सोच ही नहीं। एक आदमी ने जो फार्म लाया हमने एंट्री कर दी। हमने ये भी नहीं देखते कि उसके इक्विपमेंट कैसे हैं। सब जो भी देखते हैं सब कागज में देखते हैं। फिजिकल आप जाके देखो तो वहाँ पता चलेगा कुछ और है। कोई भी इक्विपमेंट फार्म में उस पोल्ट्री स्टैंडर्ड के नहीं रहते। हमारे करोड़ों रुपए की मुर्गी वहाँ रखी हुई है, लेकिन हमारा सिस्टम इसको अलाउ कर देता है कि चिक्स मिला, उसने लिखा कि हाँ इतने फीडर ड्रिंकर है और हमने उठा के चिक्स और फार्म में दे दिए। और जिसने अगर परफॉर्मेंस खराब किया उसको भगा देते हैं, उसको दूसरा कंपनी उसको रख लेती है। तो कहाँ से हमारी इंडस्ट्री सुधरेगी। फार्मर को कोई चैलेंज है ही नहीं। तो फार्मर को भी चैलेंज दीजिए, जैसे हमको आप लोग देती है, कंपनी देती है, बैंक देती है, परफॉर्मेंस लाओ, उसके हिसाब से उनको भी देना चाहिए। तो इसमें भी हमको काम करने की, ये हमारी इंडस्ट्री का सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है कि हमारे पास फार्म सरप्लस नहीं है। आज की तारीख में फीड की प्राइस, चिक्स की प्राइस कितनी बढ़ रही है। और हमारा सबसे मेन बात है कि हमारा कैपेक्स कितना बढ़ते जा रहा है। आज ब्रीडर फार्म लगाना है और एक्सपांसन करना, उसके लिए पहले बहुत सोचना पड़ता है क्या हमारी इंडस्ट्री से इतनी सेफ हाथों में है, क्या हम इन्वेस्टमेंट करके क्या हम बैंक को पैसा दे पाएंगे। क्या ऐसे गांव के इतने लफड़े, NOC नहीं मिलती, ज़मीन नहीं मिलती, इतने सारे चैलेंज हमारे पास आ रही है। और हम इसमें क्या कर रहे हैं कि बिल्कुल वही ट्रेडिशनल तरीके से काम चल रहे हैं। तो हमको इसमें भी रिस्क को कम करने के लिए हमको सब काम करना चाहिए। वैसे ही LS, हमारा इंटीग्रेशन का मेन मुखिया कौन है, LS, ब्रांच मैनेजर, राइट। उसको जो हमारे को लाखों करोड़ों की हमारी इंडस्ट्री को ड्राइव कर रहा है, उसको हम लोग रखते कहाँ हैं पहले वो तो देखिए। एक रूम में बंद करके रख दिए 8 लोगों को, 6 लोगों को, वो तो आदमी है ही नहीं। मैं तो सबसे, मैं अपने टीम से बात करता हूँ कि अरे उस आदमी, हमारी सक्सेस स्टोरी बनाने वाला LS और BM है। वो आदमी देखिए एक रूम में बैठा, वहीं खाते हैं। उनको आदमी की आज़ादी, फ्री, उसकी एनर्जी इंक्रीज करने का कोई सोर्स कहाँ है हमारे पास। हम सब एक दूसरे की कॉपी किए जा रहे हैं। था आज से 20 साल पहले, 10 साल पहले वो मॉडल सही था, लेकिन आज की तारीख में मैं बोलता हूँ ये मॉडल गलत होते जा रहा है। आदमी के पास एनर्जी, उसके पास ताकत है, उसके पास ब्रेन है, हम उसका यूज़ नहीं कर रहे हैं। उसको एक रूम में बैठा दिए, यहीं खाना खाओ, यहीं टीवी, किसी ने लगाया तो टीवी लगाया, किसी ने नहीं लगाया नहीं लगाया, वो वहीं घूमते हैं। 8-10 लोग आपस में दोस्ती यारी हो जाती है और आपस में ही गलत काम करने की प्रैक्टिस कर लेते हैं। झूठ बोलने के लिए सब पॉइंट एक साथ बना लेते हैं कि तुम भी यही बोलना, मैं भी यही बोलूँगा, मैं भी बोलूँगा। मैनेजर और मालिक तो ऊपर बैठा, उसको कोई पता नहीं है। अब हम ज़्यादा आदमी रखते हैं, ज़्यादा घुमाते हैं, और शायद मैं बोलता हूँ पैसा तो हम अच्छा ही देते हैं, लेकिन अगर 15 आदमी काम को हम 10 आदमी से करवाएं और उसको ज़्यादा पैसा दें और नई इंडस्ट्री के आदमी लेके आएँ, नए लोगों को इंट्रोडक्शन करें, अपने घर से जिस गांव में ब्रांच खोलना है उस घर में रह के वो अपने परिवार के साथ या अपने मोहल्ले वालों के साथ रह के जब आता है तो उसके काम करने की सोच बढ़ती है। इस तरीके से थोड़े से खर्चे बढ़ा के हमको उनके लिविंग स्टैंडर्ड को ऊपर उठाना चाहिए और एक रूम से निकाल के गांव के अंदर एक आम प्राणी के बीच में रखना चाहिए ताकि उसकी कैपेसिटी, उसकी ताकत बढ़े। आज हमारे इंडस्ट्री में, हमारी नहीं, पहले मैं सब इंडस्ट्री बताता हूँ, जितनी इंडिया के अंदर इंडस्ट्री है वो सब की एक सेंटर एसोसिएशन होती है। हमारी इंडस्ट्री में इतनी सारी एसोसिएशन है कि जब हम सेंटर या स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के पास एक मुद्दे को लेके जाते हैं तो 4 एसोसिएशन चले जाते हैं, 4 टाइप की फिगर देते हैं। हमारी सेंटर या स्टेट गवर्नमेंट कंफ्यूज होती है। आज की तारीख में कोई भी बिजनेस, चाहे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हो, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की सपोर्ट के बिना ड्राइव करना मुश्किल है, क्योंकि सेंटर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट लॉट ऑफ पॉलिसी देती है अपने छोटे छोटे किसानों के लिए, इन्वेस्टर के लिए। आज की तारीख में माहौल इन्वेस्टर के लिए अट्रैक्ट करने के लिए सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट दे रही है, लेकिन जब हमसे कोई डाटा मांगती है तो हमारे पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री का डाटा उसके पास डिफरेंट जाता है। गवर्नमेंट बोलती है तुम एक हो क्या हो, लेकिन हम एक नहीं होते। सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है कि हम एक चीज़ में नहीं होते। देख लीजिए, अच्छा सोफा हो, इवन सीआईई में हमारा पोल्ट्री को रिप्रेजेंट करने वाला कोई नहीं है। कहीं एक हाथ जगह कोई है, इतनी बड़ी जो पूरे इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करती है, वहाँ हमने अपना आदमी नहीं भेजा है। और भेजा भी होगा अगर किसी ने तो मुझे पता नहीं, मेरी जानकारी में नहीं है। उसके पास कोई डाटा नहीं कि इंडिया पोल्ट्री कितनी बड़ी है, क्या काम करी, उसके चैलेंज क्या है। जो गवर्नमेंट को, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को रिप्रेजेंट करती है, कि उसको अथॉरिटी है, उसके पास हमारे पास कोई डाटा नहीं है। तो ये भी हमारी बात है। और हमको सबसे पहले जितनी स्टेट एसोसिएशन और ये अपनी कंपनी है, इन सब को मिलकर पहले एक बनना चाहिए जो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट में, और हर स्टेट की उसकी विंग होना चाहिए। रीजनल अपनी रहे, अपना काम करे, अपने स्टेट में डेवलप करे, वो होना चाहिए। न कि एक ही चीज़ को लेके 4 जगह हम जाए गवर्नमेंट के पास और कंफ्यूज करें। चौधरी जी हमारे सामने बैठे हैं, चौधरी जी को अच्छे से मालूम है, ये हमेशा बोलते थे कि तुम लोग 4 लोग आते हो, 4 डाटा लेके आते हो, किसकी बात माने किसकी बात नहीं माने। तो ऐसे में सरकार कंफ्यूज होती है। सरकार पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री, आप देखिए फिश इंडस्ट्री, डेयरी इंडस्ट्री को सरकार कितना सपोर्ट करती है। क्या उनको हमारी पोल्ट्री से नाराजगी? बिल्कुल नहीं है। अगर पोल्ट्री से नाराजगी होती तो ये सब काम नहीं होते। उनके पास पोल्ट्री कोई डाटा ही नहीं है। पोल्ट्री वालों का एक डाटा ही जाता नहीं। पोल्ट्री वाले गांव की इकोनॉमी को इम्प्रूवमेंट करने के लिए कितना काम किया है सरकार को पता ही नहीं। सरकार को हम 10-20 कारपोरेट लग जाते हैं, सरकार सोचती पोल्ट्री इनकी, जबकि गलत है। ये पोल्ट्री हमारी है ही नहीं। हम तो किसानों का काम करें, जैसे अमूल जैसे कंपनी जो आज बैठी हुई है, हम उसके जैसे 10-20-25 बिजनेसमैन चले जाते हैं तो उनके पास मैसेज पहुंच गया कि ये इनकी बपोती, बिल्कुल गलत। हम उसको प्रूफ नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। हम गांव-गांव की चीज़ों को उनको बता नहीं पा रहे हैं कि हम रूरल एरिया में जाके कितने फार्म खिला रहे हैं, कितना मक्के को उगा रहे हैं, कितना सोयाबीन को प्रोड्यूस करवा रहे हैं, और कैसे करके हम इस इंडस्ट्री चला रहे हैं। और अब हमारे पास ये चैलेंज है, इसमें सपोर्ट कीजिए। गवर्नमेंट तैयार है, हम लोग लेना नहीं चाहते। डाटा नहीं है। जब भी डाटा मांगा जाता है तो मल्टी डाटा आते हैं, मल्टी सिस्टम होती है, और कहीं पे भी कोई चीज़ नहीं होती। जबकि आप देखिए, सोफा अपनी बात जाता है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से बोलता है कि तेल इंपोर्ट करना, तेल इंपोर्ट हो जाता है। हम बोलते हैं तो बहुत टाइम लगता है। अभी देखिए मेज की शॉर्टेज है, हम बोले हमारी आवाज़ ही नहीं पहुँची वहाँ। क्यों नहीं पहुँची? क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट को हमने महसूस ही नहीं कराया कि मक्के की किस तरीके की शॉर्टेज और हमारी पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री से इन्फ्लेशन में क्या फ़र्क आएगा। हमने बताने में, हम प्रूव करने में कामयाब नहीं हुए। फिर हम लोग बोलते हैं सरकार काम नहीं करती। गलत है। मैं सोचता हूँ कि हमको एक सिंगल अथॉरिटेशन बनाना चाहिए जो कि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को रिप्रेजेंट करे, उसमें इंडिया के टॉप बिग जो प्लेयर हो उसमें होना चाहिए, और बाकी सपोर्ट के लिए कमेटी बनना चाहिए जो कि इस इंडस्ट्री को, इस एसोसिएशन को ड्राइव कर सके। सबसे मजे की बात कि हमारी इंडस्ट्री में कोई वो नहीं है, लॉ नहीं है, ये नहीं है कि नॉट विद द पीपल कंपनी है भी। कोई भी आदमी एक कंपनी में फ्रॉड करता है, दूसरी कंपनी में चले जाता है, चिक्स ले लेता है, उसको पकड़ने का, उसको देखने का कोई डाटा नहीं है। आज अपन बैंक से भी जाते हैं तो हमारा सिविल स्कोर देखा जाता है, राइट? आपकी दूसरे बैंकों की रिपोर्ट देखी जाती है, लेकिन हमारे पास हम कुर्सी में बैठे हुए, हमारा रीजनल हेड हो चाहे जो भी है, जिसने जो बताया हमने उस फार्मर को रख लिया, उस आदमी को रख लिया, उसको चेक करने का हमारे पास कोई डाटा नहीं है। मेरा जो अनुभव है कि अभी हमारी इंडस्ट्री में 500 ऐसे एम्प्लॉई हैं और 5000 ऐसे फार्मर हैं जिन्होंने हमारी पूरी पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री को चिंतित कर दिया है, परेशान करके, चोरी करके, इधर से उधर नौकरी छोड़ के, सैलरी इंक्रीज करने के लिए कंपनी छोड़ते हैं। ठीक है, छोड़े, सबको सैलरी बढ़ाने का राइट्स है, लेकिन तरीका गलत है। बिल्कुल, मैं तो बोलता हूँ सबको सैलरी बढ़ना चाहिए, मिलना चाहिए, उसमें कोई गलत नहीं है, लेकिन जिस तरीके से हो रहा है वो हमारी इंडस्ट्री के लिए घातक हो रही है कि हम किसी को भी नॉन परफॉर्मेंस आदमी को, फार्मर को हम सैलरी या रेट बढ़ा के रख लेते हैं। तो सबसे बड़ी तकलीफ ये है कि हमारे पास कोई उनको कंक्लूड करने के लिए कोई डाटा नहीं है, उनको देखने के लिए कि ये आदमी या ये फार्म अगर चीटिंग किया तो दूसरी कंपनी न ले। कोई, जैसे हम आज बैंक में जाते हैं तो सिविल स्कोर है हमारे पास। आज किसी को भी आदमी को, एम्प्लॉय को बोलो बैंक में लोन लेने जाओ तो फट से सिविल स्कोर देखता है। अगर उसके पास सिविल स्कोर में देखते हैं इतना पॉइंट होगा तो ही उसको कोई भी दुकान वाला लोन दे देता है, बैंक दे देती है। लेकिन हमारे पोल्ट्री में ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है। इसके लिए मैंने एक कोशिश किया हूँ, मैंने ऐप बनाने की कोशिश किया हूँ, राइट डॉक्टर राकेश जी हैं, कनेक्ट है। मैंने एक इसी तरीके को, इस प्रॉब्लम को देख के एक ऐप बना के अपनी इंडस्ट्री से ओपिनियन लेके इसमें कुछ टॉप 20 या 10 लोगों को इसमें जोड़ के इसको सक्सेस बनाने के लिए एक हम कोशिश करेंगे कि कैसे इसके थ्रू हम उन फ्रॉड लोगों को पहचानें, चाहे वो एम्प्लॉय हो चाहे फार्मर हो, जिसके कारण हमारी पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री को नुकसान हो रहा है, उसको कैसे हम रोकें। इसके लिए इंटीग्रेशन कंपनी को सपोर्ट देना पड़ेगा, इसमें रजिस्ट्रेशन करना होगा और अपने उन पुअर परफॉर्मेंस, चाहे आदमी हो चाहे फार्मर हो चाहे ट्रेडर्स हो, उसकी एंट्री इसमें करना होगा ताकि सबको वो मालूम हो जाए कि कौन आदमी किस कंपनी में क्या गलत कर रहा है। इसके कुछ बाई लॉज बनेंगे कि इसमें गलत इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं आना चाहिए, आपके यहाँ का जवाबदार आदमी को डालना चाहिए, क्योंकि हम किसी फार्मर का, किसी एम्प्लॉय की, किसी ट्रेडर के साथ उसकी लाइफ बर्बाद नहीं करना चाहिए, क्योंकि इस पर एक डिसीजन होगा, हर कंपनी की सोच बनेगी उस पर कि ये आदमी या फार्मर को हमारी इंडस्ट्री के लायक है कि नहीं है, या उसको पनिशमेंट देना, या आपको लगता है कि इसको रखना चाहिए उसके बाद तो आप रखिए, आपके पास राइट्स है। ऐसा नहीं कि उसको नहीं रखना, आप रख सकते हैं। वो आपको मालूम हो गया कि ये आदमी ऐसा है, ये फार्मर ऐसा है, परफॉर्मेंस नहीं है, इसके बाद रखना तो रखिए, कोई प्रॉब्लम। इन्फॉर्मेशन होना चाहिए, जैसे बैंक भी देती है, लो स्कोर वाले को भी फाइनेंस करती है, रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट का 24% कर देती, 30% कर देती। आप भी उतना रिस्क अगर मानते हो तो कीजिए, उसमें कोई रोक नहीं, सिर्फ इन्फॉर्मेशन शेयर करने के लिए। मिस्टर राकेश,
यस सर,
प्लीज एक्सप्लेन करेंगे आपका ऐप?
या, थैंक यू सर, and very good afternoon to all dignitaries and all the participants from poultry fraternity. जैसा सर ने बताया कि हमारी इंटीग्रेशन इंडस्ट्री में, इंटीग्रेशन में द बिगेस्ट चैलेंज इज प्रिवेंशन ऑफ फ्रॉड्स एंड डिफॉल्ट्स। तो उसके लिए एमडी सर ने एक विजन देखा हमारे एमडी साहब ने, और हमने एक ऐप बनाया है जिसका नाम है पोल्ट्री कनेक्ट। पोल्ट्री कनेक्ट बेसिकली इंटीग्रेशन फार्मर का, हमारे एम्प्लॉइज का, कस्टमर्स का, या जो भी हमारे इकोसिस्टम है उसका एक सेंट्रलाइज्ड डेटाबेस है। ऐसी सोच है हमारी कि वो डेटाबेस हम हर एक पोल्ट्री कंपनी के साथ शेयर करें, और जो हमारे शेयर चैलेंजेस हैं उसको हम एक कोलैबोरेशन के साथ, एक साथ मिलकर हम लोग अगर सॉल्व करेंगे तो डेफिनेटली हमारे जितने भी डिफॉल्टर्स हैं या जो भी फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड्स होते हैं उनको हम कम कर सकते हैं। आज जैसा सर ने बताया कि इंटीग्रेशन के लिए हमारे पास बहुत लिमिटेड फार्मर्स हैं, राइट। अगर एक कंपनी के साथ कोई फार्मर गलत करता है तो किसी ना किसी बहाने से वो दूसरी कंपनी के साथ भी गलत करने में सक्षम होता है और सक्सेस हो जाता है। इस चीज को रोकने के लिए ये एक पहल है, एक कोशिश है डेफिनेटली, जो कि एक साथ मिलकर हम लोग डेटा एंट्री करेंगे और इस प्लेटफॉर्म का यूज करेंगे तभी ये संभव है।
थैंक यू।
इसमें
हो गया कंप्लीट?
नहीं सर,
बोलिए बोलिए बोलिए।
एक ही मिनट। ये बेसिकली एक प्लेटफॉर्म है जिसमें हम लोग एक नॉर्मल यूजर होता है जो कि डेटा एंट्री कर, जो भी हम लोग कंपनी है ऑनबोर्डेड है वो कंपनी लॉगिन करेगी और एक नॉर्मल यूजर को उस कंपनी का कंप्लीट डेटाबेस दिखता है। जो भी आप एंट्री कर रहे हैं कि उसका नाम क्या है, मोबाइल नंबर क्या है, जीएसटी आधार पैन नंबर क्या है, और उसके बेसिस पे हम लोग उस कस्टमर से, उस वेंडर से या उस पार्टनर से डील करने से पहले हम लोग देख सकते हैं क्या इसने किसी दूसरी कंपनी के साथ कुछ गलत काम किया है। अगर हाँ, तो वो डेटाबेस हमें दिखाता है कि उसने ये गलत काम किया है। उसके बावजूद अगर हम उसके साथ डील करना चाहते हैं तो डेफिनेटली डील कर सकते हैं, या फिर जो भी प्रिवेंटिव एक्शन लेना है उस प्रिवेंटिव एक्शन के साथ हम लोग उसके साथ डील करेंगे। और इसमें एक दूसरा रोल है, वो है कंपनी एडमिन का। कंपनी एडमिन वो जो एक नॉर्मल यूजर जो काम करता है वो सारा काम करता ही है, उसके साथ साथ वो अपनी कंपनी में किस यूजर को एक्सेस देना है या किस यूजर को डीएक्टिवेट करना है ये भी डिसाइड कर सकता है। तो इस तरीके से दो बेसिक रोल है। ये प्लेटफॉर्म ऐप स्टोर पे और गूगल प्ले स्टोर पे अवेलेबल है, जो कि आप लोग डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं। पोल्ट्री कनेक्ट इंडिया के नाम से सर्च करेंगे तो पहला ही एप्लीकेशन दिखेगा। और मैं भी कोशिश करूंगा कल आकर आप लोगों को फिजिकली वहां पर डाउनलोड कराऊं, हेल्प कराऊं, कंपनी को ऑनबोर्ड करूं और इसका बेनिफिट हम लोगों को मिले। तभी मिलेगा जब हम लोग इसमें इन्वॉल्व करेंगे, डेटा एंट्री करेंगे। आईबी ग्रुप ने ऑलरेडी डेटा एंट्री शुरू कर दी है और रिक्वेस्ट यही है कि बाकी लोग भी इस पे डेटा एंट्री करें ताकि पूरे इंडस्ट्री को इसका बेनिफिट मिले।
हो गया राकेश कंप्लीट?
यस सर।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। तो ये इसकी डिटेल के लिए आप इनसे बात कर लेंगे, कोई इशू नहीं है। तो मतलब एक प्रयास है कि ऐसा डाटा पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री को शेयर होना चाहिए। इसमें ये कोई कि किस कंपनी का है, कौन क्या है, कोई मतलब नहीं। पोल्ट्री मीन्स पोल्ट्री, पोल्ट्री ग्रोथ होना चाहिए, सेफ हैंड्स में होना चाहिए, आगे बढ़ने के लिए होना चाहिए। और अपने को ऐसा काम करना है। टेक्नोलॉजी आजकल इतनी आ गई है कि हम उस टेक्नोलॉजी को अडॉप्ट ही नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। अभी एआई आ गई, आईबी ग्रुप एआई में काम कर रहा है, जीआईएस में काम कर रहा है। मतलब जीआईएस का मतलब है कि इंडिया में आज कितने फार्म किस किस स्टेट में सब हमारे पास मैपिंग हो रही है। हम 6 महीने के अंदर हमारे पूरे इंडिया में जितने फार्म हमारे पास मैपिंग हो जाएगी। हम घर बैठ के देख सकते हैं कि किस फार्म में चिक्स जा रहा है, उसके फार्म से दूसरा फार्म कितने दूर में है, वहाँ पे चिक्स देना चाहिए कि नहीं देना चाहिए, एक रोड में होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए। मतलब इस इंडस्ट्री के जो चैलेंज हमारे आदमी भी साइड में जाके नहीं कर सकते, हम उस पर भी काम चालू कर दिए। 6 महीने के अंदर हम सोचते हैं आ जाएंगे। उसी तरीके से एआई लाया है कि बर्ड के अंदर एक पोल्ट्री हाउसेस में कितनी मुर्गी हम काउंट कर सकते हैं। कैमरे में चालू करेंगे, मुर्गी गिन जाए। इवन अगर आपकी ए ब्रीड है, वहाँ बी ब्रीड का भी बच्चा दिखेगा बर्ड, तो वो भी बता देगा कि इसमें 100 बर्ड दूसरी ब्रीड की है। मतलब आपके रिस्क क्या, यही तो है ना हमारी कंपनी में रिस्क। हम प्रॉब्लम इसी से तो घिर रहे हैं ना कि कोई एक हमारे इंटीग्रेशन में दूसरे की मुर्गी ला के डाल देता है। 5000 मुर्गी रहती है, वो ला के 6000 कर देता है, 100 डाल देता है। कैसे पकड़ेंगे? इतनी मुर्गी को काउंट करना पॉसिबल नहीं है। तब हम क्या करेंगे? तब हम एआई का यूज़ करेंगे। हमारी टीम इस पर काम कर रही है। उसी तरीके डिसीज़, छोटी छोटी डिसीज़ के लिए आदमी जाता है, देखता है, डायग्नोसिस करता है, कम ज़्यादा, वो भी एआई में आ रही है कि आप उसकी फ़ोटो खींचो के बता देगा कि ये डिसीज़ है और इसमें ये दवा चलेगी। 90% एक्यूरेसी आज तक तो आई है मेरे पास, जो हमारी R&D टीम ट्राई कर रही है। हम 95-99 के बाद उसको लॉन्च करेंगे। सबको 6 महीना लगेगा। तो मतलब इंडस्ट्री को मजबूत बनाना है हमको। चैलेंज है ये रहेंगे क्योंकि हमारा फार्म बिखरा हुआ है। पूरा देश इतना बड़ा, इतनी बड़ी पॉपुलेशन है और हर आदमी आगे बढ़ने के लिए काम कर रहा है और ये भूल जाता है कि इसके लिए क्या क्या सावधानी रखना है। हमको अभी समझना है, रुकना है। जहाँ हम कमज़ोर हैं वहाँ पे हमको मजबूत होना है, फिर आगे बढ़ना है। सिर्फ आगे बढ़ना, आगे बढ़ना और आगे बढ़ने वाली स्थिति नहीं होना चाहिए। इंडस्ट्री में चैलेंज हमेशा रहेंगे। अभी हम स्टार्टअप में हैं, अभी हमारे यहाँ 20 साल से हुआ, लेकिन अभी 10 साल से इंटीग्रेशन हमारे यहाँ ज़्यादा बढ़ा है, तो चैलेंज भी ज़्यादा आ रहे हैं। एम्प्लॉय का चैलेंज आ रहा है, आपका फार्मर का चैलेंज आ रहा है, फीड का चैलेंज आ रहा है, रॉ मटेरियल का चैलेंज आ रहा है। आज हम सब सुबह उठते हैं तो बात करते हैं कि क्या चैलेंज आया है ना। दूसरी और एक मज़े की बात, हमारी इंडस्ट्री काम करती है, किसी को नहीं मालूम है कोई भी इंटीग्रेशन कंपनी मालूम नहीं मालूम है कि दूसरी कंपनी कितना प्रॉफिट कमा रही है, सब छुपाते हैं। वाई? जबकि दूसरी इंडस्ट्री देखो बताती है कि मैंने इस बार 700 करोड़ कमाया, 10% ही बट्टा। तो मैं बोलता हूँ अरे मैं 600 कमाया, मेरा 8% होता, तो मैं अपने मैनेजमेंट को टाइट करता हूँ। काहे के लिए टाइट करता हूँ? अरे वो कंपनी 10% कमा रही तो तू 8 कैसे कमा रहा है? एनर्जी आती है। तो हम लोग एनर्जी देते ही नहीं एक दूसरे को। हम लोग बोलते नहीं मालूम चलेगा तो मेरे एरिया में घुस जाएगा। अरे घुसने दो ना, हमसे ज़्यादा प्रॉफिट लाएगा ना, हमको सिखा के जाएगा। आइए वेलकम कीजिए सबको। प्रॉफिट शेयरिंग होना चाहिए ताकि हर आदमी को मालूम होना चाहिए कंपनी कितना कमा रही, कितना परसेंट। कंपनी का प्रॉफिट का परसेंटेज भी फिक्स होना चाहिए कि मेरे को इतना % से कम में काम ही नहीं करना है, कोई नहीं सोचेगा। हमारे मार्केटिंग करने वाले जितने आदमी, उनको प्रोडक्शन कास्ट मालूम ही नहीं है कि 90 रुपया है कि 80 रुपया। उसको ये मालूम है कि मेरे को आज 50 टन मुर्गा बेचना है, बस मेरे पास मुर्गी रुकना नहीं चाहिए, 38 दिन में खाली करना है, 42 दिन में खाली करना है, जो भी रेट हो बेचो। और कहानी एक बता दो मैनेजमेंट को कि सर वो ऐसे रेट में बेच दिया, उसने ऐसे रेट में बेच दिया, और हमारे पास उसको मानने के सिवाय कोई चारा नहीं होता है। उनकी भी मजबूरी है, क्योंकि हमने उनको सिखाया ही नहीं है ना। हम तो सिर्फ उनको मुर्गी बेचना सीखा, कैसे बेचना चाहिए, कितनी प्रोडक्शन कास्ट है, क्या क्या फिंगर देख के करना चाहिए। उतने एजुकेटेड एनालिटिकल लोग हमने रखा ही नहीं है। हमने बिल्कुल ट्रेडिशनल आदमी, इस कंपनी का आदमी उस कंपनी में गया, उस आदमी की कंपनी उस काम में गया, और हम देख रहे हैं साल के आखिरी में 2 करोड़ बच गया ना, चलो एंजॉय करो, घाटा तो नहीं हुआ। नहीं, हमको प्रॉफिट चाहिए। प्रॉफिट क्यों चाहिए? आपको मजबूत बनाने के लिए, आपको आगे बढ़ने के लिए, आपके बैंक फाइनेंस के प्रोजेक्ट के लिए, मार्जिन मनी के लिए पैसा चाहिए। बैंक के पैसे को सेफ रखने के लिए आपको मार्जिन चाहिए। ये सोच हम सब की होना चाहिए। ऐसा नहीं कि मुझे अपने लिए पैसा चाहिए। अगर आगे बढ़ना है तो बैंक के लिए सोचिए। नए एक्सपांसन के लिए मार्जिन मनी कहाँ से लाओगे? प्रॉफिट रहेगा तो एक्सपांसन होगा ना। तो हमको 25% उसके लिए पैसा चाहिए। अपनी कंपनी को रिस्क फंड मैनेजमेंट करने के लिए पैसा चाहिए। कभी मंदी आएगी तो आपके पास जितना प्रॉफिट का 50% पैसा हमेशा रिजर्व फंड में चाहिए। कभी भी क्राइसिस में है तो आपकी कंपनी हिलना नहीं चाहिए, बैंक के सामने NPA नहीं होना चाहिए। तो ये सब चीज़ों को रिस्क हम नहीं देखते, हम लोग सिर्फ काम में दौड़ रहे हैं। तो हमको सोचना चाहिए कि हम प्रॉफिट को कैसे स्टैंडर्डाइज करें कि हमारी कंपनी को इतनी प्रॉफिट आना ही चाहिए, वरना हम काम नहीं करेंगे या रुकेंगे, ठेक करेंगे। और प्रॉफिट आने के लिए क्या करना है? ऐसा नहीं कि रेट बढ़ा दो। पहले हमारे ऐसे खर्चे, ऐसे पुअर मैनेजमेंट के कारण हमारी ब्रायलर की प्रोडक्शन कास्ट बढ़ गई। इंटीग्रेशन में 5 से 15 रुपया इंटीग्रेशन की सब कंपनी की प्रोडक्शन कास्ट स्टैंडर्ड से ज़्यादा है, 5 से 15 रुपया। इसको कम करने के लिए किसने क्या किया? आज आप देख लेंगे सब जगह तो 5 से 15 रुपया ये डिफरेंस है। ये इतना बड़ा मार्जिन है कि अगर हमने इसको बचा लिया तो सोचो आप कितने बड़े आदमी बनने वाले हो, कितना बड़ा काम होने वाला है आपका। हमको कुछ नहीं करना, वही रेट में बेचो, ये करो, सिर्फ जो लूज हो रहा है उसको बचाना है हमको। 5 से 15 रुपये किलो, ये हर कंपनी को मालूम है। लेकिन पता नहीं कि जब वो आगे काम करने जाते हैं तो क्यों नहीं होता। जैसे वायरस, मेरा ये मानना है बीमारी आती नहीं लाई जाती है। हमारे डॉक्टरों से बड़ा डिस्कशन होता है इस पे कि बीमारी है नहीं लाई जाती है। अब कैसे लाई जाती है? वैक्सीन आपने एक फार्म में किया, बाजू वाला नहीं किया, आगे बीमारी। फीड की क्वालिटी आपने एक ने अच्छी दिया, एक ने खराब दिया, आगे बीमारी। मुर्गी के अंदर कोई बीमारी नहीं है, मुर्गी को बीमारी से प्रोटेक्ट करना है हमें। तो हम लोग क्या करते हैं, हम लोग में है ही नहीं कि कौन सा वैक्सीन किस एरिया में देना है, कैसे देना है, किस दिन पे देना है। अपने को सबसे पहली बात कि कहीं भी वर्ल्ड में कहीं भी आप जाके देखोगे, कोई भी फार्म में वैक्सीन इमरजेंसी में दी जाती है, सब हेचरी वैक्सीन दी जाती है। चाहे वो अंडे में दीजिए, चाहे सब कट करके दीजिए, उसकी कास्ट हो सकता है इससे डबल पड़ती है। लेकिन फार्मों के अंदर अगर स्टेज में हमने वैक्सीन देते हैं तो ये मान के चलिए आपकी वैक्सीन फेल हो रही है। तो हमने इसके लिए कोई पॉलिसी नहीं बनाई सब इंटीग्रेशन कंपनी की, नहीं हमको हेचरी में वैक्सीन दें, कास्ट बढ़ती है बढ़े, हम फार्मों में वैक्सीन नहीं करेंगे। जब प्रॉब्लम आएगा या कोई वैक्सीन कभी कभी चैलेंज करती है तब हम दें। जैसी वायरस आपका कंट्रोल किया तो पूरा इन्वायरमेंट आपके फेवर में, पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री के फेवर में हो गया। आपका 90% प्रॉब्लम वहाँ से ख़त्म हो गया। पिछले 2 साल से IB ग्रुप पूरा HV वैक्सीन कर रहा है, तो मैं अपना एक्सपीरियंस शेयर कर सकता हूँ कि मुझे उसके बहुत अच्छे रिजल्ट मिल रहे हैं। सबको करना चाहिए HV वैक्सीन, मेरी ऐसी सलाह, फिर आप लोग के अपने डिसीजन होंगे। इसी तरीके से अभी विघ्नेश जी बैठे थे यहाँ पे, तो मैं बोला बहादुर भाई तुम क्या करते हो, तुम्हारा पोल्ट्री में क्या काम? मैं मुर्गी देखते ही नहीं है। मुर्गी देखने का काम डॉक्टर जायसवाल और उनकी डॉक्टरों की 40-50 आदमी की टीम वो देखती। फाइनेंस में देखता नहीं। फाइनेंस में मैं सिर्फ ये देखता हूँ मेरे को इतना रुपया साल में कमाना है, मेरी बिटिया जो है उसको देखती है, और सब जितनी कंपनी को जितने लोगों को कोऑर्डिनेट करना है वो करती है, अपनी मीटिंग करती है, उतना रुपया लाना उसकी जिम्मेदारी होती है उसकी टीम के साथ में। मेरा काम क्या रहता है, सिर्फ इस इंडस्ट्री को मैं समझता हूँ, स्ट्रेटजी बनाता हूँ, आने वाले समय में क्या चैलेंज आएगा, किधर इंडस्ट्री जा रही है और क्या कॉम्पिटिटर की वीकनेस है, उसकी स्टडी करके मैं अपनी रणनीति बनाता हूँ। मेरा सिर्फ मैं एक ही काम करता हूँ, बाकी मेरा कोई काम ही नहीं है, मेरे पास कोई काम करने के लिए स्कोप ही नहीं है। तो इस तरीके से हर ओनर की जिम्मेदारी होती है कि वो भी अपने काम को इस स्ट्रेटजी में लाए कि काम करने वाली टीम अलग रहे। तुमको हर कॉम्पिटिटर, देखो जब कोई भी है कॉम्पिटिटर, उसकी क्या स्ट्रेंथ है, उसकी क्या वीकनेस है, क्या एडॉप्शन करना चाहिए, क्या डिनाई करना चाहिए उसकी बातों को, उसकी स्टडी मैनेजमेंट कर सकता है। तो इसमें भी अपने को आप लोगों को काम करना चाहिए, ताकि हम सबकी सोच जब तक ऐसी होगी तब देखेंगे साल 2 साल बाद हम सब का ब्रेन एक जैसा मैपिंग हो जाएगा कि यार चलो ये भी ऐसा सोच रहा है, मैं भी ऐसी सोच रहा हूँ, ये भी ऐसा सोच रहा है, किसके बुरे दिन आएंगे तो मेरे अच्छे दिन आएंगे, ये सोचना है ही नहीं, पॉसिबल ही नहीं है। सबके अच्छे दिन आने वाले हैं, किसी के बुरे दिन नहीं आने वाले हैं। क्यों राम रेड्डी, राइट? सबके अच्छे दिन आने वाले हैं। मैं इस बात से कतई नहीं हूं कि पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री में कभी किसी का बुरा दिन आएगा। कम प्रॉफिट हो ज़्यादा प्रॉफिट होगा। जो अपने आप को अपग्रेड करेगा वो आगे बढ़ जाएगा, जो अपग्रेड नहीं करेगा वो पीछे हो जाएगा। इसके चैलेंज है, चैलेंज को चैलेंज के जैसा लीजिए और उसको हमारी ताकत है, आप और हम सब मिल के इस ताकत को दूर कर सकते हैं। इंडिया अभी पोल्ट्री स्टार्टअप है, इंटीग्रेशन रूरल में हम काम कर रहे हैं, गांव-गांव के अंदर हमारी फार्मिंग है, तो हमको मैं नहीं सोचता कि कोई बहुत बड़ा इसमें तकलीफ आएगी। इसी तरीके से सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हो चाहे स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हो, इनकी कई स्कीम निकलती है गरीब लोगों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए। अभी लखपति दीदी बनाई है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का है, डेयरी वाले, फिश वाले इस प्रोजेक्ट को टेक ओवर करते हैं, राइट? टेक ओवर करके गवर्नमेंट को प्रेजेंट करते हैं कि देखो हमने इतनी दीदी को लखपति बना दिया, हमारी पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री कुछ नहीं करती। कितना इजी काम है। इसमें अभी मैंने राजनांदगांव में ये फंड किया हूँ, 50 महिलाओं को लिया हूँ, कलेक्टर के पास ये फंड होता है, मनरेगा के फंड को 2 करोड़ रुपया उसने 50 लोगों को 1500 स्क्वायर फीट का पोल्ट्री हाउस बना के फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट में 50 महिलाओं को दिया है। मुझे सिर्फ उसमें हजार चीज़ का इंटीग्रेशन करना है और टेक्निकल सपोर्ट देना है। ऐसा हर इंटीग्रेशन कंपनी को अपने ज़िले में कलेक्टर से बात करके मैं उसकी पूरे डॉक्यूमेंट्स दिलवा दूंगा आपको, डॉक्टर जायसवाल उसको पल्लवी से मिलवा देंगे इनको, और जो भी इंटरेस्टेड होगा हर आदमी को, हर कंपनी को अपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 25-50 महिलाओं को लखपति दीदी का जो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का प्रोजेक्ट है उसमें आगे बढ़ाइए, ताकि एक अपनी कंपनी की, अपनी इंडस्ट्री की एक इमेज उठती है कि हमने भी सरकार के प्रोग्राम से बना के इतने लोगों को जीवन को हमने आगे बढ़ाया। हमको सोशल काम में भी थोड़ा सा ध्यान देना पड़ेगा, राइट चौधरी जी, शुक्ला जी, राइट? तो मैं सोचता हूँ कि ऐसी कुछ स्कीम में जुड़ के हमको भी अपने नंबर, अपनी इंडस्ट्री के नंबर सेंटर और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए, ताकि उन लोग भी हमें ये नहीं समझे कि इन लोग सिर्फ अपने लिए काम करते हैं। अभी मैसेज ये सेंटर में चाहे स्टेट में, अरे इन लोग पैसे वाले हैं, बड़े लोग हैं, है ठीक है ना, लेकिन हम काम किन के लिए कर रहे हैं आज देखिए। तो थोड़ी सी हमको अपनी सोचने का और काम करने का तरीका बदलना है। तो जरूर अब हमारी बात आ रही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन के लिए। हर फैमिली में, हर बिजनेस फैमिली में नेक्स्ट जनरेशन है। क्या आप लोग सोचते हो कि ये नेक्स्ट जनरेशन इस टाइप के काम को टेक ओवर कर लेगा? आप खुद सोचो अपने दिमाग से, कभी नहीं करेगा। बोलेगा जिसमें इतना रिस्क है, देखो वो क्यों नहीं लेगा, क्योंकि उसके पास वो कंफर्ट में आपका बेटा, आपका बेटा आज पूरे कंफर्ट में हो सकता है, किसी ने देश विदेश के बड़े बड़े कॉलेज में पढ़ा के लाया उनको, कि ये सोच के कि इन बच्चों को हम अपनी बागडोर सौंपेंगे। कई फैमिली ने किया, कर भी रहे हो, करना भी चाहिए। तो क्या सोचते हो बच्चे जब पढ़ के आएंगे तो ये सिस्टम को टेक ओवर कर लेंगे? बिल्कुल नहीं करेंगे। करेंगे तो बेमन से करेंगे। क्यों? इसमें रिस्क के सिवाय है क्या? कंफर्ट कहाँ है अपन लोग बताओ ना। हम लोग 20 साल 25 साल से काम कर रहे हैं तो हमको पता नहीं चलता है कि अपन लोग कितने रिस्क में, कितने टेंशन में काम कर रहे हैं। ये जनरेशन जो आ रही है ये बिल्कुल इसको अडॉप्ट नहीं कर पाएगी। और हमने देखा भी है कि कई जनरेशन इससे थोड़ा सा निकल के साइड में बिजनेस चालू कर दिए, कई जनरेशन इससे विड्रॉ हो रही है, और कई जनरेशन फादर बोल रहे हैं इसलिए कर लो। ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। आप दूसरी इंडस्ट्री में देखिए कि नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जो पढ़ लिख के आ रही है 50 से 75% जनरेशन अपने पेरेंट्स का बिजनेस को टेक ओवर कर रही है। हमारी इंडस्ट्री में ऐसा नहीं हो रहा है। इतना रिस्क, इतना ट्रेडिशनल सिस्टम, कोई कंट्रोल नहीं है हमारे पास, सब नीचे चले गया। वो दे दिया तो ठीक है, नहीं दिया तो भी ठीक है। बस साल के आखिरी में क्यों बलराम जी, ठीक है, बलराम जी से बात होती है, मेरे को बोलते हैं बहादुर तू बेवकूफ़ आदमी पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री में काम कर, तू बाहर आ बॉम्बे, बोलता है तो पैसा कैसे कमाते हैं बताता हूँ। राइट, तो कहना मतलब ये है अगर इनसे मिल लोगे तो आप पोल्ट्री छोड़ दोगे। तो मतलब पैसा कमाने के लिए बहुत सारी इंडस्ट्री है हमारे पास। कोई ऐसा नहीं कि हम पोल्ट्री से दूसरे में पैसा नहीं कमा सकते। हमारी नेक्स्ट जनरेशन इसमें आने में उसको बड़ा तकलीफ होगी। वो इस टाइप के काम कर ही नहीं सकता कि वहाँ चोरी हो गई उसके बाद फिर चिक्स दे रहे हैं, वो भाग गया उसके बाद भी दे रहे हैं। अच्छा वो आदमी को उठा के ले 25% बढ़ा के, वो तो सिस्टम में काम करते हैं। उनका पढ़ाई वही है कि सिस्टम जनरेट कंपनी के बिजनेस होना चाहिए और उसमें जो प्रॉफिट आती है। और हर आज यंग जनरेशन का एक प्रॉफिट का स्टैंडर्ड होता है। जैसे मैं खुद देख रहा हूँ, मेरी बिटिया इस बिजनेस को ज्वाइन करी, सीधा पूछती प्रॉफिट कितना लाओगे पहले बताओ। अरे मैं बोला बिटिया ऐसा नहीं होता, नहीं मेरे को पहले प्रॉफिट बताओ। मतलब उनका एक्टिविटी क्लियर है कि मेरे को 10% प्रॉफिट के नीचे काम ही नहीं करना। पापा बोलती है, कोई 10 बोलता है, कोई 12 बोलता है, कोई 8 बोलता है। मैं बोलता बेटा इसमें नहीं होता, हम लोग देख साल के आखिर में जो मिल जाता है ना उसको अपना परसेंटेज समझते हैं। बोलती नहीं बिल्कुल गलत है, ये बिल्कुल गलत है। बोलते हैं सिस्टम सेट करो ना आप क्यों सेट नहीं करते? क्यों अपनी इंडस्ट्री के लोगों को नहीं बोलते? बीच में बलराम जी ने कोशिश की कि यंग जनरेशन की मीटिंग आए, बच्चे मिले, हुई 1-2 मीटिंग, लेकिन फेल हो गई मेरे ख्याल से। राइट बलराम जी? क्यों? क्योंकि उनके पेरेंट ने, शायद मेरे को ऐसा लगता है, अबे ज़्यादा कुछ बताना मत वहाँ पे, बोलना मत वहाँ पे, अपनी बातें वहाँ शेयर मत करना। शायद ऐसा हुआ होगा। बच्चे आए, खुल नहीं पाए, मिले जरूर लेकिन खुल नहीं पाए। उन्होंने कोई नई स्ट्रेटजी नहीं बनाई कि हम अपनी इंडस्ट्री को कैसे उठाएंगे, कैसे अपने पुराने पूर्वजों से वो इंडस्ट्री को टेक ओवर करके हम इस इंडस्ट्री को एक अच्छे रूप में ले जाएंगे। उनके पास कोई आइडिया नहीं बेचारों के पास, क्योंकि जिस ट्रेडिशनल तरीके से हम काम कर रहे हैं उसमें वो सक्सेस नहीं हो पाएंगे। तो हम अपने इतना काम बढ़ाने के बाद हम अपने बच्चों को अपना बिजनेस ट्रांसफर शायद उतनी स्पीड से, उतनी कैपेसिटी से नहीं कर पाएंगे। तब हम सब लोग की जिम्मेदारी कि अपने बच्चों के लिए ऐसा इन्वायरमेंट क्रिएट करके जाए कि वो बच्चे आपके बिजनेस को तुरंत टेक ओवर करें और नई जनरेशन के साथ मिले, काम करें और अपनी फैमिली बिजनेस को भी आगे बढ़ाएं, पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री को भी मजबूत करें और देश को भी मजबूत करें। ये हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है कि नेक्स्ट जनरेशन को हम क्या डिलीवरी करेंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू अगेन।
सर थैंक यू वेरी मच, लेकिन हम आपको भी जाने नहीं देंगे। आई रिक्वेस्ट यू टू स्टे बैक। आई रियली अप्रिशिएट दैट सर ने ना बिल्कुल हमें फैमिली मेंबर्स की तरह point to point he explained just like the top, the leader, the father of the family. Sir, I would compliment your style of messaging, लेकिन उससे पहले मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी कि sir spoke from his heart, very concerned, to the point, with the pointers on screen. He made sure कि हम नहीं, हमारी अगली generation भी इसे adopt करे. So give it up for the gentleman, the one and only Mr. Bahadur Ali ji. Along with this, I would like to call other speakers also to join me on stage. Can I request Dr. Chin, our technical consultant from Singapore, to grace the stage with your presence, and Dr. M.R. Reddy to join me, Principal Scientist, Avian Health Section, ICAR Director of Poultry Research, Hyderabad. Ladies and gentlemen, bringing before you all the three dynamic speakers of today. And to felicitate them one after the other, to felicitate Dr. Chin, can I request Balram Singh Yadav ji to join me on stage along with Mr. Harshad Thakkar. Please join us on stage, sir. We'll have one group picture of yours, post which we would first felicitate Dr. Chin, followed by Dr. M.R. Reddy, and then our very own Mr. Ali. Requesting Mr. Balram Singh Yadav and Mr. Harshad Thakkar to please felicitate Dr. Chin. What a moment of honor and pride it is for all of us. The view is dynamic on stage for each one of us. The speakers being felicitated. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time, efforts, and contribution to the poultry industry. Thank you, Dr. Shin, very, very much. Again, once again, thank you. And now, to felicitate Dr. M.R. Reddy, can I invite on stage Mr. Uday Singh and Mr. Harish Garware. Please join me on stage. Mr. Uday Singh and Mr. Harish Garware to please grace the stage. So we'll be felicitating Dr. M.R. Reddy. So once again, we would like to rejoice your moment on stage, taking us through the strategies of IBH to be solved at the earliest. You've been a fantastic presenter today. So we'll ask you to wait for one group picture. Yes, please, so that everyone's there again. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment where we felicitate and thank Dr. M.R. Reddy for contributing the strategies to control IBH and emerging health problem in broilers. And now to felicitate Mr. Bahadur Ali, can I request Mr. Sanjay Nagarika to join me on stage? Mr. Sanjay Nagarika and Mr. Ranpal Danda, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I guess we all are super enthralled with the presentations. Let's put our hands together. Fantastic. On stage, we have Mr. Sanjay and Mr. Ranpal, all honored and ready to felicitate Mr. Bahadur Ali ji. We believe that the continuous support that we have received throughout until now from you all will be continued, and we as an industry of Poultry India grow not just 8 to 10%, but many numbers in times, because we are associated with the health sector industry. Thank you very much to the presenters for joining us, and I request all the three presenters to take one group picture, and then we would escort from the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, it is a sharp 1:20, and I will be seeing you all back in this hall in next 45 minutes. We will break now for the lunch, and we will join you back. I would encourage that the question and answer session would be taken post-lunch in the second half of the sessions. So please write down your questions in the question cards given to you, or the notepads which are right available on the tables, or which are there with you accessible. You can please take help of our volunteers. Thank you to the dignitaries, Dr. Shin, Dr. M.R. Reddy and Mr. Bahadur Ali. What an honor it was to have you all with us for talking on the three main topics. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all break for the lunch and come back after 40 minutes. See you soon. Looking forward to see more energy now, because we are full appetite of your travel. This is the 16th Poultry Knowledge Day 2024, shaping the future of Indian poultry sector. Requesting all the dear delegates to please come forward, settle down. We begin in next 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the lunch break. Requesting everyone to please settle down. Many of us are scattered around. It'll be great if you all settle down and then we can get started early so that we end early and we can begin the evening also early. The presenters have got a lot in house to share with you all, and I'm sure that you all are making use of this beautiful time, this knowledgeable time, the day well spent in writing down notes, writing down your questions, and taking back home some great messages. This year's 16th Poultry Knowledge Day, bringing to you in Hyderabad at the city of Nawabs, city of the best biryani, city of Ramoji Film City. Just requesting you all that whoever have come here for the very first time, make sure that you do visit the city around, you have a great time, and then only head back home. We all aim to be successful in our own industry. We have the experts' support, and yes, we will grow, rise, and shine. We are about to begin in the next few minutes. Until then, requesting this beautiful audience to be with me. And let me see, how's the Josh? We've generally seen that post-lunch, people have fantastic Josh, the double Josh than the one which we have at the beginning. And I'm sure you'll agree with me with that beautiful smile, a little smile at the corner of your face shows, yeah, is it? Let's try that. Okay. So my dear friends, how many of you are here for the very first time? Can I see your hands up? The people who are attending this seminar for the first time in Hyderabad, zara haath utha ke zor se upar. Lovely, thank you. So, sir, I'm sure that after the session also, evening gala you will enjoy, and please have a tour of the city Hyderabad. And then you will love to come back again and again. Yes, thank you for the 2 thumbs ups. Okay, so I'm sure that energy that I carry, I transmit it to all of you, but this will not happen only when I speak, right? Baaton se baat nahi banti, kaam karna padega. Did you know that there is one thing, you know, human body has several body parts, several organs. There is one recent organ in our body that has just evolved. And do you know what is that? It is on a very lighter note, so you don't have to like stare like GK nahi pata hame. So there is something called as a electronic device called mobile phone, jo sabke paas hai. It has become a body organ. Sometimes you have it in your hand and you're searching mera phone kahan hai, because you want to do multitasking. You cannot keep your mobile phone away from you for a very long time. Blaming children is secondary. But our business also runs on mobile phone. Our connections, our network build on mobile phone, the data. And that is why I sometimes feel like saying, this mobile phone should become a part of our body. Yeah. We cannot go out without it, because making payments also has become online. Rarely people are carrying cash. And now why I am talking all this is, for the next set of activity that I am going to do with all of you, that mobile phone has to be kept a little aside. So can I request all the gentlemen, of course the ladies will follow me, I know they are very kind, they always listen to the speaker. So can I request everyone to please put your mobile phones aside and raise your right hand up. Let's do this exercise. I'll tell you, this is not a Zumba or a yoga session, I promise. Raise your right hand up. See, someone who's not doing this exercise can have a bad stomachache tonight. Nahi hoga, I promise. I can't take the blame if you really have tummy ache tonight. Just raise your right hand, ladies and gentlemen. Andaru right hand up cheseyandi, mali tondara manam start chedam. Okay. So, when I say 1, you clap your hands once. So you can use the other hand also. Keep the mobile phones on the table or in your pockets or in your bag. Ready? So let's try this. 1. Now 2 hands up. 2 hands go up. Right? 1. The sound is not enough because the number of people in the room are double in size. Okay? Hands up. 1. Sir, aap nahi karoge to kaise hoga? है ना, आपको भी करना है. Okay, so I'll tell you one thing. There's a special surprise goodie for the person who does it fantastically. Okay, so you will get that क्योंकि आपका हाथ अभी भी ऊपर ही है. Okay, 1. Why are we all so sust? Yawn wala sust. Come on guys, cheer up. 1. Lovely, hands down. You are super audience. After lunch, energy और बढ़ गई है. Okay, now when I say 2, you say, hey. What are you going to say? Your action is, but your sound is, hey. Audio video is not matching. Console team, zara dekh lo. Okay, so when I say 2, you say, hey. 2. Louder dhol, bhaiya, band karana padega. Okay, 2. Now I'll come down if you're not saying it otherwise. ठीक है, जरा जोर से. I want to see the real energy of the poultry industry. How many of you love your work? Just raise your hands. किस किस को अपना काम पसंद है? You want to grow in your life? Fantastic. 1. Hey, 1 is not hey. No cheating. Everyone is getting confused. 1. So 1. 2. 1. 1. 111. 111. Fantastic, fantastic. So now you know, I hate telling people, please tali bajao, please put your hands together, clap for gentlemen, because you know what? Yes, thank you. I got the signal, we can start. There's one thing really important, Anil sir, that I want to mention everyone, that the science, really, this time I'm not joking. This science says that when you put your hands together, it shows namaste, it's a greeting. The Hridaya chakras in our hearts communicate. The positive energy here, you'll get the positive energy. Second thing is, when you put your hands together again and again, people who wants promotion, they will get it. People who are individual, who wants a beautiful wife, they get it. The beautiful ladies to get the var that they want. And the people who want Mahalakshmi, Grahalakshmi to come to their house and their business to grow, poultry industry, will surely happen. So now you decide whether you want to clap or not.
Hello. Dear delegates, today we turn our attention to a topic of great importance, one that every farmer constantly considers, and that is sustainable manure management in poultry farming. In an era where environmental responsibility is no longer optional, adopting clean, eco-friendly practice is essential for every enterprise to thrive. Pollution control norms are of course mandatory, but sometimes beyond compliance. The public increasingly expects businesses to operate without creating environmental nuisance. Although poultry farming is often located away from populated areas, manure management and disposal have been long-standing challenges in our field. However, when handled properly, manure disposal can go beyond being a mere necessity. It can become a valuable asset. By implementing effective manure management, farmers not only mitigate pollution, but also unlock new source of income. Thanks to continuous efforts through Knowledge Day, we now see promising results with numerous poultry biogas plants generating electricity and producing biofertilizer, a testament to the potential of our industry. While small-scale manual composting remains feasible, today's larger farms require efficient, mechanized solution. We are fortunate to have with us two seasoned experts in poultry manure composting. Mr. Pranav Goel will guide us through the horizontal composting process, while Deven Krishnan will share insight on the vertical composting method. Their hands-on experience promises to bring valuable perspective to this critical discussion. Please join me in welcoming our knowledgeable speakers as we explore the future of sustainable manure management together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving this great start. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as sir has already told us that there are two experienced, seasoned presenters who are joining us on stage. So firstly, can I please invite on stage Mr. Pranav Goel to grace the stage. And he is the partner, Real Foods, right from Punjab. A warm welcome.
Pranav Goel is a dynamic entrepreneur with an MBA from Thapar University. He currently serves as a partner at Messrs Real Foods, a layer farm located in Thuhi, a village in Patiala. The farm specializes in egg production and is also known for its innovative Murgi compost, an organic chicken compost made entirely from the droppings of their layer farm. Driven by a passion for sustainable farming, Pranav is committed to combining traditional farming practices with eco-friendly solutions, contributing to both the agricultural and environmental sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a warm welcome to Mr. Pranav Goyal.
Thank you. Thank you. Real Foods boasts state-of-the-art infrastructure accommodating 6 lakh birds. To augment this setup further, in 2023, we introduced a sophisticated composting plant sourced from Japan, from one of the leading companies in the world of composting technologies. The process ensures efficient waste management by converting 60 tons of chicken manure to 20 tons of compost. These are some of the common challenges faced by the poultry industry: stockpiles of chicken litter, flies laying eggs on the litter, leachate formation, greenhouse gases, and pungent odor emission. Our founder, Mr. Rishipal, is in the business of poultry farming from last 25 years. He is continuously growing in this field and motivated us to enter poultry sector. From the very start of the establishment of Real Foods, he wanted to solve this increasing problem of chicken manure disposal and issues related to it, especially the menace caused by the flies, through technologically advanced systems and practices. As Modi ji says, "Aapada mein afsar dhoondho," similarly, he wanted to convert this waste into a wonder. Now, let me introduce to you all an amazing product that is set to revolutionize soil health: Murgi Compost. Murgi Compost is a pH-balanced compost and contains all the essential nutrients in available form, ensuring optimal plant nutrition. Whether you're growing vegetables, fruits, crops, or any other type of plants, our compost provides the best nourishment they need to thrive. Murgi Compost differentiates itself from other composts as it is the best compost available with a very rich nutritional content. Murgi Compost embodies our commitment to innovation and sustainability in poultry farming. Let's see how we convert this waste into a wonder. The very first process is collection. The chicken feces are taken out of the sheds daily through conveyors into a farm trailer and sent for pre-composting. Pre-composting is the first stage of the decomposition process. The biomass is collected in the pre-composting area, where it is charged in the bins. The heap of the material is made up to a certain height, and the temperature of the biomass in the bin starts rising and reaches up to 75 degrees centigrade. Due to this high temperature, the pathogens, fungi, etc. present in the biomass are eliminated. We have air purging lanes in the floor, which provide fresh air to the droppings, aiding in the decomposition process. The oxygen level is maintained at 12%, and level of ammonia, methane, CO2, etc. are checked precisely through a computer-controlled system, facilitating the microbial decomposition to happen efficiently. The gradual drop in the temperature of the biomass indicates the completion of the pre-composting process. After this, the pre-composted material is taken out of the bins and transferred to the composting machine. The composting machine runs 150 meters daily for 40 days to complete the composting process. The consortium is mixed in the pre-composted material at the beginning of the composting process. Now this consortium we are adding is isolated after a lot of research according to the geographical weather conditions of our local environment and is tweaked as season changes. This consortium is a colony of various microbes which decomposes the chicken litter. For an organic material to be aerobically decomposed, we require continuous supply of oxygen. So, a specifically designed aeration system purges the optimal amount of air into the compost. We also have sprinkler system which help to maintain the required amount of moisture during the process. Maintaining the height in a mountain shape is crucial as it effectively increases the surface area, facilitates better air circulation throughout the compost, and also ensures that internal temperature of the manure remains optimal. A homogeneity in the biomass has to be maintained for even distribution of the microbe colonies, while also enhancing the material's ability to be shaped uniformly. Chicken litter, often characterized by its strong, unpleasant odor, hotness, and presence of pathogens, is transformed into a high-quality, nutrient-rich, odorless compost. Our compost has all the essential micro and macronutrients required for the complete plant growth. Apart from high value of NPK, it has high carbon content along with essential plant nutrients such as sulfur, zinc, calcium, magnesium, silicon, etc. Murgi compost has a balanced pH ranging around 6.5 to 7.5, which boosts nutrient availability, microbial activity, and promotes good plant health. Along with enhancing the yield of the crop, it improves the texture of the soil and increases the water holding capacity of the soil. Murgi compost is a nutrient-rich final product which is a complete and ready plant food. These are some of our happy customers and their reviews. Please play the center one.
ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਜੀ, ਮੈਂ ਗੁਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਾਜਵਾ, ਮੈਂ ਬਟਾਲੇ ਗੁਰਦਾਸਪੁਰ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਲੋਂਗ ਕਰਦਾ। ਉਹ ਜਾਪਾਨੀ ਟੈਕਨੋਲੋਜੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆ ਮੁਰਗੀ ਕੰਪੋਸਟ ਬਣਾਈ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਪਈ ਹੋਈ ਆ ਪੈਕਟ 'ਚ ਆ ਤੇ ਆ ਖੁੱਲੀ ਆ 50 ਕਿਲੋ ਦੇ ਬੈਗ 'ਚੋਂ। ਇਹਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੇ 10 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਤੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਟ੍ਰਾਇਲ ਐਂਡ ਟੈਸਟ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ। ਇਹਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਦੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਤੀਜੇ ਮਿਲੇ ਆ। ਪੂਰੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਡਾ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਆ, ਜੰਗ ਯੂਨਿਟ ਆਫ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਦੇ ਬੰਦੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਟ੍ਰਾਇਲ ਦਿੱਤੇ, ਤਕਰੀਬਨ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਫਸਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਆ। ਉਹਦੇ ਬੜੇ ਸੋਹਣੇ ਨਤੀਜੇ ਆਏ ਆ, ਮੂੰਗੀ ਤੇ, ਮੱਕੀ ਤੇ, ਗੰਨੇ ਤੇ, ਫਰੂਟ ਪਲਾਂਟਾਂ ਤੇ, ਕਿਚਨ ਗਾਰਡਨ 'ਚ, ਗਮਲਿਆਂ 'ਚ। ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਾਇਓ ਪ੍ਰੋਡਕਟ ਵਰਤਦੇ ਆ ਨਾ, ਬਾਇਓ ਫੰਗੀਸਾਈਡ, ਬਾਇਓ ਇਨਸੈਕਟੀਸਾਈਡ, ਉਹ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਾਰਜ ਸਮਰੱਥਾ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੱਧ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ।
So future prospects to use Murgi compost as feed ingredient, we are at a very initial stage. We just got our test done from Namakkal and these are the results. Protein and we don't have any toxins in it. Okay, I would like to conclude by saying consumers nowadays are very more informed about agricultural practices than ever before. This shift marks a pivotal role in addressing one of industry's most pressing issues, the disposal of manure. By converting poultry waste into a valuable resource, we not only tackle environmental challenges, but also create a sustainable alternative to chemical fertilizers. This approach benefits both the agriculture sector and the environment, contributing to a healthier and more self-sufficient nation. For any queries, please contact us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pranav. Very significantly and very appropriately, you've managed in time, in that short span of time, to tell us how properly, significantly, and actually we can implement the poultry waste to wealth. Now that we've learned from one presenter, moving on to the next one, can I please request Mr. Devan Krishnan from Big Dutchman to join me on stage for his presentation.
Devan Krishnan currently works for Big Dutchman as a business development manager. He oversees the development of waste treatment products for the company's Asia division, developing new business and driving the sales of waste treatment products for Asia and Oceania. He joined Big Dutchman in 2013 as a technical sales advisor for climate equipment, where he advised sales managers and customers on ventilation and climate systems. Subsequently, he was promoted to an area sales manager for Indonesia, Bangladesh and Pakistan for BU Poultry, in charge of broiler and broiler breeder sales. In 2020, Devan joined the business development team to create waste treatment products in line with Big Dutchman's goal to achieve a cyclical economy in the livestock industry in line with UN Sustainable Development Goals. He holds a degree in mechanical engineering from the University of Nottingham, Malaysia, and has extensive experience in the poultry industry across various Asian markets. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a warm welcome to Mr. Devan Krishnan.
While Mr. Devan Krishnan joins me on stage very shortly, I would like to share with you all that since morning we all been a part of this event. It's been 100% full-on seat that were occupied. Lots of learning, all of you sitting quietly and making sure that you listen. You take knowledge, and that's the whole motive. And thank you so much for still being glued post-lunch. It really means a lot that how interested you all are to learn and to grow. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Mr. Devan Krishnan from Big Dutchman to all of you. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Hello and good afternoon. My name is Devan from Malaysia. Oh, let me get this clicker. Okay, so today I'll be talking, I hope you guys are all awake after the lunch. So we'll be going through some waste treatment topics. And as my previous presenters have already showed on the issues of waste management, I'll just rehash with a different approach to composting as well. So, just to give a bit of a background, why is proper manure management or waste management important? As you can see, firstly, it's also a handling issue, moving wet manure from one area to another, additional costs for transferring, disposal, not to mention the biosecurity risks by transferring from one area to another. As my previous presenters have showed, the pathogenic diseases that would be spreading around mostly through manure or untreated manure that's being moved from one area to another or transferred by wild birds and so on and so forth. So another major impact with improper waste handling and also the overuse of chemical fertilizers is you have a lot of runoff of the material if you do dumping, for example, into the soil. There's a lot of NPK or nitrogen runoff into the rivers, causing eutrophication. And this destroys the biodiversity, not only on land, but also in the water bodies near the farms or throughout the country. Another issue would be greenhouse gas emission, and that I have a few slides on. Also, these systems would emit quite a bit of ammonia, which then contributes to the greenhouse gas problem. And also, authority enforcement depends on the country. Some countries have very strict enforcement over waste management policies. Some countries even, it's a must to have waste management treatment centers together with the farm. As what we were mentioning earlier from my earlier presenter, for instance, like in Japan, if you build a farm, you have to have a waste treatment disposal system, a proper one. Otherwise, you do not get the permission to even start or build a farm. So what are the long-term effects of intensive agriculture and intensive use of chemical fertilizers. So earlier you saw the previous presenter as well about talking about compost and its benefits. This is similar to that, but the main fertilizer that's used in the world right now is chemical fertilizers, NPK chemical fertilizers, and this has an adverse impact. The overuse of it has an adverse impact on the soils. So what happens is you get a lot of biodiversity loss, and the nutrients, the NPKs actually, the ones that are not being absorbed by the plants, are actually going into the water bodies and not only degrading the soil, but contributing to water scarcity as well. So we, part of the business development team, we've been trying to build a bit of a circular economy around farms or farming in the farming community. So from the farm, we are producing protein, then you get the waste out of it. The waste through composting can be used as organic fertilizer to go back into the crops. And from the crops, again, that could be made into feed, and the feed goes back to the farmer in forms of feed to grow more protein. And so that is the circular economy, or the circle of life, as we have written over there. Yep, so we believe that manure is not a waste, but rather a soil amendment, a source of soil amendment, or a source of profit. So how do we go about this? What is composting? You can do it traditionally, which is just by piling manure in a pile, letting the temperatures rise. It takes a long time, but at the end of it, the bacteria inside that's already active in the manure would slowly break it down into compost. So important factors are the temperature of the piles, or the temperature of the bacteria that's producing heat. It's exothermic. So that's usually around 60 to 70 degrees of core temperature. Again, depending on the moisture level. There is also an optimum moisture level of around 55 to 65% moisture, or, well, for dry matter, could be up to 25 to 45% dry. And what we are going to show you today is aerobic fermentation. So unlike biogas systems that are anaerobic, where it's fermenting to produce methane, it is different bacteria that we are cultivating that's already existent in the manure. And all we're doing is supplying oxygen and agitation. So, yeah, this is a bit on the traditional form. This is called windrows, where you just put it in rows. You have a bobcat or a front end loader agitate the manure as you go along. However, you require very frequent agitation. It is, though, a very low investment required, but you need a very large space, large footprint, maybe suitable for very small farms or small amount of waste. A very long processing time. This can take 60 to 70 days or sometimes even longer. And again, it's very dependent on the temperatures. So if it's a rainy season, it'll probably take longer. If it's drier, then it'll take a little bit shorter, but it's very weather dependent. Now, odors in this kind of a case, you'll be emitting quite a lot of odor. So you will get the ammonia smell, hydrogen sulfide, among other chemicals that cause odor. Also, we've noticed a lot of a fly infestation problem usually occurs at a lot of these kind of farms if the agitation is not done frequently enough. And this could be a problem for the surrounding areas, or if you have residential areas nearby your farms, this could be a serious problem with complaints from your neighbors. Now, the other technique, what we just saw earlier, my previous presenter, would be doing horizontal composting. This is where you have a machine that will move up and down, agitating in a row, but it's a bit more mechanized. Now, this is usually semi-open, where you have a kind of a closed house. Now, you require these machines to agitate the system. However, as you saw earlier, you do require to adjust things like moisture or add certain kind of bacteria to the piles to get it within the right range for it to have efficient composting or feeding the bacteria that is required to do the composting. Now, this would be a medium investment. You still have to build a building, concrete construction for the rows. You have to buy the agitators. Now, it is also a decently long processing time, depending on the system, 30 to about 40 days, shorter than just leaving it out in the open. But out of 30 to 40 days, it's also still quite weather dependent. So if you have rainy season, usually you tend to re-wet the manure, which will maybe make your processing time a bit longer. Now, odors here, there are systems to try and help out, but it is very difficult to manage because it's still out in the open. And fly infestations can occur, not as much as the previous one. So I would like to show to you now another technology that can enhance or make manure processing more efficient, which is in-vessel type composting. So instead of putting it in a row and agitating mechanically, we have an enclosed vertical system. So this is like a tank that's specifically designed to carry an X amount of your fresh manure. We have inside the machine, and I'll show you in the next slide, agitators and blowers to continuously blow air to feed the bacteria. However, you do not need any additional things like sawdust or adjustment on moisture levels. It just has to be within a range, and because this in-vessel technology is enclosed, it is a lot easier for us to harness the energy or the temperature from the bacteria and cultivate it to break it down faster. So the processing time is not weather dependent at all, and compared to say 30 to 40 days, depending again on the moisture level, it would be for this type of systems between 5 days if it's very dry to about 12 days if it's extremely wet, like fresh out of a layer house, for example. So this would be a longer processing time, but still much shorter than the previous technologies because we have the temperatures produced by the bacteria are inside an insulated tank. So we have insulation around the tank. This helps keeps the temperature inside, and so it would sustain the breakdown a lot faster and a lot more efficiently. Now, with this type of systems, odors are a lot easier to control because we have a piping or an exhaust stack on the top of the tower, and I'll show you in the next slide, where we can take the air out and clean it either by deodorizing it with using water or completely removing the ammonia using acids, really depending on the farm type and the investment. So this is what it looks like, a bit of a cutout of the tank. We have an insulated tank, stainless steel inner walls. This one has glass wool insulation actually. Stainless steel inner walls, because manure is very corrosive. You have mixing blades with perforated holes on the inside, and that would, with the aid of blowers, continuously blow air through the blades and agitate the manure. Yep. All the machines or the blowers and the hydraulic systems to move the blades are all located at the bottom of the tower or the bottom of the in-vessel machine. And it is a very small footprint. Now again, it's depending on how much manure you want to process. This is a much smaller footprint because it's vertical compared to the other more traditional methods that require quite a lot of land. Yep, and we have a few types of systems, the way you can input manure in. One is using conveyors automatically into the tower. Or for customers that do not want to have that form of investment, what we can do is we have a bucket. So, and I'll show you in the next slide, the bucket will actually, we can fill up the bucket, and with a touch of a button, the bucket will flip over and fill up the tank. So the main benefit of in-vessel composting would be the killing of the pathogens or inactivation of the pathogens that's inside the manure. Now, the key to killing pathogens, as you can see in my table here, would be temperature inactivation, which would mean you need to sustain temperatures of 60 to 70 degrees or 60 degrees at a minimum for at least an hour or a bit more. What we do with in-vessel technology is, because it's insulated, we are keeping the manure for say 5 to 11 days continuously at a temperature of 60 to 70 degrees Celsius, no matter what the weather is outside, and also no matter how you actually distribute the pile or agitate it. So this means that all the compost that comes out of the tank will be completely odorless. It will smell like soil, not like manure, and all the pathogens would be killed. So it would be safe for you to sell or to even transport from one area to another. So these are just the temperature gauges that we have on the side of the tank and also in a panel. And it shows these are actual operating machines. It is always running at about 70 degrees Celsius for a very prolonged time, where we are evaporating the moisture to make it much drier. So the wetter your input manure, the longer it's going to take, but you're still evaporating a lot more moisture from the manure. Okay, let's see if, oops. So this is just a short video on how it's going to run. Can we get the video on the left to start playing? The one on the left, yep. And can you mute it, please? Mute it. Yeah, there's a lot of machinery sounds in the video. So yeah, it's as easy as filling in the bucket with a loader, as such, with a flip of a switch. The bucket will be carried up via a lifting system. It's a chain type system that would then lift it up and dump it in to the top. So all you have to do is keep filling the bucket, and the bucket also acts like a kind of a dosing machine. Once it's placed inside, it is then closed up on the top, so it's completely sealed, and then we give the bacteria a chance to thrive, basically, and help break down the manure into what we call as compost. Now, after placing in the manure, as in the video on the left, you can see the video at the center. This would be after 5 days, 5 to 11 days, depending on the moisture level. You would get out this hot compost that is coming out of the machine. This is usually at about 70 degrees Celsius. By the time it comes out, it'll be about 50 degrees Celsius. It'll drop down a bit to show that the bacteria inside or the heat production by the bacteria is slowing down. So not eliminated, but it's starting to slow down, which means it's time that you can withdraw the compost from the towers. And after that, it's usually cured for a few days to cool the temperatures down. The reason for that is very hot compost, if you bag it directly like in the video, you tend to get a bit of evaporated condensation of water inside the bags. So you would get mold and everything that would start to grow, shortening the shelf life of your organic fertilizer or compost to be sold. But we do have some clients that would directly bag it and immediately sell it off too. It really depends on how you want to actually market your compost brand. So this is just a bit of a layout suggestion. We usually have these towers connected directly via conveyors to a storage room. So you can see here, it is pushed straight into piles inside the storage, cured for 7 days, then you can bag and you can sell it as organic fertilizer or compost. You can also see at the top, we have these 2 stacks that are coming up. Those are actually exhaust stacks that go through a deodorizer. So we also have systems. This exhaust comes up at about 8 to 9 meters in height. So it gets dispersed over a wider area. So the perceived smell on the ground is quite a bit lower. However, if you do require any additional cleaning, we can always try to clean the air by pushing the exhaust through a body or column of water or through sulfuric acid. And this would effectively neutralize the ammonia smells, and so your only emission would be water vapor. And this would not have any odor causing to any surrounding areas. So you can even have a house right next to the one of these tanks, and there would not be any odor or smell associated with the production of compost. Yeah, so just to continue on building the circular economy, there's another benefit to this type of in-vessel composting technologies. Would be the idea of carbon credits or reduction of carbon. I think all countries have a target on how much CO2 or greenhouse gases they are supposed to reduce in the next 5 to 10 years or the next 15 years. So for those targets, another option is using this kind of technology, and we have actually proven it, where you have using some of these towers, and we have done what's called a life cycle assessment. So we have measured what are the CO2 gases that are being emitted by such a system compared to, say, using traditional horizontal composting techniques. So that is the baseline that we used, and we were able to measure that there's quite a significant reduction in CO2, which could then be monetized by you, the customer, in form of carbon credits as another form of revenue that could help pay back such a system. So, yep, that concludes my presentation. And thank you very much for listening. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Devan Krishnan. That was very useful as well as informative.
There you go.
Thank you very much again. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just seen how well we will be able to stabilize the industry when just in time we know how to rightly strategize and talk about sustainability in our business too. Coming next with the next topic, and that is poultry exports challenges as well as the growth. We all know that it has got immense potential, but it has got challenge at hand. But there are solutions too. And that's why we have our two expert speakers who are now going to join me on board on stage to tell us more about the topics. The global poultry export market offers immense potential, but today we are going to cover valuable insights on exporting the whole eggs, eggs powder, and the liquid eggs from our experts. So first calling on stage, Mr. Nivesh Kumar from Rasi Foods. Can you please all join me in welcoming him on stage, ladies and gentlemen?
Nivesh Kumar, born in 1999 in Namakkal, Tamil Nadu, the poultry capital of India, has been immersed in the poultry industry from a young age. He is now the CEO of Rasi Foods. Growing up around farms, he was inspired by his father, Mr. Kumar, who established Rajam Poultry Farm in 2005. This early exposure, from collecting eggs to feeding birds, sparked Nivesh's passion for the business. In 2015, under his father's leadership, Rasi Foods expanded into commercial feed production and egg exports. After completing his education at Christ University, Bangalore, Nivesh became the CEO of the company in 2020. Today, Rasi Foods manages 1 million birds, producing 25 million eggs and 4,500 metric tons of feed each month. The company exports 15 million eggs monthly to countries including Oman, Qatar, Maldives, and several African nations. With Nivesh at the helm, Rasi Foods has embraced innovation, optimized production, and significantly expanded its international market presence. His leadership continues to drive the company's growth, establishing Rasi Foods as a prominent player in both domestic and global markets. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Nivesh Kumar.
A very good afternoon to all present here. I would first like to thank the organizing committee for giving me this wonderful opportunity and connecting this knowledge day year on year, where people get more inputs about our industry. India ranks second in the global egg production, producing 318 million eggs every day. And next to China, which is 33%, whose per capita consumption is around 300 eggs, while India's is 80 eggs per year. And Indian layer industry is expected to grow 4 times in the coming years. And Tamil Nadu stands first in the Indian egg production, followed by Andhra and Telangana. Indian egg exports generates a revenue of $25 to $30 million every year. Out of a total production, only 0.5 to 1% of our eggs are being exported annually. India was previously exporting to around 20 countries, and after the HPA outbreak in 2008, many countries have banned our eggs. The Middle East is a primary importer, with Maldives and few African countries. Sri Lanka and Malaysia were a new opening to our market, but they have again become self-sufficient. And last financial year was a record-breaking year where we generated a revenue of $91.5 million, marking its highest in the past decade. Oman has always been our major contributor with around 35 to 40% share in our exports, and Maldives is a consistent buyer with a steady growth in demand. Qatar brought light into our Indian eggs, while India not only played but also our Indian eggs playing an important role during the World Cup 2022. UAE recently opened their ban on Indian eggs but has given permission only to limited exporters. Sri Lanka had played a major role last year due to their economic crisis and then again regained they have again regained their domestic production. And this is the statistics of egg exports for the last 10 years. Sri Lanka has stopped import, as you can see, has stopped import due to their self-production, and Muscat, Oman is expected to, they're working on becoming self-sufficient in the coming years, and Qatar has introduced weight restrictions and ethanol, where maize is being diverted from feed production to ethanol consumption. The cost of producing egg might increase in the coming years. Frequent bans and restrictions impact our exports, as UAE has just resumed their ban on, and Oman is currently restricting and limiting import permits to balance their domestic production. Egg size has now become a new challenge in Qatar, as our competing countries, Turkey and Iran, eggs weigh above 55 to 60 grams and are categorized as AA and A, but Indian eggs range from 48 to 53 grams and they are categorized only as B and C category. Certification process is a little time consuming, with certifications to be obtained from the AQCS Chennai after samples being collected from Namakkal and will be sent to test in Bangalore, and again the certificate to be received from Chennai. Maize and soya being our major source of feed, maize consumption is diverted for ethanol, which is eventually leads to increase in the production cost of eggs. The Middle East countries are currently focusing on developing their own production. A major importer, Oman, is investing heavily on becoming self-sufficient. Tapping new markets is a challenge due to strong international competition. There are many potential exporters in the coming generation, but they lack knowledge on export processes and non-availability of infrastructural facilities. And these are a few achievements by APEDA, where we were organized business meeting in Oman and Bahrain, and also Russia thinking to import eggs from India. So consistent rise in health awareness and diets will create a global demand for eggs. Being a leader supplier in GCC, the demand will grow consistently with rising population. We have been the best choice for import for all countries who face shortages in their supply, like Sri Lanka and Malaysia, who imported eggs during their economic crisis, and Qatar and UAE are increasing consumption due to Red Sea crisis. Working on new markets like Russia and logistics cost with Africa will be an opportunity to increase exports. Supporting government policies and initiatives like FTA with importing countries and increase in road can support exporters. Currently, the ROTAP has now been increased from 0.5% to 2%, which will help exporters in the future exports. Value-added products is obviously a huge opportunity to enter new markets, which my fellow speaker will be talking about. There are a few measures that can be considered which can elevate export from the current situation. Negotiating trade agreements can support smoother business. Currently, the bilateral trade agreements between Oman and India is in final stages, which can better our trade. A training workshop can be conducted with the emerging exporters to educate them with the latest certification process and regulations, which can lead to increasing exports. Setting up a government laboratory with international standards for all testings can be set up in Namakkal so that we can meet all test requirements required for the export and certification, along with AQCS providing certificates at Namakkal, which can reduce the current time consuming process. The need to increase maize production and introducing GMO maize will be a solution to overcome the maize shortage in the coming years so that we are always very competitive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for sparing out your valuable time and making sure that we all know about the poultry exports. And to join him for the same context, I'm sure you all are paying a lot of interest to this topic especially. Can I please request Mr. Satish Babu from OO Bell Foods to join me on stage, presenting the topic about the poultry export challenges and opportunities.
MP Satish Babu is a distinguished figure in the Indian poultry industry with decades of expertise spanning layer farming, egg processing and distribution. By qualification, he holds a bachelor's degree in business management, BBM, and is a CWA intermediate. His journey began in the early 1980s when he joined his family's poultry business, which specialized in small-scale layer farming, animal medicine and feed distribution. As a second-generation layer farmer whose family has been in the industry since the mid-1960s, Mr. Babu brought forward the family legacy with the establishment of Ashray Farms in 1996. Expanding his vision, he later entered the egg processing industry with the acquisition of OO Bell Foods, which today operates 2 egg processing factories in Karnataka. In addition to his business endeavors, Mr. Babu has dedicated over 20 years to serving as the chairman of the National Egg Coordination Committee, NECC Mysore Zone, where his leadership has played a vital role in advancing industry standards and supporting poultry farmers. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a warm welcome to Mr. MP Satish Babu.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Satish Babu. Basically, I am a poultry farmer. In the year 1864, a French chemist discovered the method of heating at the right temperature for the right amount of time could kill microbes without affecting food quality. We now know this as pasteurization. The concept of long shelf life started in milk, beer, and wine. Hundreds of years ago, Chinese discovered the clever way of preserving eggs by sun drying and grinding them. This modern concept of egg powder started and developed in early 1930s and was extensively used during Second World War because it had long shelf life, easy to store, and for the transportation. Slide. So, we need to understand what is value addition. Value addition is the process of creating extra value to a product or a service. During Second World War, value addition means easy to store, transportation, and long shelf life. Now the meaning of value addition is totally different. Meaning is easy to serve, convenience, it should have better nutrition, better taste, food safety, hygiene, traceability, and sustainability, and much more. For example, a single egg in the store will cost you ₹6 now. The same egg, when you go and buy in a supermarket, it will cost you ₹15. If you convert the same egg into the omelette, you get ₹30. This is value addition. This is how revenue increases by going further in the value chain. The total global processed food market is projected to reach about $7 trillion by 2029. How we are going to achieve this? That is a big question. The major reasons for such big growth are people don't have time to cook and everyone is busy. The disposable income of people is higher than ever and growing. People are becoming more and more health conscious and are looking for cooking convenience and nutritious options to replace their everyday meals. This gives us huge opportunities to position egg products as a major part of the ready-to-eat and ready-to-cook segment. Next. Yeah. These are all the basic egg products: whole egg powder and whole egg liquid, egg albumin powder, egg albumin liquid, and egg yolk powder and egg yolk liquid. These are the basic egg products. These are all the some egg products. Egg products are used to make these snacks and ready-to-eat products: egg chips, egg protein bar, egg-based health drink, and egg protein drink. Yeah. Some more products. Omelette mix, ready-to-eat scrambled eggs. People are not aware about the long eggs. Long egg was invented about 40 years back in Europe, but it is not much popular. It looks like a boiled egg when you cut it, but still the long egg is available in Europe. Some more egg products, that is biscuits, cookies, and the Mary biscuits, egg-based sweet, egg noodles, egg-based snack. Many countries are using egg products to enhance the taste and to increase the nutrition of the snacks, because egg has more pure protein, so they are using these products, egg products. Some more products are cakes, egg-based cakes, egg paneer, tofu, instant egg noodles with egg. There is a small video where you can make thousands of omelette. Can you please play the video? can make thousands of omelets per hour. Now, this machine is being used extensively in Europe to make omelets. Going further, these are all the opportunities. Because of high nutritional value of egg and pure protein, there is a big opportunity for us to explore in many products. In the other countries, as I said earlier, they are using egg products to increase the taste and nutrition also. Let's go to the challenges. The very important challenge nowadays is pricing challenge. You know, the cost of production of any product is directly dependent on its inputs. India was one of the cheapest egg producing country in the world earlier. Now it is becoming more expensive in India. The main reason is the feed cost. Recently, when the corn prices in India touched around ₹30, at the same time in US and other countries, it was around 17 to 18 rupees. Today, the corn price in India is around $300 per metric ton, whereas in US and other countries, it is 170 to 240 US dollars per metric ton. The story is similar with soya also. On an average, the feed cost in India is around 30 to 40% expensive than the feed cost in other countries. Even in milk, being India the biggest producer of the milk and consumer also, the cost of milk is high. The reason is the low yield and the feed cost. At least in our poultry industry, poultry efficiency is at par with the global, Indian poultry efficiency is at par with the global standards, but the cost of production of the feed is high, so we are not much competitive in the global market. When it comes to chicken exports, South America countries exports billions of dollars worth of chicken due to its cost competitiveness. Increase in freight cost due to geopolitical issues like Red Sea issue and Ukraine-Russia war issues also impact the costs. Also, in international market, some countries have better trade agreements which result in easier market access and lower import duties for their products compared to ours. This further impacts pricing. And the next very important point is currency fluctuation. It plays very important role. We have to see our country currency fluctuation as well as other country, the importing country currency fluctuation. And the next major challenge is policy challenges, the government policy challenges. FTA, you know that free trade agreement. There will be free trade agreements between the two nations. It happens at every frequent intervals. When India negotiates free trade agreements with other countries, which allows for India to export certain products to that country without duties, and that country to export certain products to India without duties. There is a big disconnect between the Indian government officials and the negotiators and the Indian poultry stakeholders. The industry is not properly involved in process. So a lot of important products which can be exported from India are left out from such agreements, and a lot of products which don't need to be included are included in the agreement. This happens when the related government agencies don't always have the correct and updated data which only industry can provide. Our industry can provide a lot of information when this FTA trade negotiation meetings are happening, we should participate, we should influence the government to and request for them to include all the products and fight for the best possible bilateral duties. On an average, India exports goes up by 25 to 30% only after signing the free trade agreement with certain country. Our import from that country goes up 70 to 80%. So you can just imagine we are not participating in free trade negotiations. We have to do that to increase our exports. This is always led to low utilization of free trade agreement, due to which exports from India don't increase much. All this is happening because of lack of stakeholders' involvement in India. Whereas in developed countries, concerned government agencies maintain good relationship with relevant industries, taking their inputs, involving them as an important stakeholder in the process before signing any trade agreements. This leads to better negotiations and better utilization and benefits from such free trade agreements. Another major hurdle what we are facing is non-trade tariff barriers. What is non-trade tariff barriers? Means, apart from the duties, we are facing some other restriction from the importing countries. For example, additional licensing, registrations, additional certifications, inspections, quotas, etc. In the name of all this above, some countries restrict imports to their country. For example, US requires certification by their FDA, which makes it very difficult and expensive to get products approved for import. Some countries even impose higher standards than what is required in their domestic producers. They relax the terms for the domestic producers. For the import purpose, they restrict. This is what is happening in international trade. Even though China is one of the biggest exporters in the world, it is very difficult for us to export to China. The main reason is they have a lot of non-trade barriers. They restrict the quality, certification, and quotas, as I said earlier. With all these issues, export subsidies, incentives from the government help exporters and mitigate these issues to some extent and encourage them. But due to various issues, a lot of export subsidies that were earlier have been disconnected now. We should request the government to increase these export subsidies so that we can become more competitive in the global market. Yield per acre will also play a vital role. Our government vision of doubling income, agriculture farmers doubling income, can be better achieved by increasing productivity instead of just increasing the prices. USA corn yield per hectare is 11 tons. India corn yield per hectare is 3 tons only. USA is producing around 390 million metric tons per year. India is producing only 35 million metric tons of corn every year. So, India corn prices keep going up when global corn prices are low. Our export competitiveness, because of this, it's coming down. Ethanol is one of the major points we have to think about it. Because ethanol, the government of India is planning to include around 20% of ethanol from 11.6% right now, what is going on, will become double in next 1 year. The total ethanol production in the country is 13.8 billion liters now. Out of that, 8.8 billion liters coming from molasses and 5.05 billion liters coming from corn. So just imagine, in case of we double it, from where we get the corn or other grains. That is a big challenge in coming years, and there will further jump in the corn prices. Manufacturing license will also make a big issue in India, and it is not easy to start any business in India. And the final point, that is technical factors, antibiotic issue. All countries, importing countries, insist for the antibiotic-free eggs should be used in the egg products. Earlier, they were insisting only in the ppm levels. Now, they are insisting for ppb and ppt levels. That is very difficult in India. And the next one is pesticide residues. That is also very important in India. Pesticides, the controlling usage of pesticides at the agricultural farmer level, it is very difficult in India. So the presence of pesticides will be there. We have to be very careful. And the next very important point, the importing countries are insisting cage-free eggs. It is unhygienic to prepare, unhygienic to produce these cage-free eggs in India, and very difficult, and it's expensive also, but most of the countries are insisting for the cage-free eggs. And India is spending very less on amount on R&D. We have to increase our R&D, so we'll be more competitive in the coming years. Finally, increase in the per capita of consumption is quite challenging to introduce new products and induce habit change. It is even more challenge to all of this in the global market, where the taste preferences, habit, and other factors vary a lot from one country to another. To conclude, we have sufficient egg production, we have big opportunities, we have all the resources, we have a lot of challenges also. Some needs to be resolved at government level and some industry at some industry level. Then we can truly unlock the global egg products exports opportunities. Thanks for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Satish Babu, for sharing in-depth insights about the problems that we face, the challenges that we have in the export of the poultry sector. Ladies and gentlemen, as the last point was also talking about branding and marketing, and we all know that just manufacturing is not important until everyone or more than half of the market actually knows you. Right? It could be in any field. Until and unless people recognize you, know you, you market yourself, you are not yet done. So to talk about the marketing topic, can I please request my next presenter to join me on stage, and also I would request you all to join me in welcoming him on stage. Can I request the CEO of Godrej Tyson Foods Limited, Mr. Abhay Parnerkar, on the dais, please.
Abhay Parnerkar, currently serving as the CEO of Godrej Tyson Foods Limited, brings extensive and diverse experience. Having worked with leading CPG companies across Asia, Africa and Europe. With a career spanning over 2 decades, Abhay has honed his expertise across multiple domains, including sales, distribution, account management, marketing, business development and mergers and acquisitions. Abhay's professional journey began at Dabur Foods, after which he joined Coca-Cola, where he spent nearly 18 years managing diverse markets across India, Ethiopia, Nigeria and Serbia. During his tenure, he built a strong track record of driving growth and fostering innovation in complex environments. Beyond his corporate achievements, Abhay also embraced the entrepreneurial path, co-founding and leading a beverage startup for 3 years. He considers this venture a significant chapter in his professional development. Abhay holds a degree in mechanical engineering and an MBA from the prestigious Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies. He has further enhanced his leadership and financial acumen through advanced certifications from Cornell University. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a warm welcome to Mr. Abhay Parnerkar.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Good afternoon, namaste. I think because of I must thank the organizers because of the sequence of presentation. The chicken presentation is happening after the egg presentation. तो इस इंडस्ट्री का जो सबसे बड़ा क्वेश्चन है मुर्गी पहले आई या अंडा, वो आंसर आज हो गया है that अंडा पहले आया. So it's a pleasure to be with you all. The topic is very interesting, marketing of chicken. Now, my objective today is not to give you any ready-made solutions or any strategies that you can straight away implement, because it's not my experience. I only have 2.5 years of experience. The stalwarts of industry, you all have spent long careers in poultry. Today, my objective is to share few successes, few case studies from other industries, which will help you perhaps to reflect, to introspect, and to take back some of the learnings from this to your respective companies, geographies, and whichever part of the poultry ecosystem you're part of. But to start with, one quiz question, and I know it's very difficult to get an answer from this large a group, but you can reflect for 10 seconds in your mind. ऐसा कौन सा खाना है इंडिया के घरों में जो कि mothers feel very happy if the kids have it and kids love the taste? I think you will get the right answer. So it's definitely chicken and paneer. I think these are the two products which nobody needs to sell into an Indian household because everybody already has bought into it. And that's why, for this reason and others, I say that chicken is a marketeer's dream. Because if you think about marketing, what do you need? You need a large consumer need. I think we have it. You need a large market, and you need a product that fulfills that need. That is just the basics of marketing. And just to talk a little bit about it, I think you all know this, some of the people have talked about it. India just needs to consume more protein, and which will happen as it grows more affluent. There have been many, I think WhatsApp University teaches us that how deficient we are in protein consumption. We consume less than our global peers. So compared to any other country there, and you would see, I think, even sub-Saharan Africa, our protein consumption is one of the lowest. And that's something which we must work on as a country if we have to make this into a Viksit Bharat by 2047. And then again, you can perhaps argue with the numbers, it depends on some of the pricing, etc. But it is on a per gram basis one of the most affordable source of protein compared to anything else. And that is why I say that for a product like this, where you have a validated need, a large consumer need, you have a significantly large growing market, and it is something that's one of the most affordable compared to any other source. There is a very, very strong case for the industry to come together and drive value creation in this industry. And to think about it, and I think Mr. Bahadur Ali talked about it, I think as an industry, what can we do? I think how can we focus our energy versus rather than just competing with each other to kind of creating growth as an industry. What's an example of this? Let's play this video.
Thank you, sir. Hi, I'm Varun Patel's mom.
Yes, I know.
I hope Varun can face the fast bowler.
Mrs. Patel is prepared.
I know, but fast bowler, what if he gets injured? It's quite risky.
Bowler fast हो या slow, risk तो है. Out होने का या ball लगने का, दोनों.
I know, but Varun?
आप mutual fund में invest करते हो?
Of course, since 2005. But Varun?
Even mutual funds are subject to market risk. वहाँ भी तो नुकसान होने का risk होता है. What about that?
Sachin, mutual funds में उन्हीं को invest करना चाहिए जो risk लेने के लिए तैयार हो.
Mrs. Patel, I'm saying the same thing. Mutual fund हो या cricket, one should be ready to take the risk.
Good point.
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान
How many of you have seen this campaign? I think this is one of the classic cases of how the industry came together and in a very short period of time doubled the size of the industry, and it's a campaign that's remembered by everyone. If you go on the website of this mutual fund Sahi Hai, you will find that each and every mutual fund company is a member of this association and has come together to kind of drive this kind of a growth. That's a template for something for us to look at. Then I think the other thing, how do you drive demand, I think is through building brand love, building love for your product. And here, I think what I have seen from my experience, a lot of times in, let's say, in social media, etc., our industry spends a lot of time talking about facts, talking about protein, etc. But ultimately, in marketing, brand love gets created through emotions, through connecting people with their values, beliefs. And this is one example, I think, after a period of time, Surf, the Daag Achhe Hai campaign, I think that flew in the face of any conventional wisdom that you are, as a product, as a brand, you're talking about something that you're supposed to solve. And I think they did amazingly well with this campaign, and I think it helped them become #1 brand. Again, Apple, in their ads, they don't talk about so many megapixel camera. They don't talk about these are the features. They don't talk about some of the very nice, fancy electronic language. I think they talk about human values. And this was one of the campaign where they showed pictures clicked by real humans on real iPhone onto their billboards and worked extremely well. And this is, again, one of examples. And I know some people are here from KFC, I think, but talk so well about how to market your brand.
Little hands got little lands from home, and those folded arms forsake my broken charms. Ride these waves, the storm is way too hard. These precious things, I hold them close to my heart. When you give some love, you get some in return. So just give a little and get some love in return. In return.
Yeah. So this is when you connect with people in their moments of emotions. And this is, by the way, we saw it even in our company when we were doing a lot of consumer research. Every time the homemaker, so the family is remembered the special occasion during the week when they come together, and the whole family has chicken, I think. So that's something to think about, as that are we relying more on the facts or on emotions in our respective companies to create this love. And why it is very important, because the brands which have very high brand love, they survive headwinds and actually thrive even in spite of the headwinds. Nestle is a great example. Within such a big brand, multi-thousand crore brand, faced a huge sort of crisis, went into a free fall, but within 5 years recovered all of that volume because it's loved by Indians. And then, you know, love is not only the only sufficient thing, I think, as you need to make the overall proposition commercially attractive. And what does that mean? I think as a brand, as a product, as an industry, these three things make a brand or a product commercially attractive. So think about it in your respective businesses. Are you doing it? Provide choice, drive affordability, and add value. And I'll give you a few examples of this. You know, Mercedes, same brand, it's available in different products different price points, the same brand, gives choice, creates that commercial attraction to its brand. Coca-Cola, the company I work for, the same product allows you to access it at different price point in different occasions, and it's for everyone, and it's the same product. I think that's something to think about. And then this is another. The product is the same, different variants, same price point. This is what choice is about. This is how you provide choice to consumers and then build multiple occasions to have your product. So something to think about. I think this is right now being picked up from international this thing. But can you have products, chicken, and it will happen. I think it's a matter of time, but how can we accelerate that journey, provide this choice to drive adoption? The second is being affordable. I think we all remember this case of how this sachet transformed the personal care and shampoo industry. Being affordable, one of the key metrics for driving commercial attractiveness. This is another example, a brand which we all love. For many, many years, they've not left the 5 rupee price point. They've allowed people to access their brand at that same price point. Again, something to think about, that in our respective places, are we thinking in this way when our commercial decisions are being taken? And this is another example of something which a Red Bull, which was at 100 plus price point, came at 20. It is now one of the most successful drinks that in the last 10 years in India. And then the last thing is add value. And this again is something, the example of Tata Salt, where a multi-year partnership with the government. We all remember this whole iodine, how they worked on this removing iodine deficiency from their, and by adding iodine to the product. That's something to think about. Adding value, another example, I think, which drove the adoption of bank accounts, brought so many people into banking by this UPI adoption. It has now brought so many people into the banking system. That's a classic case of value addition to the same product. And this again, some of the, I think, and this is an example from closer home in India. Now we are seeing in eggs, things like, omega-3, DHA. That's the kind of value addition which will allow different people to access and buy into your brand and product. It's not going to be a very easy journey, but it is something that done over the years will result into success. So now, that was the one part which is about creating brand value. But now creating brand value and protecting it are two sides of the same coin and have to be done differently. So when I said you use emotions, you use values, you use beliefs to sort of create the brand and build brand love, you use facts to fight bad PR and fight the myths. And these are, I think you all are aware that we see these kind of bad PR in this industry more often than not and more than any other industry. Three things, I think, while you build brand, you build with emotions, but you fight bad PR with facts. And I think that's something which Maggie did. They brought in that at the time of crisis, the kind of fact, this thing, and went public with it. They didn't shy away from putting it out there in the public domain. I think we should also not shy away from doing it. We shouldn't just do it on social media. We should go ahead and in mass media. Again, that's another example. Using icons, using symbols to create trust. And Cadbury's was one example where I think in spite of that kind of a crisis they went through, they bounced back and used an icon to build that trust in their brand. And fight at court. I think if it's your product, your brand which is under threat, you don't give an inch and I think go all after the people who are kind of attacking your brand or attacking your product. That's the way to protect your brand and kind of make sure that you're ring fencing it from any kind of negative and bad PR. In closing, I would just say, I think within this livestock industry, there are these two classic examples of people coming together and creating iconic movements, the milk consumption and the egg. I think now is the time for this industry to source inspiration from that and then make sure that we start to work on marketing, branding, and creating the brand love for chicken. I would just like to then close my message with a video, hopefully about changing the paradigm. I think something that people talked about in the morning. I hope you'll enjoy the video.
Ameno, ameno, lanciremo, dorime. Ameno, o mandare imperavi, ameno, timere, timere, matiremo, ameno.
Throughout and always. And now I will be requesting all the presenters of the morning session as well as the afternoon session now to stay back on stage for the question answer session, please. You may definitely take a moment to probably hand this over and come back. Meanwhile, I would definitely like to introduce to all of you the gentleman who is going to take up all the privilege, the honor to moderate the question and answer session. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Vijay Makhija. He is going to take over the session and making sure that everything is answered. Sir, over to you.
May I request all the speakers of the morning session and post-lunch session to please come on the stage. Dr. Archin, Dr. M.R. Reddy, Bahadur Ali sir, can we request you to please come on stage? And all the speakers of the post-lunch. Yeah. Can you please provide the mics to the speakers? Yeah. So thank you all the speakers. So in the interest of time, we kickstart the questions submitted by the distinguished participants of the Knowledge Day. So Bahadur Ali sir, the first question भैया आपके लिए है. क्वेश्चन है एंटीबायोटिक रेसिड्यू फ्री फार्मिंग के बारे में आपकी क्या राय है? एंटीबायोटिक फ्री फार्मिंग के बारे में आपकी क्या राय है?
नहीं होना चाहिए, लेकिन हमारी इंडिया की पोल्ट्री अभी उस लेवल की नहीं है कि हम इस पे कोई एक्शन लेके काम कर सकें. जैसा मैंने भी अपनी स्पीच में बोला था कि अभी हमको फार्मिंग का स्टैंडर्ड को अपग्रेड करना है. जब तक अपग्रेड नहीं करेंगे, जब तक के इसमें हमेशा चैलेंज आएंगे, अच्छे और ख़राब रिजल्ट आते रहेंगे. पहले हम अपने फार्मिंग को अच्छा करते हैं, उसका बाद इसमें आना चाहिए. एकदम जल्दबाजी में नहीं आना चाहिए. और जैसे जैसे इंडस्ट्री इम्प्रूवमेंट होती है, इसमें हमको जाना चाहिए. बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है. फ्यूचर यही है. नेक्स्ट जनरेशन को स्ट्रांग बनाने के लिए एंटीबायोटिक फ्री में जाना ही पड़ेगा. बस जाने का रोड मैप इंडस्ट्री को आपस में बैठ के बना के इस मोड़ पे हमको जाना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा सोचना है.
थैंक यू सर. बादल जी, सेकंड क्वेश्चन भी आपके लिए है. मैं ट्रांसलेट कर देता हूँ इजी डिस्कशन के लिए. उन क्वेश्चन इस तरह पूछा जा रहा है कि जितने भी बड़े कॉरपोरेट हाउस हैं पोल्ट्री के और जितनी पोल्ट्री की बड़ी कंपनीज हैं, क्यों ना वो गवर्नमेंट को अप्रोच करें और जितनी भी चीज़ों पे जीएसटी लगता है, जैसे पोल्ट्री के रॉ मटेरियल, मेडिसिन्स और अदर एडिटिव्स, जिस पे भी जीएसटी लगता है, उसको वेव ऑफ करने के लिए, उसको ख़त्म करने के लिए प्रयास क्यों नहीं करते?
नहीं, प्रयास किया गया था, लेकिन सरकार की भी अपनी मजबूरी होती है कि उनको भी देश चलाना है और देश के लिए पैसा चाहिए. और जब तक के पैसा हमारे या इंडस्ट्री से, सब इंडस्ट्री से अगर जीएसटी लग रही तो हम उसको एग्जामिनेटेड कैसे मांग सकते हैं? सरकार की जिम्मेदारी को भी हमको समझना चाहिए और अपने को भी कैसे प्रॉफिट बढ़ाना चाहिए, उसमें भी काम करना चाहिए. सिर्फ इसी में हमको फोकस नहीं करना चाहिए. जैसे मैंने पहले बोला कि जीएसटी लगता है, पहले नहीं लगा था. अब जीएसटी हमारे ऊपर क्यों लगा, मैं उसकी कहानी बताता हूँ. 5 साल 7 साल पहले जब हमारे प्रोडक्ट में जीएसटी नहीं थी, तो अब हमारे कलाकमा की, बॉम्बे की सबसे 5 स्टार होटल में मीटिंग थी. राइट, अमित सरोगी जी आप थे उस टाइम, हमारे बिहार के मंत्री जी थे. वो उस टाइम जीएसटी नहीं लगती थी. हम वहाँ पे चले गए 5 स्टार होटल में मंत्री जी को बुला के फंक्शन कराए। 5 स्टार होटल में सब टॉप लोग वहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, मंत्री जी को घेर के, तो मंत्री जी को लगा ये तो हेल्दी इंडस्ट्री है, इसमें जीएसटी क्यों नहीं लगना चाहिए। तीसरे दिन जीएसटी लग गई हमारे पास, तो क्या बुरा है, हेल्दी इंडस्ट्री है। तो हम अपना प्रेजेंट वैसे ही कर रहे हैं, जैसे डेयरी वाले देखो कितना इजी सब में जीएसटी छुड़ा लेते हैं, फिश वाले सब में छुड़ा लेते हैं, हम लोग नहीं छुड़ा पाते क्योंकि हम लोग 5 स्टार कल्चर में चले गए और अपनी बातें कि हम नीचे के लिए क्या कर रहे हैं नहीं बता पा रहे हैं। ये अपनी मिस्टेक है जिसको मैंने अपने उसमें स्पीच में दिया था।
Thank you, Bhaiya. Dr. M.R. Reddy, sir, quite a number of questions are for you, but I am just picking a few in the interest of time. So first one is how immunosuppression impacts the pathogenicity of IBH and what should be the measures to control it?
Immunosuppression is the one of the major influencing factor or risk factor in the inclusion body hepatitis. So here actually there are two things. One is infectious diseases, that is IBD, CAV and Marek's disease. And we should have a very good vaccination program to control these things in a breeder level and also at a commercial broiler level. Then second thing is managemental stress or mycotoxins. So we have to take care of good management practices, and also we should avoid any mycotoxins in the feed. So these are the two things we can take care.
Doctor, one more question coming to you regarding IBH. How much chances are there for changes in the strain prevalence of IBH?
Can you repeat?
Yeah, I repeat. How much chances are there for the changes in the strain prevalent of IBH?
Yeah, because now earlier actually India, the FADV4 was the more prevalent, and nowadays FADV4 is not really that much significant, I mean in terms of sequencing studies. But in India as on date we have serotype 11 is the most prevalent and followed by serotype 8B. So we definitely need vaccines which cover all these serotypes, at least FADV4, already vaccines are available, then FADV11 and also FADV8B also should be included in the vaccinations.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. So, Dr. Chin, quite a number of questions on the avian influenza topic, but I am picking few of them. So one question is a very simple one. Postmortem is recommended or not at the field level? I think in the context of avian influenza, it is being asked.
Well, in general, I think if you see a very high mortality, I think the postmortem you can conduct it, but have to be very careful. During the outbreak, the first time, I'm not aware that because it was called upon with certain mortality, the first Hitex farm where I encountered, I didn't even take precaution, a glove. So I'm so worried that I'll get infected. In fact, it was H5 then. But anyway, I recommend if your postmortem need to be conducted under very strict condition, and then professionally done, and then the carcass need to be properly disposed of. I think the other method is not to do postmortem, just take swab, take our oropharyngeal swab, and immediately go for PCR. These are depends on the situation.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Chen. Sir, one question I think Dr. M.R. Reddy and yourself both can contribute. So he's saying apart from LPI, ND become more prevalent in India, particularly G7 and 13. What should be the good strategy for controlling G7 and 13 in breeders and layer birds? Even after very good ND-HI titers, disease can be spread. So it's a very specific condition in India. So either one of you, yeah, or both of you.
Yeah, actually in India now genotype 13 and genotype 7. Genotype 13 is more common, and also genotype 7 cases outbreaks are coming. So for control of these things, only solution is we have to include vaccines. Only killed vaccines are available, I think, for both 13 and 7. And we need to include in the vaccination program at least 2 vaccines. One vaccine is not sufficient. We need to include 2 vaccines in the vaccination schedule. Of course, there are so many already killed vaccines are there, but we have to plan maybe combined vaccines, serotype, genotype 2, 7 and 13. So that is the only solution, but we do not have any live vaccines because these are highly pathogenic strains and we do not have live vaccines. Only thing is we have to include genotype 13 and 7 in the program.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Chin, this is a very good question. Is there any strategies to vaccinate?
I can share a little bit of...
Yeah, please.
Okay, I can share a little bit of G7 genotype. It is a very serious problem in Malaysia and part of Indonesia. The virus that ND in fact cause a lot of damages. The classical vaccines will give certain protection, but will not totally protect the flock. So a lot of new vaccines are coming up now with the G7, using it either as a Q vaccine or even as a recombinant vaccine is available.
Yeah. So, Dr. Chin, this question is for you. Are there any strategies to vaccinate wild or migratory birds to terminate the source of infection, like avian influenza, which is mainly transmitted from wild birds? So, vaccination for wild/migratory birds. Any thoughts?
I'm not clear on the question.
Any idea about vaccination for the wild birds or the migratory birds to prevent the infection at the source?
No, it is not possible.
Yeah,
because
maybe.
it's even commercial poultry vaccination is difficult, and wild birds, migratory birds, it's very difficult. Actually, we should prevent the contact between wild bird to commercial birds, if any, through biosecurity practices.
Yeah, thank you. बहादुर भैया, दिस क्वेश्चन इज़ फॉर यू. मैं इसको एक्सप्लेन करता हूँ. क्वेश्चन बड़ा लंबा है कि उनका कहना है कि आप कैसे बैलेंस करेंगे जो आप इतना फास्ट पोल्ट्री ग्रोथ को के बारे में बात की है कि जो छोटे किसान हैं छोटे स्टेट्स में जैसे छत्तीसगढ़, यूपी, एमपी, महाराष्ट्र, वहाँ के जो छोटे किसान हैं वो कैसे चैलेंजेस को जो पोल्ट्री के हैं फेस करेंगे. एक तरफ अपन बात कर रहे हैं बहुत रैपिड ग्रोथ की पोल्ट्री की इंडिया में, आपके लिए ऐसे.
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है कि छोटे लोगों को कोई काम करने में चैलेंज आएगा. एजुकेशन की बात होती है कि उनको हम कैसा एजुकेशन दे रहे हैं. इक्विपमेंट बेचने वाले कैसे एजुकेशन कर रहे हैं, इंटीग्रेशन कंपनी कैसे एजुकेशन कर रहे हैं. अगर स्टार्टअप ही सही हो जाता है तो फिर मैं बोलता हूँ छोटा फार्मर हो कि बड़ा फार्मर हो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आता. जब स्टार्टअप में ही चैलेंज आता है कि इक्विपमेंट किसी ने कम सप्लाई किया या इक्विपमेंट इनकम्प्लीट सप्लाई किया या इंटीग्रेशन वाले ने ट्रेनिंग नहीं दिया या फार्म में कोई बायोसिक्योरिटी मेंटेन नहीं हुई, इस तरीके की जो कमी होती है वो प्रॉब्लम क्रिएशन करती है. फार्म छोटा भी उतना ही सक्सेसफुल है जितना बड़ा है. मैं कभी इस बात से नहीं एग्री हूँ कि छोटे फार्म को चैलेंज है, बड़े फार्म को चैलेंज नहीं, बल्कि छोटा फार्म कंफर्ट रहता है, बशर्ते उससे नॉलेज पूरा होना चाहिए. और ये इंटीग्रेशन कंपनी और इक्विपमेंट ये दोनों इंडस्ट्री मिल के काम करेगी तो इंडस्ट्री आराम से सर्वाइव चलेगी, तो कोई तकलीफ नहीं.
सतीश जी, आपके लिए क्वेश्चन है, हाउ टू प्रिजर्व लिक्विड एग्स. लिक्विड एग्स को कैसे प्रिजर्व करें, उसके बारे में आपकी राय.
The liquid eggs, now you can keep it maximum 20 days. You have to keep it in at 4 degrees temperature. In case of freezed one, you have to keep it at minus 18 degrees. You can keep it up to 1 year.
Yeah. So Dr. Chin, again, question is for you. Dear doctor, can we vaccinate the birds during AI outbreak?
You are referring LPAI or HPAI? HPAI, no chance. It's too late. Once they go wipe the population, the bird die very quickly. LPAI, there's I think also difficult to do during when there's an active infection. As a bird are already in a very moribund state. they are having hypothermia. If you do any intervention, and all these vaccines are kill vaccine, there's no way to really intervene during that time.
So I think the next one, Nivesh, you and Satish, you can answer. How do you see the egg powder business in next 5 years as the production cost is very high?
As I said earlier, the production cost of feed is very high in India, and the government is introducing the ethanol in fuel, and it's doubling the inclusion. The challenges are more in next 5 years. So we have to see, we have to increase the yield, either by increasing the acreage or by yield. We have to request the government to introduce the GMO. As I said, the US is producing 11 tons per hectare. India is far behind, only 3 tons. So yield has to go up, or import has to happen, or the acreage has to happen. Otherwise, we have to face a lot of challenges because the grain prices may shoot up in next 5 years. But the opportunities are there. We should request the government and do something. That is the only way.
You want to add, Nivesh, anything? Okay, thank you. Abhay ji, this question is for you. You shared with all of us a campaign around mutual fund Sahi Hai. So we would like to understand how it can be, relatable to our sector, particularly the egg marketing or the chicken marketing. Any thoughts? Yeah.
Yeah, the reason when I was working on this topic, that example came to me was because of, there are 2-3 things there. One is the right understanding of, let's say, either the issue or the barrier, कि असल में म्यूचुअल फंड की ग्रोथ के पीछे बैरियर है क्या, या उसमें आई थिंक इट वाज सो दैट इनसाइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि ये एक द रिस्क अवर्स नेचर ऑफ इंडियन पब्लिक, आई थिंक तो उसका बहुत अच्छा उन्होंने आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया था एक सिंगल पॉइंट कि भाई हमें इस चीज़ पे काम करना है, दैट हाउ डू वी connect with the risk averse average Indian consumer who typically invest in FD etc. I think second was also unhone the use of both the common people but also some of those icons jin pe ki people can trust, and I think the use of that is also something which is very relatable. That's something I think this industry should take learning from. And then I think finally is, and which is I think the most important point, like I said, if you go to the website of Association of Mutual Fund Industry and then look at all those who contributed to this, you will not find even one name missing from that list as everybody contributed to this campaign and this cause. I think that's one of the biggest learning, that if that kind of collaboration can happen, even while you are competing, I think that can transform the industry.
Thank you. This question is to Nivesh. Any development on cage-free eggs, and what is your opinion about cage-free eggs or the free-range eggs?
I think many people are working on cage-free eggs and they're introducing, but to serve this huge population, I think cage-free eggs cannot meet all the requirements to meet up this population. Otherwise, cage-free eggs it is very limited. We cannot expect the population to grow to this much.
Yeah. So Pranav, this is for you. Your Murgi compost is only for captive use or like in Punjab only, or you are also selling in the rest of the country?
No, we are selling it in the rest of the country. We are on Amazon, so people are buying all over India.
So it's available all over country?
Yes, yes. On Amazon it is available. You can contact us. We'll make arrangements for that.
Okay. Devin, there are a couple of questions for you. What is the minimum quantity of manure required for vertical composting?
Hello. We have many different sizes really depending on the farm size, but The smallest wood I would say is about 1 ton a day, daily usage, a daily amount of manure to be processed, or about 4 tons every 6 days. That would be the smallest volume. Then all the way we do up till about 40, 50 tons, and since it's modular, we can always add on. So we can do very large project right up to 1 million, 1.5 million birds. We can also process the manure, yes.
Yeah. And the second one is to you. Is the vertical composting is self-powered or powered by electricity?
Yeah, it's powered by electricity. So one of the downsides would be it would require more electricity usage compared to the other two methods that I showed previously.
Yeah. Dr. Chin, somebody is very closely watching your... The hemorrhages that are shown in HP slide are looking same like LP. Like the hemorrhages pictures what you showed in the slide of high pathogenic are same as low pathogenic. So how to differentiate?
For HPI, it's systemic. It's throughout the system, the body, every part, there are hemorrhages. For LPI, I think you can look the lesions are more specific on the respiratory tract and also the GI tract. The hemorrhages are more restrictive. Yeah, for HPI, the whole system, the whole body are hemorrhages, very clear. And then for the other way is look at the clinical symptom, the high mortality, obviously. For LPI, unless you got mycoplasma or other viruses, the mortality rate will go up to 30 to 60%. But LPI, HPI, no chance, 80, 90% dead. So by looking at all those things, you could already quite clear the science there, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So I think I will go around to all the speakers. One line, feedback on your presentation for the audience as a take-home message. What do you like to give the message to all your participant here, Pranav?
Yeah, it's like this manure disposal is a pressing issue. So we have to take a step forward in this thing. Thank you.
Yeah. Nimesh, key take-home message from your presentation would you like to share?
I would like to say India is far behind the protein consumption compared to other countries. So we should also increase our egg consumption as well as chicken in order to grow our industry and also ourselves.
Thank you, Nivesh. Dr. M.R. Reddy.
Yeah, inclusion body hepatitis is a very complex problem and we don't have any simple solution for that. We need a multi-pronged approach on different angles, so that is required to control IBH.
Yeah. Deven?
Yeah, I think India has the chance to take the lead in terms of environmental waste disposal and also sustainability for future generations.
Thanks. Satish ji.
I have 2 points to say. One is, we should approach the government whenever the free trade agreement negotiations are going on. We should request the government to increase all the products so that the importing country duties will reduce. Otherwise, we are not competitive. The second point is the grains. As I said now, we should increase our production. So the opportunities are there. If we can do these two, definitely we will be able to meet the global demand.
Dr. Chin? Disease is always too late. Take precaution, prevention, management, nutrition. That's most important to really determine the profitability.
Abhay?
See, my message will be, I think what I said on one of my slides, ये एक ऐसा chicken is one product which is every marketeer's dream. I have in my past lives worked on many more difficult challenges in terms of brands या products को बड़ा करना. इसको बड़ा करना, I think what it needs is just industry to come together, work in a collaborative manner and invest behind it. I think the kind of value creation across multiple stakeholders can surprise everyone. Thank you.
मेरा बड़ा इसमें क्लियर ओपिनियन है कि जब तक कि हमारी कंपनी में प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी लाने के लिए ग्रोथ लाने के लिए हम एक साथ मिल के काम नहीं करेंगे, एक दूसरे को डाटा शेयर नहीं करेंगे, एक दूसरे को अंडरस्टैंड नहीं करेंगे, एक ग्रुप दूसरे ग्रुप की अच्छाइयों को देखेगा नहीं और उससे सीखेगा, छुपाएगा नहीं, तभी हमारी इंडस्ट्री मजबूत होकर नेक्स्ट जनरेशन के पास ट्रांसफ़र हो सकती है। वरना ऐसे ही होते रहेगा कि हर मैच होते रहेगा, खिलाड़ी बदलते रहेंगे, खिलाड़ी आते रहेंगे और जाते रहेंगे, कुछ ही लोग आगे बढ़ पाएंगे। बेहतर है कि रीजनल लेवल में नेक्स्ट जनरेशन को देने के लिए हर आदमी को अपना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर विथ आईटी के साथ, नए सिस्टम के साथ हमको लाना पड़ेगा, नए फार्मों को लाना पड़ेगा, 10% सरप्लस फार्म लाने के लिए काम करना होगा। ये कोई एक आदमी काम नहीं कर सकते, पूरी इंडस्ट्री को करना पड़ेगा। तो मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है कि पूरी इंडस्ट्री से कि हर आदमी अपने अपने लेवल में काम करें, तो अपने आप अगले साल देखेंगे कि हम मजबूत बन के आगे बढ़ेंगे। हमें आगे चलना है, लेकिन गिरते हुए नहीं चलना है, बिल्कुल दौड़ना भी नहीं है। इतने कदम मजबूत होना चाहिए कि हम अपने मंजिल पे पहुंच पाएँ, ऐसी सबकी सोच होना चाहिए। मैं नहीं सोचता कि हमारी भी इंडस्ट्री दूसरे लोहे और मोटर कार वाले से भी अच्छी इंडस्ट्री के रूप में आगे चल के जानी जाएगी। थैंक यू।
Thank you. So can we have a big round of applause to all our speakers for wonderful deliberation. And in case any of your question could not be taken due to consideration of the time, my humble request to all of you, all the speakers are here and also available in next few days here. So please reach out to them one-on-one and get your questions answered. Can I request our chairman, Pankaj Shukla sir, and the entire team to come on the stage for a group photograph with all the speakers of today. So all the committee members of chairman sir, Dr. Shukla sir, please come forward. Can we round of applause for all the committee members and the chairman, Dr. Shukla sir, for guiding us in throughout this journey.
Cheers to all the leaders who have joined us on stage for a fabulous group picture. Thank you to the presenters and thank you to the moderator for taking it so flawlessly. The question and answers round, yes, a much awaited one, has finally taken place. And yes, many of the questions we've taken from you. I'm sure one's question was another's questions too. Taking the session forward, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that the Expo is coming up. But to talk about that, I would not do the honors. I would be requesting the right person to do it. Poultry India Expo inaugural ceremony and further details about that would be given to us by the President of Poultry India, Mr. Can I ask you to spell his name for me, please? Can I request our President, Mr. Uday, to join me on stage?
Welcome to Poultry India. It's my great honor to be on this stage of Knowledge Day, which has been created by EAC. Thank you, one and all, who are today a part of Poultry India. A big applause for Poultry India. I need more energy now, because a more new team, more energy has to come out. This baton has been given by all my three senior presidents to me, and I was told to have more energy in Poultry India. So I'm sure if more energy is required, we need more of claps. So anyway, thank you for the claps and for all the love you have given to us. I would take very limited time because we are running very short of time. I thank all my respected guests, O.P. Chaudhary ji, who has come all the way from Delhi, given his valuable time. I thank you, sir. Bahadur ji, Balram ji, all my senior members, all my senior industry people who have been guiding us to take Poultry India to such a level. I'm very happy to say that we are overbooked this year and we'll be going we'll be breaking more records in future also. I would like to inform you that Poultry India, we have covered enormously this year. We have done few technical seminars in India and also international show. One was in Nepal, and I had Swamiji Gurchanji, who was with us today, who has been our success story. He has given his love and affection, and we had a very good visitor count there also. And then we also have been to Russia, where we have been also successfully completed our Expo. This year, we will be also moving forward with new editions of Bangladesh and few more to come. So as my tenure is, I would be doing whatever best I can do for my Poultry India. So with this, I call upon all my senior members to join us for inaugurating Poultry India 16th edition. I request all my senior presidents to please come on the stage, please. Mr. Anil ji, Harish Garware sahab, Chakrad Rao sahab, Shrikant, treasurer, Natarajan sir, my secretary. Yes. I'm sure you should give us a big applause for Poultry India, because a team which is now taking forward the legacy of Poultry India. Because I remember Bahadurji telling from last night, I was with him for the interaction, and he has been telling us that, see, it's a big thing, you have to go ahead. You have to have guts to do work, and the legacy has to be taken care properly. And I'm sure my presidents, past presidents, will be proud of what the Poultry India is doing today, with a new team coming forward with each and every way to move forward. So let's start the 16th. I pass on to my senior president, my founder president, Anil Dhumal sahab, to take it over.
You know this Poultry India, we are the working team, the IPMA, Indian Poultry Manufacturers Association. But the guiding force behind us is called EAC, which is Executive Advisory Committee. They are comprising of all the presidents of all the associations, national level associations, and also all the big stakeholders in our industry. So all these people, we have the committee, and that committee takes decisions that we follow. They make the policy decisions and we carry out that task. I now request all our EAC members to please join us on the stage for the inaugural ceremony of Poultry India 2024. Please join us in the stage. I also request Dr. O.P. Chaudhary ji to please come on the stage. Ranpal Danda ji, Dr. Ajay, Dr. K.G. Anand, Mr. Sanjay Nargilkar, Mr. Saundar Rajans, Mr. Bahadur Ali, Mr. Balram Singh Yadav, Mr. Rana, Mr. Reddy. Ram Reddy, sir. Ram Reddy garu nahi hai? जैसा सवेरे मैंने बात किया कि पोल्ट्री इंडिया का इनॉग्रेशन जो हम लोग दिन में करते थे फर्स्ट दिन एक्सपो के, वहाँ बहुत टाइम वेस्ट होता था. टू सेव दैट टाइम which is precious time for the exhibitors and all the visitors also, we have thought a process that we will digitally inaugurate this. And I now request Dr. O.P. Chaudhary ji to inaugurate this by pressing the button. Just one. Jaideep, is it ready? Yes.
Let's build excitement, ladies and gentlemen. It's the formal inaugural of Poultry India Expo.
आज के स्पीकर्स ने, बहादुर भाई ने भी बोला कि हम लोग सब एक होके अपने इंडस्ट्री के लिए काम करना चाहिए. और सब एक जब हो सकते हैं कि कोई एक प्लेटफॉर्म चाहिए जिसके ऊपर सब एसोसिएशंस इकट्ठा होए, सब स्टेक होल्डर्स इकट्ठा होए और अपना पोल्ट्री के ग्रोथ के लिए वो सब इकट्ठा कुछ डिसीजन ले, सब आ जाए. अभय जी ने भी यही बोला कि ये अगर हो सकता है तो ही हम लोग कोई अच्छा काम कर सकते हैं. ये सोच को आगे लेके जा रहे हैं हम लोग और एक प्लेटफॉर्म बना रहे हैं कि जिसमें सब कोई रहेगा. इन शॉर्ट EAC को हम लोग लीगल एंटिटी बना रहे हैं और एक नया एसोसिएशन फेडरेशन बना रहे हैं. उसके बारे में मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा बलराम जी को कि तो कुछ बात करें.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, dear friends from the industry. So I must tell you that I have completed 35 years in the industry and I have never been that optimistic that I am today. I must tell you that I have seen poultry in 3 phases. Before 2000 it was Poultry 101, before 2020 Poultry 2.0 and now it is 3.0. But I must tell you that my optimism is even more now. I strongly believe Bahadur Bhai has said that poultry is 2.1 lakh crores. And I am very sure that with India becoming rich and distribution models getting evolved and producers becoming more efficient, I am very sure that in 6-7 years this industry will double. I am also very sure that at least 4 or 5 companies of 30,000-40,000 crores turnover will come up in this country in next 5 to 7 years. So this is the kind of opportunity is going to be there. Having said that, we have to make sure that this growth is profitable and it is sustainable. And I must say that This is only possible if we are all able to come together, and this new association of association is going to be very, very critical in maneuvering the challenges of future. I need to say that there will be a lot of challenges, whether it is raw material, whether it is a disease, whether it is an environmental challenge. Technology will play in its role. I am very sure that a lot of our talent issues will be addressed by digitalization of this industry, but our requirement of talent will also change. All this will require a lot of regulatory maneuvering and cooperation of the government. And on top of that, we heard the stories of exports. I think in case the way we are going, we will also become globally competitive, and that also we can never achieve without the government's help. With so much happening in future, I think we should talk to the regulators, to the government, to the consumer, as Abhay pointed out, in one voice. And that's what Bahadur Bhai has been talking about. That's what the government has been asking. And Dr. Chaudhary Sahab is there, and he also always used to say, "Bhai, ek hi baat karo, sare aadmi ek baat karo, sare aadmi ek baat karo." I am very glad to also say that there is so much of evolution which has happened. I think all of us have started coming together, sharing stage, and I think this association, this collaboration, this cooperation has to become more and more for the benefit of industry and all its players. And I must tell you that a big effort also has to be made to improve the image of the industry in front of the government, in front of the consumer, and in front of the talent we need in future. This can only be possible if we make it profitable, if we make it big, and if we make it little more glamorous by bringing more and more value addition. So I see very bright future, but it is for us to make it brighter. It is for us to make it more profitable and sustainable by cooperation and collaboration. And I'm sure this association will provide the new stewardship which is needed to maneuver us into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Balram ji. Thank you very much. This has encouraged us to take. बोलना है? हाँ बोलो. Okay.
लेकिन सवाल है कि इस प्रॉब्लम का सॉल्यूशन किसने क्या किया, इस मंजिल को हम कैसे तैर के जाएंगे और कैसे हम सक्सेस बनेंगे। तो अपनी इंडस्ट्री में एक ऐसा हीरो है जो ये प्रॉब्लम को दूर कर सकता है और उसको सब एक्सेप्ट करते हैं और उसकी बात को वजन मिलता है हमारी इंडस्ट्री में एक हीरो ऐसा जिसने इतना बड़ा इंडियन पोल्ट्री शो को पूरा इंडिया में एक चैलेंज ला के यहाँ पे इसको सक्सेसफुली आज 16 साल हो गए। तो मैं सोचता हूँ ये जिम्मेदारी अनिल धुमाल को देना चाहिए कि ये पूरे इस एसोसिएशन को प्रॉब्लम को एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे लाएगा, एक एसोसिएशन बनाएगा, एक ऐप के थ्रू हमारी जो कंपनी के अंदर बैड मैसेज देने वाले आदमी हैं वो ऐप को ड्राइव यही करें और जितने भी एसोसिएशन हैं सबका मर्ज करके एक सेंटर में पहुँचाए, रीजनल में पहुँचाए। इस तरीके की जॉब प्रोफाइल हम अनिल धुमाल को देना चाहते हैं। मेरे ख्याल से अनिल जी इस काम के लिए आप सबसे बलराम भाई क्या बोलते हैं आप, राइट? बिल्कुल सही ना आनंद जी, बिल्कुल सही। ताली बजा के इसका स्वागत किया जाए कि आज से इस जितने भी आज यहाँ बात किए हैं सबको एक साथ लाने का, आगे बढ़ाने का, इंडस्ट्री के प्रॉब्लम को ख़त्म करने का। और मैं पूरा यकीन करता हूँ कि धुमाल इसमें दिल से, जैसा बोलते हैं ना कि दिल से और अपना समझता है, वो फीलिंग इसके साथ अपनी इंडस्ट्री के लिए जो कि आज हम शो देख रहे हैं, इस शो में मैंने जितनी मेहनत और जितनी लगन मैंने अनिल धुमाल को, हरीश को, चक्रधर को और उदय जी को देखता हूँ, मैं सोचता हूँ और आप और हम कोई प्रोफेशनल को भी रखेंगे तो इतनी हम सक्सेस स्टोरी नहीं बना सकते। तो इन चारों के लिए और ख़ास करके उसमें अनिल के लिए ताली बजा के इसके लिए धन्यवाद देते हैं और उम्मीद करते हैं कि इंडस्ट्री की प्रॉब्लम फिर से एक नए तरीके से दूर करेंगे। अनिल भाई इसके लिए बहुत बहुत आपको जिम्मेदारी दी जाती है, राइट? थैंक यू।
बहादुर भाई आपने ये जिम्मेदारी दी, क्या हमारे गले में घंटा बांध दी है। Anyway, I would request Anand ji now to please
नहीं आप बोलिए.
गुड इवनिंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू सर. आई थिंक बहादुर भाई जो बोले हैं बिल्कुल सही है. द कॉन्सेप्ट जो सोचे हैं, जैसा इंडस्ट्री को सबको साथ लेके जा रहे हैं, इसमें दुमाल जी और बाकी प्रेसिडेंट्स का काफ़ी रोल है. वी रियली अप्रिशिएट द एफर्ट दे हैव टेकन, द कॉन्सेप्ट दे हैव अराइव्ड एट, and the way they motivated all of us to join. I definitely feel there is a strong need for one voice to be represented at the government level, and that I think can be well served with the new organization, which is Association of Associations. While the state associations are probably taking up the cause within the state, there is definitely a need at the central level, especially in terms of representative government, because many times we feel that the issues that we bring forth are probably not receiving the attention that they deserve. In that, I think probably we somewhere, the industry united effort is maybe lacking. This is a right step. I think in the coming months, all of us should try to give as much support as possible and represent our cause, because there are several issues which we need to be addressed for our industry to move forward, whether it's in terms of addressing the availability of cereals, whether in terms of addressing the problems connected to exports, or in terms of removing the negative publicity carried out in media. There are many, many tasks. I'm sure the association, representing the associations, can take up the cause and probably put up the right information in a very positive manner. I wish them all the best of luck, and we assure all the cooperation for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anand Sahab. I now request Dr. O.P. Chaudhary ji to inaugurate, to launch this new association. So, with this, we announce, all of us, we announce that the new association is formed. There will be a new platform now. All these people will sit down, discuss for the nation, for the Indian poultry, and they will take decisions and move forward in this direction. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for this. And I would request now our president to give us a good grand party tonight to celebrate this.
Now I'm going to announce the most important part. This association, what we have formed, will get initial 5 crores from Poultry India. And every year, we will be giving them 50% profits. So this association will have enough money, and I think we will do a lot for the entire industry every year. Thank you.
It is surplus, it is not a profit, because this is non-profit making association. We have the directory for the exhibition. Directory for the exhibition, and we want to inaugurate that directory.
हाँ ओके ओके सर आइए ये भी आइए हाँ आइए ये खोल दीजिए.
I request the dignitaries to also please join me near the unveiling of the book cover. And here we are unveiling the book cover, ladies and gentlemen.
सबका नहीं दिया क्या? मेरा हाथ फोटो निकालो. आपको फोटो निकालना है इसके ऐसा करके. आइए
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we have seen the Expo being formally inaugurated, the book launch being done, and of course, yes, the logo launch has been done, very shortly we'll be having a motivational speaker, Mr. Srikant Bola, joining us in a few moments. But before that, let me ask you all, how has been your day? कैसे था आपका दिन आज का? If the answer is yes, then just show me a thumbs up, everyone. Great. I can see some little hands at the back. My dear friends at the back, can you show me that thumbs up if your day was great? Thank you for the light coordination. Light nahi thi to sab log कंजूसी कर रहे थे. But now that our dear friends have the spike light on them, you're showing us your interest, and thank you so much. Let me ask you that did you all fill your registration details? Because very shortly we'll also be having the lucky draw. I'm sure that feedback forms have been circulated. आपके पास आया feedback form? Everyone got the feedback form? I want you all to write the feedback form and give it back to the volunteers. That will be collected and we will be having a lucky draw. And special surprise and gift for the lucky draw winners will be announced. So that is not just a paper, but there's also good luck in that. So I request everyone, whoever has received the feedback form, please fill the feedback form. Our volunteers would be on their way to collect the feedback form from you. post which we shall be having the lucky draw being taken out. And of course, yes, the evening, the gala evening is what is most awaited or looking for. So soon after the second half of the proceeds are over, we'll be taking a break and coming back for the evening entertainment gala night, where it's all about enjoyment, staying together, having fun, music, dance, and drinks. Saying nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, you all have been a great audience since morning. Looking forward for more such valuable feeds and the most exciting session very shortly coming up from Mr. Srikanth Bulla. We've known about him that he's been an inspirational story, inspirational human being on whose stories the movie also recently came in. He's that gentleman who truly is a beacon of inspiration, that चाहो तो कुछ भी कर सकते हो, बस चाह होनी चाहिए. He recently got married and then he's also named his daughter Nayan. The beautiful child is named as Nayan, that definitely means eyes. We all know that there was one little challenge that he had, and that was only the visual challenge. But as his mental was not blocked, he thought of some dreams to become the president of the country. So just imagine, if he can think it, he can believe it, and then he can do it, then anybody can do it. If you think to fly, you can fly, as we've seen the inspirational video also coming up. We will be very shortly back with our speakers joining in. Until then, I request all my dear friends to please write down the feedback form. Our volunteers are on their way to collect it back from you, fourth which is going to be the lucky draw. All right. I think it's time for me to come to my friends, indulge in the audience, and then check how's the Josh. Subha se hum yahan baithe hain. We've been sitting since morning. We had just 1 hour of a lunch break, and then I come across, don't be scared, I'm not COVID virus. I'm just wearing the white color because we are a coordination of white colors. Hello sir, very good evening. How are you?
Fine, madam.
What's your good name?
जगदीश. सोनीपत हरियाणा.
सोनीपत हरियाणा से एक बार खड़े हो जाएंगे हम सबके लिए. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it for the gentleman, Mr. Jagdish. सर देखिए, जो ताली बजा रहे हैं वो आपके दोस्त है, जो ताली नहीं बजा रहे वो वंडर कर रहे कि हमें क्यों नहीं उठाया. Right? So I'll also be coming to them. So you're here for the very first time in Hyderabad?
Third time.
Third time. क्या खींच लाया आपको apart from the session?
Expo knowledge day की वजह से आते हैं.
Okay, अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं that tell me one thing what you really like about the Expo, क्या रहेगा वो? I'm sure many things, but one thing.
Networking.
Networking. Imagine out of everything he's mentioned networking. So ऐसा कोई incidents रहा है इन 2 सालों में, this is your 3rd year, that one networking good contact got you somewhere? कोई एक अच्छा कांटेक्ट मिला, कोई एक अच्छा नेटवर्क मिला, या बहुत सारे नेटवर्क्स मिले जहां से आपकी कुछ ग्रोथ हुई, आपने कुछ सीखने को मिला?
कई मिले, लेकिन अभी एकदम से थोड़ा.
हाँ बिल्कुल, मैं आपको एकदम गन शॉट पे नहीं रख रही हूँ एकदम से, बट थैंक यू सो मच, यू हैव बीन अ स्पोर्ट. थैंक यू सो मच सर जी. ऑलराइट, हमारे यहाँ पे भाई है. सर हेलो, हाउ आर यू? अच्छा, जैसे मैंने बोला भाई है, वो बोल रहे मैं नहीं ये नहीं वो नहीं वो. अरे हम सभी, वी ऑल आर इंडियंस, वी ऑल लव ईच अदर. सर मे आई नो योर गुड नेम?
अजीत सिंह.
जी पानीपत हरियाणा।
हरियाणा, फैंटास्टिक। कितने लोग पानीपत हरियाणा से हैं? हाथ खड़े कर दीजिए जल्दी जल्दी, हरियाणा से। ओके, हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू आर हियर फ्रॉम पंजाब? ओके, देयर आर अ फ्यू हैंड्स। महाराष्ट्र से कौन कौन है यहाँ पर? अरे महाराष्ट्र की तो पूरी फौज है यहाँ पे। फैंटास्टिक। हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू आर फ्रॉम यूपी? ओके, अ फ्यू देयर एंड हियर। एमपी, एमपी, एमपी से यहाँ पे है एक सर हमारे साथ, तो आई वुड डेफिनेटली वांट टू कम। कैन आई हैव सम स्पेस टू वॉक इन प्लीज? थैंक यू जेंटलमैन। सो व्हाट्स अ गुड नेम? आपका शुभ नाम?
डॉक्टर महेंद्र सिंह।
आप कृपया खड़े होने की गुजारिश है आपसे, अपने दोनों पैरों पे खड़े हो जाए। कितने सालों पहले हो गए सर? आप पहली बार आ रहे हैं हैदराबाद?
2006 से आ रहा हूँ मैं।
2006 से आ रहे। जोरदार ताले हो जाए, इतनी अच्छी कंसिस्टेंसी। फैंटास्टिक। सर आपने यहाँ का बिरयानी ट्राई किया है?
बहुत, कई बार।
कैसे? डिलीशियस?
जबरदस्त।
जबरदस्त। ओके, अगर आपको यहाँ पे एक टेक अवे देना है, कुछ भी एक मैसेज, बिकॉज हर कोई स्टेज पर नहीं आ सका, बट आई एम श्योर एवरीवन हु इज सिटिंग हियर हैज गॉट वैल्यूएबल इनसाइट्स। सभी अपने एक्सपीरियंस से कुछ ना कुछ कह सकते हैं। अगर आपको मौका दिया जाए कि आप अपने फ्रेटर्निटी को कुछ एक मैसेज दे पाए, तो व्हाट वुड दैट बी?
संडे हो या मंडे, रोज का वनडे। पहला मैसेज तो ये है। दूसरा मैसेज ये है कि मैं एक वेटनेरियन हूँ और जबलपुर का रहने वाला हूँ और भोपाल में रहता हूँ। मैं ये देख रहा हूँ कि अपनी इंडस्ट्री में अपने विरोध में बहुत सारे लोग खड़े हैं, जैसे कि पेटा है और पेटा है, और बहुत सारी ऐसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो व्हाट्सएप पे गलत मैसेज डाल रहे हैं। उसके लिए हम सबको एकजुट होकर के उनसे फाइट करना है। यस,
फैंटास्टिक। यही सर हमने आज यही टॉपिक पे बात की थी, प्लीज विराजमान हो जाइए, कि वी ऑल नीड टू बी यूनाइटेड, क्योंकि जब तक हम सब एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर नहीं रहेंगे, एकजुट नहीं रहेंगे, देयर विल बी सो मेनी बैरियर्स कमिंग अप, राइट? Okay, so until and unless we move forward, I think I should go in the first row as well. Okay, before that, hi gentlemen, very good evening, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
What's a good name?
Dr. Santiago from Spain.
Thank you, and firstly, without me asking, you've stood up, so thank you so much for that. Where are you from?
From Barcelona, Spain.
Okay, from Spain, we have a delegate with us from Spain. So since how many years you're into this business?
6 years since I started at Abidjan, Spain, then moved and now working for IPRA.
So you're the first generation, or you are the second or the third generation of the same business category?
Most likely, second, yeah.
Wow. So until all the other career and business options, you are the first generation who've chosen poultry. And what was that one thing that attracted you, if I may ask, out of my interest?
Well, there is an important source of high value protein in Europe, especially, also all over the world. But we want to provide quality and food safety products all over the world. So working against salmonella infection was one of the things that triggered me to choose poultry production especially.
So all the way from Spain, having a very good business goal and mindset, what brings you to Poultry India session in Hyderabad?
Well, actually now I'm working as a regional manager for IPRA in India and Pakistan. We have a very strong business in IPRA in India, thanks to our distributors here present as well. So also I wanted to meet a few of our most important customers all over the world who are based in India.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. It was great having you. Please have your seat. Yes. Perfect, perfect. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. We finally have the gentleman for whom we have been waiting for. Srikanth sir, I cannot elaborate this much enough, but let me tell you, you are that one inspiration that we are waiting to hear. We've heard about you a lot, we've read about you a lot, but then now, finally, a live session that drives us to connect with you. As I mentioned earlier, sir, when you've just arrived, that you were the motivation for yourself. You were the inspirer for yourself. Great initiatives taken by you, dreams come true. And beautiful daughter that you're blessed with, Nayan, I heartily congratulate you that you set high dreams for her too. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge honor and huge round of applause, can we together rise above, stand up, and give our hands together for the one and only, our motivation speaker today, Mr. Srikant Bola. He's a public speaker, entrepreneur, philanthropist, CEO of Boland University Industries. And along with him, I would request Mr. Balram Yadav, CEO Godrej Agrovet, to join in for a conversation.
Hold this, hold this. Just
Yeah, one mic.
Hello.
I'm Anka Jyoti.
Hi.
And I'm happy to meet you.
Pleasure
Do you want
meeting.
some water?
No, I'm okay. Thank you. Good to meet you.
I'll just start.
Yes.
Welcome, Karvin.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I think you would have seen the bounce in my voice. I am extremely inspired and honored to interview this gentleman called Srikant. Actually, he should be called Srikan because the kind of things he have done in such short time. I must also ask people here, because one film has been made, so he is a celebrity anyway. How many people have seen that film? I think you'll all enjoy so much, but people who have not seen, please go and see. It is a film which is full of inspiration, and not only yourself, but make sure that your children also see this film. So I wish to introduce Srikant, and what an honor it is, Srikant, to introduce you. It is with immense honor and great delight that I stand before you today to introduce a man whose life narrative is nothing short of extraordinary. A beacon of resilience and testament of indomitable human spirit, Mr. Srikant Bola, born into a world that was dark to his eyes, Mr. Srikant's vision has always been very clear in his mind. His journey, marked by an unyielding resolve, began with a dream to break the shackles of societal constraints and soar in the realm of science and engineering. Faced with an education system that barred the visually challenged from the study of science and mathematics, Mr. Srikant did not falter. With the unwavering support of his school management, he embarked on legal battle against this exclusionary practice, emerging victorious and forever altering the course of educational law. His thirst for knowledge and excellence propelled him to the hallowed halls of MIT, where he earned his name in history as the first international visually impaired student in the Sloan School of Management under MS program. In the year 2012, Mr. Srikant, alongside the business partner Ravi Manta, laid the foundation of Boland Industries. This venture was not merely a business, it was a mission to create a sustainable future and a testament to Mr. Srikant's dedication to social entrepreneurship. Boland Industries stand tall today, not only as a successful entrepreneurship, not only as successful enterprise with a valuation of more than 100 crores, but as harbinger of hope, providing dignified employment to hundreds of individuals with disabilities. The company's commitment to environment through the recycling of waste plastic and production of eco-friendly papers and packaging mirrors Mr. Srikant's commitment to societal change. His vision transcends the pursuit of profit. It's a vision that empowers, that transforms perceived limitation into unparalleled strength. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Srikant's life is a narrative that now graces the silver screen, inspiring countless hearts and minds. As we welcome him today, let us not only applaud his achievements, but also embrace the ethos of possibility and change that he embodies. Please join me in extending a warm welcome and heartfelt welcome to our chief guest, a true visionary and an inspiration to us all, Mr. Srikant Bola. A loud round of applause for him, please.
Thank you so much. Indeed, happy good evening to you all. I guess I should say gentlemen because mostly I see men over here. And I think most of the forums have a lot of women out there, but this forum is dominated by men, I guess. But indeed, it's my honor to be here with Balramji and all of you and to address Poultry India group and, because you are the people who are the generators of protein for all of us. And I'm very glad to even see that India is almost 4th or 5th in terms of poultry production and protein giving to the entire world. So thank you for keeping up the good work. Thank you for giving us healthy protein. Thank you for minimizing the usage of steroids. Thank you for minimizing the usage of harmful medicines. And with all the help of technology and good feeds, and you are giving us the juicy and nice chicken for people like me to eat every day. Indeed, it's a great honor to be here today.
Look, guys, you have to be louder than that, huh?
It's okay.
Let us start. You were born in a village.
Your mic is not working.
You were born in a village in AP to parents whom livelihood was farming. It was a shock for them to have given birth to a visually impaired son. But today you are a hero in your village and country. How does that feel?
You know, this question, nowadays I see this question very often. I don't know, people just ask this over and over, but I keep telling people, I don't have to, I didn't become a hero because the movie Shrikant has come in. It's the Rajkumar Rao who had become a hero by enacting my role. But the irony is, I was anyway born hero. So I don't have to become a hero now after 33 years. I was born to be a hero. When I was born 33 years ago, the whole community thought I was a zero. But it was my parents who had realized that I was born to give the heroism in the form of bright light, knowledge and vision to people. So I was able to realize at a very young age that I was born to be blind because I was born to have 100% vision. You know, most of the people come and ask me, how much vision do I have? I always tell them I have 100% vision. That's when people get confused and say, then what's wrong with your eyes? What they mean is sight and not the vision, my dear friends. Because, you know, it's very important for us to understand that sight is purely for the mind, eye and the body, and vision is purely for the mind. You know, a person without sight or any physical issues can conquer the Mount Everest or can do anything, just as I have done it in many things. But a person without vision can do nothing. Because it is the vision that we cannot see, but we all have to feel it and we embrace it. You know, on this note, I always believed in knowing that God can only give you starting circumstances, but we make our own destiny. The future is in our hands with just enough randomness to make things interesting and less predictable. I mean, this is not to say that the problems that we face are easy. Of course, we have issues, but the stakes are higher. You know, think about it. A person working in a quarry from morning to evening is definitely working harder than any of us in this room. But her productivity is not enough to build something meaningful or let alone feed 3 meals a day. This is why I tell you, we all get starting circumstances. The exposure that we face is what really matters. But without right exposure at right age to right things, all your hard work and talent won't take you beyond breaking stones by hand all day. I think today, these kind of days is what creates that right exposure among people like us in a cohesive group. And it is the platforms like this can actually inspire us to go beyond what we think every day. Because when we actually work among our own teams or in our own purview, we don't know what the whole world is doing. Just as when I was in a special school, I couldn't even know how the world dreams and lives. But it was the day when I got kicked out of school, that's when I realized the bigger world is beyond 4 walls that I lived in. I think every day as a leader, we learn so much. When I was born, everybody told my parents, you give him up. He's not useful to anybody. He will be a bread taker, not a breadwinner for you. And that point of time, in spite of this heavy devastation that my parents were undergoing, they were happy enough or confident enough to say, he will not be a bread taker for our family alone, but he will be a bread giver to millions of people and the whole country in future. I think that vision is what stood very tall in my mind and heart. Because today, after 30 years, I was able to prove my parents right. Ki yes, I can not only take on the lineage of my old parents, but can take on the whole country. You know, on that note, before I conclude, let me tell you, previously I was just Shrikant Bola, but now after the movie came in, I not only belong to my own family, but I'm proud to be a part of our entire big family, which is this Vasudhaiva Kutumbam, our whole nation. Because my story is somewhere, somehow owned by people from every corner of this world. People think if Shrikant can do it against all odds, why can't we do it? That's the inspiration we always wanted to drive, because movies and stories are the best way for people to get inspiration. And this movie is not about any Bollywood masala. It's about an ordinary human being who happened to be a blind. It's not about someone who is blind that you want to show and make yourself good by just simply saying love is blind. No, it cannot. A person with full of vision was grown up by saying that he has no limitation. You know, my parents, my teachers and my principals and my well-wishers, when I was growing up, told me one thing, that Shrikant, you have no limitation. I think that became a part of my DNA. You know, all of you may have two choices as leaders in day-to-day life. When you encounter a challenge, you show two responses. Either you show a flight response or a fight response. What is easy for you? Flight response, right? You can simply walk away from the problem or push it on to someone or lobby to get the problem done. But for me, because I don't have the eyesight, the only thing I can do is खड़ा होके लड़ना. Because if I run, I will fall down. But if I stand up there and fight, I will win. I think this has become my mantra for success so far.
Excellent answer, Shrikant. So everybody wanted to know one thing. Actually, I just wanted to ask, how much justice the film has done to your story?
I think 98%.
Excellent. So then I think my questions will make a lot of sense. I think one of the key persons in that film and in your life is your teacher, Devika. Yeah, so, and tell us something about her, your relationship, and also why science was so important to you.
You know, in life, we all have, as I said, I was lucky enough. The setbacks I had in life enabled me to gain more exposure and meet right people in my life. You know, the ground level is always filled with no-sayers because people believe anything cannot be done. But as you go higher, you'll meet people who think anything is possible. I, from day one, have never taken answer for a no. I built my life at my own terms that no one can negotiate. You know, we all believe in Vastu and nothing wrong with it. I'm not trying to say you don't want to. But we all believe Vastu, we all believe astrology. But I, on the other side, write my own astrology rather than believing it. Because I think, as I said, God has given me enough talent, enough opportunities, and it is my destiny that I have to create. Because, you know, we are all born with this problem of fear. By choice, we were all disabled or specially abled, because when we look at fear, we all take a step back and say, no, this cannot be done by me. That is, because I don't see fear, I became fearless when I was young. I have grown up by seeing hardships as an opportunity. Because when I had to walk to study, I had to walk almost 5 kilometers a day. And even after struggling so much, and let me assure you, all my senses were keenly developed, simply surviving walking on the village roads without the privilege of eyesight. But even after doing so much hard work, nobody would acknowledge my presence, nobody would talk to me. So I sat in the last bench wallowing in my loneliness as a young kid. Now that I think Lord Gautam Buddha would have had similar experience when he sat in Lumbini before he got enlightened. But as a 6-year-old, I wouldn't knew about that, right? But I just simply wanted to play with everybody and want to enjoy. But that was not happening. That was the first time I felt I am the loneliest child in this world, because not that I don't have lunch box to eat, but I was made lonely by the perceptions of the people. This is where I have realized that loneliness is actually the poverty and not all the money in this world. In fact, all the money in this world makes you vulnerable and not happy. But if you are compassionate, I think that is what makes you rich as a person. These two values is what made me what I am today. It is from my own parents that I have learned to give compassion to people just as they have done it for a young kid without any opportunities as a young kid. But yet, my parents were able to give me everything that they could against all odds. So I was determined not to be a financial burden on them from a young age. You know, it was in special school that I saw my liberation. I was access to top class library, peer group and whatnot. The stakes were much higher. That's when I realized if I'm going to work hard, I might as well aim as high as possible. You know, this is where I have learned to face hardships. I have learned to face the world because of my own teachers who had hand-holded me and said, Shrikant, you had no limitations. I think that mantra stood very, very firm, and I was able to do everything. Whenever someone said no, I proved them wrong in everything. When a young age, when I was studying, somebody came and hit me with a ball and said, Arey bhai, aap to just big man mangne ka kabil hai. You cannot play cricket with us. That's when I told him, one day I will play for this country. And after 10 years, I have proven that game, that goal. When someone said I cannot play chess while not seeing the board, I have proven that I can in fact become the international grandmaster. When someone said I cannot play baseball, I have not only become proficient in that, but hit the best runs in the game. I think all that I needed for me to be successful is a no from people like you. Whenever somebody turns away from me, I will ensure to make that happen and ensure to win the game. You know, the reason I am telling you this is you are all leaders in your own chosen path. Challenges haunt you every day. In fact, they are good for you. If you don't learn to accept challenges and overcome them, then you cannot be called a leader. A leader is someone who does not simply dream, but makes dreams a reality. You know, dreams are never practical. They are just like what you see in the sleep. But for us as leaders, dreams are not what you see in the sleep. They doesn't let you sleep until the work at hand is completed.
Well said, Shrikant. Well said. Yeah. Shrikant, ladies and gentlemen, Shrikant is a lover of chicken. And in the differently abled school he was asked to thank the management. And what he does is he says, when the trustee was there, he says that every day chicken is cooked, but it is not served to us, it is eaten by the teachers and other people. So this is his chicken experience. I just wanted to know whether the chickens, you started getting chicken after the complaint or not?
Of course. Interesting thing is, people say if you don't have eyesight, all the other senses will work in a much better way. I don't know about that, but I can definitely smell things very right. You know, when I was studying, we were just used to wonder while playing and all, "Arey yaar, aaj to chicken ban raha hai. Aaj to humko chicken milega." And then all what we used to get for 10 years was only the bengan and sambar. So if somebody says, "Today we'll give you bengan," I'll say, "Thank you so much, I don't need it." So people ask me, "Are you a vegetarian?" I simply respond them, yeah, I'm a vegetarian, but I only eat anything that moves. I don't eat anything that doesn't move. And you know, I today, even on the plane, I was flying Virgin Atlantic this morning from London, and the crew says, sir, anything for breakfast? So I said, what do you have? And she says, started saying idli, though, whatever, Indian breakfast. Ma'am, what do you have in English breakfast? Don't you have eggs? So I think my day starts with eggs and ends with chicken. So I'm very happy
Thank
to
you,
say
Srikanth.
that. And on the chicken episode, you know, it's an interesting thing. I was a school leader. So when you are a leader, you are not leader because for a heck of it, right? If you are a leader, you are bound to do something for your own people around you. If you don't spread that compassion and do something for someone, I don't think you will be the first beneficiary. But in turn, if you try to do something for someone, you will be the first one to benefit. And when I was young, I always had a lot of empathy because, you know, it is the empathy that you can show on people to create livelihood, to show concern and what is called compassion. Compassion does not mean giving a 10 rupee coin to a beggar on the street. It's come from your empathy and in the emotion that you show on people to create meaningful opportunities for everyone around you. So when I was a leader, I always wanted to do something best for my own hostel mates. And we were not given chicken, we were not given good food. Even though a lot of donations were flowing in, people used to do anything they want. And all that they used to give is, as I said, only that watery sambar and hard bengan curry. So one day when I got a chance, I pulled up the gun and said, sir, these people are not giving us chicken. All that, so I don't want to thank you. I only want to half thank you because half the money is spent on us. I think that ended up changing a lot in the school, but the repercussion was I was thrown out of the school.
That's what I wanted to know.
And that, in fact, for me, it opened up the whole world for me to excel. And I was able to see what is there beyond four walls. So everything, whenever I face a challenge, I look at what best I can do to overcome this challenge. Because it is the challenges which made me what I am today. If I don't face a challenge, I may not be successful. You know, success is not a one-stop journey, a destiny. It's a journey that is filled with a lot of challenges. You know, even today, let me tell you, you're all entrepreneurs in your own chosen field. If you understand, take a step back and understand, entrepreneurship is like a spiritual journey. Ultimately, it is a very lonely path. It is so lonely because most people do not understand why do we want to work so hard, take huge risks, and put ourselves through a roller coaster. Even today, if you go and ask my father, what do you want Srikanth to do? He would happily smile and say, I want him to get a government job and get married to a pretty girl. You know, getting married to a pretty girl may not be a big challenge because I'm already married to a pretty girl of my choice and happily blessed with my own small family. But working for someone else, let alone for the government, fills me with total dread. And that is why I became an entrepreneur. And you as an entrepreneur would always want to change things around you. And I am not the one who waits for a change. I will in turn walk right into the problem and say, I want to be the change that I want to see. Even as you said, when the Board of Education said, Srikanth, you cannot take up sciences because you are blind, I said, so what? No matter what happens, I am going to pursue my own aspirations and dreams. And that day, as a bakra or as a leader, or as a resilient man or whoever, whatever you call it, just because I was able to fight for it, the whole generation was able to get the opportunity to study their own choice and their own subject. This is what happens, my dear friends. You as a stubborn leader, if you want the change to be felt in your own generation, you will not only benefit, but you will change the whole generation. And that day, when chicken was not given to us, I thought, future mein main sirf chicken hi kaunga. And I think today pretty much 6 or 7 days in a week, I eat all non-veg only. If somebody says, do you eat non-veg today? I'll tell them, only today I'll eat non-veg. Every day that only today will go.
Srikanth, I think you just touched upon it. I think one of the very important milestones in your life was this fight with the education system. So can you take us through what went through your mind and how the whole thing unraveled and
I think, whether it's education, whether it's chicken, or even the smallest thing or the biggest thing in my life, I treat it the same way. अगर किसी ने बोला श्रीकांत ये तेरे से नहीं होगा, वो मेरे से ही होगा, वो मैं 100% प्रूव करूँगा. I think that attitude is what makes me to fight every day, even today, my dear friends. You know, we all face a lot of challenges. The other day, my accountant was telling, sir, there is a 17 crore notice from GST. I said, what's wrong with you? I said, no, they called for an audit information and some AI analytics they are using, and because the audit, we didn't get any notice, but we got the demand. I said, what, now we have to challenge it. So I think life is like that, because everybody wants to use AI analytics and simply throw mud on leaders like us, and it is on your job to prove that they are wrong. And that is as simple as that, I am telling you. So every day in a leader life is full of challenges. But if those challenges are not there, you will not be able to bring best out of you. It is only when you face disguise, that's when you will begin to appreciate the blessing. So when, with the help of my school management and my teachers, we embarked on a legal battle when the science was not given. So everybody said, in the court also had asked, how this guy is going to do practicals. And I assured through my counsel that today you are looking at me and telling me that I cannot do practicals, but tomorrow in future, I will run the best R&D labs of this country. And after 15 years, that dream has come true. And today we work on sustainability and waste management and recycling initiatives, and we not only simply recycle what you throw, but we design a lot of products out of waste, from agricultural residues, from chemical effluents, pharma effluents. For example, we are designing all your laundry care, beauty care, cosmetic products from agricultural waste like cashew nut residue, and a lot of other agricultural waste. We are making high quality food packaging and tableware products out of palm leaf waste. We manufacture paper for packaging and other applications from municipal waste out of dump yards. We recycle our boiler ash that we generate into minerals like silica and aluminum. We make biofuels out of pharma effluents and chemical waste. We at Bolent has no restriction on what we can recycle. That's because I am there to research and develop new products, because we at Bolent think innovation is not only simply creating new product, but making an existing product in a right way, a right price and right quality for mass users and mass consumers. And that is what I believe is innovation. On that note, when I saw a small cottage industry segment in India 10 years ago, I saw a lot of problems. You also look at it. A cottage industry is nothing but subscalable, substandard, low productive enterprise. But if you can't grow, you can't become efficient and innovate. Without efficiency and innovation, you'll fall further behind. I think this vision is what led me to find Bolent Industries, to consolidate the entire cottage industry and create a ripple that would have impact on multiple sectors of India. Because I, as an entrepreneur, believe one cannot create something by sitting in the lap of luxury. In fact, our brains are hardwired to produce our best efforts only when we face hardship. And as I said, I face so much of hardship in my life that it has become an addiction for me. So if I don't face any challenge now, I become restless. So I think if you can make hardship as an addiction, nothing can stop you from achieving. And that day, because of this addiction of hardship, is what allowed me to study science and pass with 98% and make sure that has become a permanent norm for the generations to come. Now, a person with any problem can walk right into the college and say, I can pursue my aspirations, because Shrikant has demonstrated that we, without sight, can do wonders. I think that it was later when IIT's coaching center said, Shrikant, we cannot admit you because you're blind. I told them, get lost. I will go on to study at MIT, which is the best school in the world.
Shrikant, that is my next question. So you went to the best school in the world, you excelled there. You could have had a very bright future in America. What made you leave America and come to India?
If you actually look at how politicians or the Western world spend their time, they're busy debating whether our planet is 4 billion year old or 7,000 year old, or what point does Photos becomes a human being. I know it must be luxurious to debate on such things, right? But in India, we have a lot of problems to solve. As simple as how to stop people from using roadside as a toilet, or how to provide skills for 90+% of Indians who are either unemployed or employed in low-end jobs. And it is my generation that needs to solve them. See, as a leader, I struggled so much to be where I want to be. But not everybody can fight like me. Just simply, people can choose easier paths of running. So I have to stand up as a voice for the voiceless. Because it's me who can do it. And it's only me who has to be a beacon of hope for people who live in darkness even today. We have millions of people who are unemployed when it comes to people with special abilities. And it's me who needs to take them and turn them to productive workforce. I think this was a vision that I had behind coming back to home and then setting up a company and demonstrate that people with special abilities can in fact perform better than the robots in the Apple factories. Because we all talk about DI, diversity, inclusion and equity in the corporate world now. But we have demonstrated that equity and inclusion and diversity were the essential ingredients of a social enterprise 10 years ago. When social enterprise concepts was very new to India, we said making money in a socially responsible manner is the only way to create scalable businesses, and treating industrial waste and consumer waste that we generate is the only way to make scalable businesses. And today, whole world is going after sustainability, but we have demonstrated that 10 years ago. And we want to be pioneers and drive the way that we be the change in the sustainability space that we want to be, while creating meaningful opportunities for people who are at the margins of the society. And we have a long way to go. Abhi जो कुछ आज तक हुआ सिर्फ a trailer, but picture अभी बाकी है, because I have to act in it anyway.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. So Srikanth, in the movie, there are a lot of incidences which are very, very interesting. And I'm saying we saw that in the movie, but we would like to hear those incidents from you. I think one of the most interesting...
I know where you're coming at. You want to understand the little bit of arrogance that you have seen in the movie,
No, that I'll
right?
come to later. But I think that in the movie, when he is boarding a flight to America, so they said that they will not allow a differently abled person unless and until he accompanied. And I think that at the airport, how he convinced the airline to take him even though he has nobody to accompany him is something, Srikanth, we would like to know.
2007 is when this incident happened. And I think we are just 2024, close to 2024. Today, I spend most of the time in the airports and the aircrafts. I think that's how the world changes. And it's all about changing the perceptions, right? Again, the same lesson comes back to you. अगर कोई ने बोला श्रीकांत तेरे को फ्लाइट बोर्ड करने नहीं दूंगा, I will ensure that I am on the aircraft. I think that is my dream and that is how I work. And I definitely have to see, we as leaders follow meticulous approach. Veda Sama Dandopayam in Telugu people say, you want to tell nicely, raise your voice, then lat marna. I think that's what we all do. I think that's how I take things also in my life. I convince, I win people with love, and if that doesn't happen, then I use force. That doesn't happen, then you have to go the next step, I think. And I was smart enough to demonstrate how I would actually board the flight, use toilets on board, and manage myself on board comfortably. So the manager ultimately was able to understand and relent his negative notion. So the end goal is you as a leader have to inspire people, motivate people, and empathize people in whatever you do. It's not only one incident, my dear friends. Sometimes people even come to me and ask, can I help you? Can I help you carry your bag? And I tell them, thank you so much, I can do so. And people ask you as small questions as, can I open your food pack? I tell them I can do it. And we'll go by lift. I can tell them I can go by escalator. So you need to teach them what you are capable of. I think if we can do that, I think no challenge is bigger in terms of the bigger dream that we have. See, on that dream, right, people ask me, what do you want to do when you become the President of India? As my ultimate goal is to be the President of this country.
Just wait, Srikant.
Okay,
That is my question.
Oh, he has a plan for it.
Yeah, so it so happened that Srikant met Dr. Abdul Kalam, and he asked him what he wants to be. And Srikant will tell in his own words what he wants to be, what was the interaction with the Honorable President, and his association with him. Srikant, please talk about that. I think we have so much of respect for that person.
One of the important value that I really want to talk about today is the power of manifestation. When I was young, I always wanted to become a doctor. Then when I realized I can't do proper justice being a doctor without having eyesight, that's when I decided, अगर मैं डॉक्टर बन नहीं पाऊंगा तो ठीक है, डॉक्टर से शादी तो जरूर करूंगा, but engineer I can become. I think that manifestation, I was so powerful that there is this girl came chasing in spite of me not responding for 2 years, and finally we were married. We got to meet, and the first box I was able to tick was that she's a doctor. I think then the same thing happened with Dr. Abdul Kalam ji. When I was selected to meet him as a youth leader, we were sitting in Rashtrapati Bhavan waiting for him to come. So the protocol says we cannot go and shake hands with the president, nor go and run to meet him. So मैं सोच रहा था कि अगर if I can't meet him, then how would I see him, how he looks, how long hair he has, and how does he look and all that stuff. So I was thinking to myself, मुझे तो जरूर मिलना चाहिए, क्योंकि मुझे तो दिखता है ही नहीं. These people can see him from a far distance, but I cannot. मेरे लिए तो north, west, south सब एक ही है, east. So that time I was manifesting in my mind, agar today if I'm not going to get an opportunity, tomorrow I'm going to go sit in his chair and make sure I become the President of India so that he will come to meet me. I think that was a manifestation that was running in my mind, and after a couple of minutes he came in and started asking everybody, what do we want to become? I don't know, out of blue, I was able to say him, sir, I want to sit where you're sitting and give more opportunities to people like me, and also inspire countless people who needs that empathy and inspiration across India. I think this struck him like a bullet and a missile, and he came running to me, and then he pushed me to the front, and he not only hugged me and said, I am with you from today, you are going to become the President of India, and I wish you all the best. And ever since that day, we had worked together on several projects, inspiring countless people, training more than 800,000 students. And just to wrap up this, I'll tell you one more incident in Coimbatore in 2013, I guess. So we were attending an event, both of us were on the guest list, but I was the surprise guest. And I was called in last. Abdul Kalam ji is already on the stage. So it was his time to go and speak. So he goes to the podium. He says, excuse me, today I'm going to let my hero speak to you and inspire all of you. And then somehow I was dumbstruck. I went in, spoke for 3 minutes. I don't even know what I spoke, but I did. And then after 3 minutes, he goes to the podium and says, my hero had already said whatever I want to say today. You follow him. I think then that day, so I questioned him, sir, why are you calling me a hero? I know you're just insulting me. He coolly whispered in my ear and said, I'm not insulting you because you are a hero. I'm telling you to realize that fact today and take on this lineage of my mission and vision after I go out of this world. It is your job to become the president and make sure that you do all right things as my own chela or shishya. Because you always say I am your role model, so you have to follow what I have done to this world. I think that day is when I realized that I have a bigger purpose, and maybe God has given me this power of vision and taken away my eyesight because He wanted me to realize that I am not born for my own family, but I am born to do something beautiful and something phenomenal, something revolutionary, and a change be felt for the whole society. And from that day, I realized that I have a bigger mission in hand. So I always tell people, when I become the President of India, I'll ensure to alter our CRPC and make sure you will get people will get a death penalty if you don't dream big. You know, dream and manifestation is what it takes for you to swim against the tide and achieve anything in this world. Because dream big, work hard, and let the universe conspire to help you succeed. I think this is the mantra that we all need to follow. Because I tell you, to dream big, you don't have to pay GST. So you better dream big. And to work hard, you don't need GST. So you better work hard. I think nothing can stop you from achieving where you want to be in life.
Srikanth, I think in the film, he made investments in your company also. Yes. And I think the Bolant name has also been given by him.
You know, he always used to tell me one thing. Srikanth, you have to always be good and do good. And that's what can get you anything. I think that's how we came up with the name Bolant, because in Italian, Bolant means be good, do good. And we have a tagline where everyone counts. Because if you say the same tagline, it doesn't help you. Because for me, with us, everyone is a fact. Everyone is counted. Our stakeholders, our employees, because we work with people who are at the margins of the society to create world-class products out of waste that people should be proud of using. And I'm telling you, I can even create beautiful products out of your own waste, generating out of poultry farms and and equipment farms and much more.
Srikanth, one question from Srikanth, the person with a golden heart. I think I will not be doing my duty if I don't ask you about the best episode of the film, which was your courtship and marriage. And I think, can you talk about it in case it is not very personal? Yeah.
I think every episode in my life or every minute is very valuable to me. And because every challenge that I faced, every problem that I overcame taught me so much and gave me so much as a person. I was so stubborn that mujhe sorry bolna kabhi aata bhi nahi until recently. Even in one of our board meetings, kuch ladai chal raha tha, and one of my director wanted me to apologize to other director. I said, no, nothing doing. I don't want to do it. And somehow the guy was able to explain me in a spiritual way. Ravi Manta was able to explain me in a spiritual way what you can achieve by simply saying sorry to a other person who is hurt. I think, even on the arrogance note, right, that is something I really want to talk about. Everybody in biopics would only want to bring out their positivity, but that becomes documentary. Life may, I think we are not gods. We have our attitudes change every now and then. And let me tell you, for rebellious leaders like you and me, little bit of arrogance is always a beauty rather than having underconfidence. Because people may perceive it as arrogance, but we perceive it as self-confidence. People like me who had been put through a lot of stigma, put through a lot of insults, criticism, how would you become? You become stronger and you become resilient and you become little, tough. That toughness, prima facie, looks like arrogance, but it is not arrogance. It is willpower and self-confidence. So what you see in the movie is actually is not actually arrogance, but it is the thirst to overcome the challenge. You know, even somebody as close as my wife says, you can't do this, I will ensure I will do it. And I don't like to be with people who say no. And in life, I'll tell you, I have lost a lot of friends, lot of well-wishers, just because they they couldn't agree with me that I can do this. And I think I don't feel regret in some way, but because they are not the right people to be with, because they are the no-sayers. They see negativity, but I see positivity. So we as leaders must choose right partners, right team, and right ecosystem who always says anything can be possible. And as you all know, I think we all dedicate our success to the women behind us. The same way, women in my life had been a phenomenal contributor in my success. Starting from my mother, my teachers, then my wife. I think at every step, a woman stood by me as a pillar to make me achieve anything that I really want to. And today and tomorrow, my daughter, Naina, should be that pillar of my hope and my aspirations, because see, my parents could not realize the apple of the eye became true for them. But for me, my daughter is my apple of the eye, because she has to take on the values and lineage and the legacy of what Srikanth has done for the world.
Fantastic,
Continue.
Srikanth, fantastic. So, Srikanth, now the norm in now fireside chats is that we have a rapid fire round also, and very short answers I want.
Sure.
Can I start?
Sure.
What is the first thing you do when you wake up?
Oh, I want to eat eggs or chicken.
Oh, fantastic.
And I'm lucky to find a good wife as a good chef. My wife cooks a lot of variations in chicken, including See, previously, I used to wait for Wednesday because, you know, KFC में 50% offer आता था. अभी मैंने भूल ही गया था KFC को, क्योंकि घर में KFC बन रहा है.
चलो.
तो
Second question.
चिकन टेंडर्स बनेगा, चिकन लेग पीस बनेगा, विंग्स बनेगा, तो क्या देखेंगे? Everything is. So my day starts with my favorite dish, which is egg and cheese chicken sandwich made out of brioche bun.
Very sumptuous. Second question, who inspires you the most?
I think I self-inspire myself, because I am such a rebel that no one can compensate me and my attitude. So I think मैं जैसा हूँ वैसा ठीक हूँ.
This deserves an applause. What is your favorite way to unwind after a long day?
I think work more to create the next big thing is the best way to unwind. Just as I have traveled and today I had to come here and interact with you, this is my best part of the day, to make sure that I've achieved something in inspiring and empowering co-entrepreneurs and leaders like you. So I would always find joy in learning from people and in giving to people.
Great.
Because for me, giving is best art of living.
Yeah, great. If you could have dinner with any historical figure, who would it be?
That's a complicated question. I never thought about it. Maybe you.
I'm not a historical figure, but thank you very much. I'm really flattered. What is the best piece of advice you have ever received?
I think learning to say sorry and keep grounded and stay humble, stay focused. Because, you know, when people like me get success, it gets into their head. But for me, success gets into my head in the form of heavy weight. I cannot handle limelight, celebrity status, because for me, I want to be myself, because I feel जो कुछ अभी तक हुआ है, कुछ नहीं है according to me. There is much more to come. Best is yet to come. Because श्रीकांत जी का sequel to आना है, उसमें मैं act करना है राजकुमार राव के जगह. So अभी responsibility is more, but you know, people think I have achieved, so people want to click selfies, photos. No, it's a big responsibility. It comes with lot of freedom, comes with lot of responsibility. So I think living this life is a toughest thing, but I want to live and do more to make you all proud and do more and more.
Well said. So what innovation in the last decade do you find most significant?
I think all of us know. I think for me, it's WhatsApp and the
Oh.
analytical AI. I think WhatsApp has taken our lives so well. I think it has made our lives so beautiful in terms of how business can be done, how transactions can happen, how communications can happen, and people without WhatsApp can never live for a minute. I think it has been a God-given beautiful gift to the mankind, and we have to use it responsibly.
Great. Goal for 2025?
I think I'm looking to stabilize my company to set for IPO in 2025 to or 2026. I think that is the immediate goal, and we have begun our export business into United States, because if you see countries like US and Europe generates lot of plastic waste. So we have launched biodegradable I'm not going to dance, by the way. I'm going to tell you just. I
Yeah.
think Tu Mil Gaya song from the movie Shrikant, because it nicely depicts the romantic love story between me and my wife.
Oh, excellent, excellent. One more question which is very, very serious. Who is your favorite Bollywood heroine?
That's a complicated question. No favorite heroine as of now.
Okay.
But I think I like my wife. She's my favorite heroine.
Yeah. If you could invent or innovate something, what would that be?
I think I don't have to innovate anything new, but I want to make all products and services be genuine, be 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 available to people of all kinds of economic status in a best quality and better price. I think, and my goal is to create world-class products out of waste that people should be proud of using. I think it doesn't mean one product, but I want to recycle and reuse the entire waste that we generate. One of the best projects that I'm looking forward now is in the e-waste space and battery recycling, because this particular problem is going to haunt us very badly, especially the e-waste and the batteries,
Battery, yeah.
especially after a couple of years. So I think I'm working on all of those things. But on an immediate basis, we are working on FMCG, beauty care, cosmetic products out of biodegradable surfactants and biodegradable alternatives. That's our immediate goal, to reduce the usage of sulfates, phenols, and bisphenols in your FMCG products. I think that's our current run, and we are happy to be engaged. And COVID has been a blessing in that way, because we were able to get some time and engage in that research, and we have created more than 40 products now. We are now ready to work with the top MNCs like Wipro, Unilever, and much more.
Thank you. So you talked about this battery waste in your film also, I remember
Yes.
that. So Shrikant, I am done
I
with
think
my...
I would also advise all the big poultry farmers, poultry entrepreneurs also should ensure to have their captive production to turn their poultry waste into power and other alternative products as well. There are a lot of interesting products that they can do.
Incidentally, there were 2 sessions today on wealth from waste, and I think very inspiring stories of how people are doing it. Shrikant, you don't mind if I take a few questions from the audience?
Of course.
Vijay, anybody wants to ask questions? Yeah. start with the lady. She raised the hand first. Huh?
Ask him to. When he learned to say sorry, before marriage, after marriage?
What is the question?
He learned to say sorry before marriage or after marriage?
Oh, there is a.
No, no, no. I learned to say sorry before marriage only. But I never said sorry to my wife. I know where you're coming at. So, after marriage, I think I became more lazy, because if you find a wife who can cook really well for you and do everything, then you don't even worry about anything. So, including getting your shoes polished, I think you're lucky. If you can find one, I think you will be lucky.
Yeah.
श्रीकांत जी ये बताएं कि आप मेडिटेशन कैसे करते हैं?
नहीं, can you repeat, ma'am, again?
आप मेडिटेशन करते हैं क्या और कैसे?
मेडिटेशन करते हैं क्या और कैसे करते हैं?
Unfortunately, I'm not getting time to do even yoga or meditation. I think I should do it to make myself calm and ensure to reflect on my thoughts well. But as of now, I don't do, ma'am.
Vijay, idhar.
Shrikant ji, this self-confidence is born quality or you achieve it, and how?
I think my DNA was built that way from day one. Because when you're born, people said you're not fit to live. And when you're growing, you heard people every day saying, "Tu begari banega, tu candle banne ke liye banega, ya nahi to you're not capable of doing anything." I think when you grow among criticism and negative thought process and lot of stigma, either you can lose your focus and become, as they were saying, maybe you can just give up this life and become a vegetable, or you can become rebellious and look at that negativity as a positivity and overcome all the challenges. I think I was fortunate enough to have right guidance from my parents, right mentors, teachers, and who was able to tell me how to take negatives into positives. I think if someone says no, I don't hear it as no, I hear it as yes. Because for me, all the people who insult me are my best friends, because they make me what I am today. So I think that's how my confidence builds up every day, and that's how the momentum is carried. That's how this inspiration is always there. We as human beings, when we hear some leader talking, we get inspired and say, "Wow, I want to become like that." But after that, thoda wo down ho jata hai. But for me, every day is a challenge. Every day is a hunt. I think that doesn't let me go down anytime. I think that's how I become self-confident as I grow. And I'm learning every day. And believe me, what I have learned till now is nothing. What I'm about to learn in the next 10 years is going to be much, much more. And I will continue to do so.
Good evening, Srikant. Today, all the people sitting here are connected to poultry. Poultry is the most challenging business. We produce, but we are not the person who is going to decide at what rate we are selling. Sometime we produce more, sometime when we produce more, that time rates are collapsed, lot of losses. As a challenge, just as a fun, would you like to come in poultry business?
Yes, if the opportunity comes, I would definitely. One of my passion is also in the is to come into feedstock business, livestock business, because I eat chicken every day, so I really want to grow my own chicken. But I'll tell you, sir. Poultry business is not challenging business. Every business is challenging. No matter what business you do, whether you create a Zomato or a Swiggy or a Byju's or whatever company, or even if you create a small Pani Puri Bandi or whatever, I think challenges are there for everyone, but it all depends on how we overcome them. When I started my company, I was not able to know the price of paper. And, because, mafia kind of says, "Aaj 2 rupaye बढ़ गया, 3 rupaye बढ़ गया." So that's when I decided, agar price of the egg is published in paper, if the price of the egg is being published, why can't paper price be published in paper? And if no one is going to do it, I am going to do it. And that's how we created a marketplace to announce all market trends to all our customers. And even today, we have more than 1,000 factories on that market portal. On a WhatsApp we have created. So you need to think uniquely and come out and say how you have to contain the price parameters or the feed parameters or whatever. I think raw material pricing and finished product pricing is never in our control. And we simply blame market is not good. Market is never bad. It is we who is bad. If we know how to do business, I think everything will come right for us.
Well said, Shrikant. So there is a young poultryman who wants to ask you a question. Go ahead, please.
Shrikant ji, you were kicked out of school, right?
Sorry?
You were kicked out of school.
Yes.
Then how did you excel in your studies?
See, I was kicked, when I got kicked out of the school, that's when I was able to go and study with normal kids in a different school for my 11th grade. And that's when I have realized that the world is beyond those four walls that I spent for the last 10 years eating sambar and bengan. And that's when I was able to see how people are dreaming big to go to IITs, MITs, BITS, and people are trying to excel in various fields. And that's how I was able to also dream big and work hard and make sure I excelled in not only in education, in sports and in everything that I did. Because for me, if I really want to do something, I will definitely do it, no matter how difficult it is.
I would urge all of you, I think, to see that film. And I think once you see that, you will realize how difficult things have been and how he made it look so easy and doable. Yeah, go ahead. The next question, please.
Mr. Shrikant, we would like to know about your partner who assisted you in your initial days to set up your venture.
To set up?
Your venture.
Your venture.
No, when I started this company in 2012, just like every entrepreneur, I was looking for investments to scale up. So I was introduced to my partner Ravi Mantha through an MIT connection, and I was fortunate enough to meet him in Hyderabad when I was visiting India for spring break. He said I would meet you for 10 minutes, but the meeting lasted for 3 hours, and that meeting changed the whole thing. He only said one thing: you have a gemstone in you, and I am going to polish it. I think that he fulfilled it. Even today, he's by my side during ups and downs. I think you need a great mentor and a great partner who can believe in your vision, believe in your ideas, and allow you to excel in your ideas without putting knots to your vision and your goals. I think I'm very happy and proud to have right partners. It's not only one person, right? Today, Shrikant Bola is Shrikant Bola because of the unwavering sacrifices done by employees, stakeholders, customers, mentors, everybody who had stood behind me to make me where I am today. And I really owe my deepest debt of gratitude to them for contributing for my success and being the pillars of my own growth. And I assured them that I would have to do much more to make every one of you proud.
Thank you, Shrikant. Thank you, gentlemen. I think
Shrikantji,
last question only.
Last
question.
As eyesight is so very important, nowadays what we see, these small kids, they are very much addicted to mobile. And what is your advice on that?
I think it's a very complicated, important question, right? As a parent myself, we at home had pledged to both of us took a pledge saying, no more TV watching even by us till 3 years, because if we watch, our daughter will watch. And no more screens for her till 3 to 5 years. And no sweets, no artificial sugars for up until she is 3. I think these are some of the things you as parent must sacrifice and must make sure that you ensure that you don't give it to your kids. Because once they are addicted to the screen, then they will not come out of it. And today, let me tell you, no matter how big school you send your daughter or son to, they don't become superheroes until you become a superhero and be a superhero to them. Because you need to demonstrate that their father is a superhero or their mother is a superheroine. That's when they can emulate and take inspiration from parents. 50% of kids' growth depends on parents. Nowadays, parents are running their homes like hotels. Every daughter, every son has a different driver, different car, and different maid. I think you're not teaching the values of family. You're teaching the values of living in a hotel. If you are teaching the values of living in a hotel, then you will lose them in terms of emotion, love, and empathy. So after they grow to a certain age, then they can come up to you and say, Papa, you keep quiet, you don't know anything. You don't want to go there. It is you who is the culprit, right? I mean, we are losing, we are only spoiling them, and in future we are saying, my kid is not respecting me. If we don't respect them when they were young, they will not respect us when they are older. So I think we as parents must do 50% job in order for our kids to be on right track, and then remaining 50% can be achieved through a good school, through a good locality, through a good good friends and good family and good community all together. I think that's how we can ensure to keep our kids on track and make them thirst to learn and make them greedy for learning, not for material things.
Two more questions we will take.
Of course.
Yeah.
Hi, Shrikant sir. Sir, in front of a special child, what is your kind and what is the motivational words to him?
I think, go ahead, you can repeat the question again, I didn't get you.
If you met a special child.
If you met a specially able child.
Okay, got it. Okay, understood. So basically, as I said, right, whether it's special children or specially able adults, I think the first thing that we need to show on them is an empathy rather than sympathy. The minute we see someone who is blind or mentally challenged or hearing impaired, the first thing that comes to our mind is sympathy. We say, oh, what do we do now? Do we give some money or them? But we need to think about creating opportunities for them. If they are kids, we can help them get a good education or put them into right communities, right mentorship and right ecosystem. Or if they are adults, we can give them employment. See, on that employment note, right, you're all leaders. And let me tell you, if you hire people who are specially abled, you will increase your business outcomes. You know, if you have to see this, you believe people with disabilities cannot work well, that is not true. We at Boland has demonstrated that these people can work with 100% accuracy without injury at all. I mean, in the last 10 years, none of them got hurt in my factory because they are more loyal in terms of performance and they're more careful in terms of getting into accident or getting something wrong. So when we actually take inclusion as a mandatory pledge or a DNA, I think we can create a lot of changes. Because we all think, ठीक है हम CSR करेंगे, थोड़ा 2% spend करेंगे, donation दे देंगे, वो हो जाएगा. No, that is just removing your guilt. You can become a compassionate leader when you can actually create meaningful opportunities for vulnerable communities. So please ensure to create your own bit in terms of giving that compassion out to people, thereby making yourself richer and thereby making yourself wealthy in the world.
Let him ask this question. You want to ask the question?
Mr. Shrikant, do you have any other companies except Boland Industries?
So basically, we do a lot of projects under Boland, and because the waste management division is separate, the paper division is separate, chemical recycling division is separate, solvent recycling division. So we do a lot of things under one umbrella. Because you don't need to create companies to do different things, but you need to create new innovations, new products, new services which are beneficial for masses. And that's what I believe in.
One last question. Yes. Just be quick.
I have my treasurer's daughter here. She has a question for you, and this is
Please
the
go
final
ahead.
one, sir.
Go ahead, no problem.
Good evening, Mr. Srikanth, sir. Sir, I wanted to know, like, how did you convince your investors to believe in your vision, especially with your disabilities?
You know, convincing someone does not mean, it doesn't happen if you have a disability or not, but it depends on how well you know the subject, how well how well you can execute, and how well you can actually delegate things and make sure you can execute. So when see, for me, it is easy for me to convince people because I don't see. Because I take my blindness as an advantage, because I have, people are able to understand so well, because I'm able to explain so clearly, vividly, and with absolute clarity of thought, because that's how my mind works. And see, when you look at how you'd work, right? See, you can only see me, but I can see beyond all of you, because that's how I think. And I use technology to see beyond all of you. No one can cheat me, but people can cheat you. Because I can control everything from the touch of my phone. I can use technology to make sure whether my truck driver is filling 100 liters of fuel or 90 liters and getting the bill of 100 liters. I have proximity sensors installed in the fuel tanks. I have geofencing devices. I have PLC machines incorporated to my mobile app. And I can exactly tell you how much speed my machine is running. So if you can use technology, if you can use systems, then any disability is an advantage. Now on the convincing of investors, if you have right idea, if you have viable model, investors automatically will come to you. You don't have to go to them. All that you need to do is you have to have absolute clarity of thought and purity of mind in what you're doing in terms of your execution. Then if you believe in your own spark and if you believe in your own aspirations, I think you will believe people who believe in you.
Thank you, Srikanth. Thank you. Very inspiring. A wonderful session. Friends, I think this deserves a standing applause. So I think, and please make sure that it is loud.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed Mr. Srikanth Bola with us today. He's covered up several topics right from his childhood until now and his growth and his future plans. Like, he's a man made by himself. I am sure we all are determined and we can make anything come possible. Just believe in yourself. Can we hear a round of applause and a huge cheer for Mr. Srikanth Bola? Thank you very much, sir, for taking out your valuable and precious time and joining us. We will be definitely looking forward to see you again, meet you again, and get inspired from you again. And there are 3 and 4 generation kids also who are here with us, and they are looking up to their parents, their grandparents to continue this business further. Likewise, you've advised us to continue with passion, and we will do so. Thank you very much for joining us. I would now be requesting the veterinary college scholars to please line up near the console. I request you to please line up near the console, and very shortly we have the lucky draw being taken place on the stage. For that, I would request Mr. Harish Garware to join me on stage to coordinate the lucky draw. And I request all the veterinary college scholars to please line up near the console. We'll shortly have you on stage with us.
उनका बाद में फोटो है सबका
Just group picture.
अब भाई ग्रुप पिक्चर के लिए खड़े हैं एक मिनट नीचे अभी अभी आफ्टरवर्ड्स Now we have a lucky draw. All who have sent us questions, they are going to get
15 है और आप नजदीक रख के बोलिए.
So we are giving you nice presents for this job. And I would like, there were young boys, who were the young kids were here, they can help us select. Are they gone? Okay, they are gone. So anyway, come here. We want you to do it. You are the future and now you are going to decide somebody's future. Come on. Select. Select. 1, 2, 3. 1. Give it to her. And the prize and the winner is
kushalappa.com.
Kushalappa from CPF India Private Limited. Is he here? CPF India Private Limited. आ रहा है? Very good.
नहीं तो हम ले लेंगे.
देरी हो गई तो गए. जल्दी आओ. Yeah, yeah. You have to give him. You have to give him. Give him. Oh. Why don't you have your mic? Okay. Now you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. What's the name? What's the name?
Hello, sound check. Yes.
Kapil from the Swastika Pharmaceuticals.
Kapil Dagiparthi, I request you to please join us, the Swastik Pharmaceuticals. जब भी हम आपका नाम बुलाएं, if you're around, just raise your hand that we know you are coming. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give them a round of applause? Kapil Dagiparthi, hi, very congratulations. Please join forward to collect the gift from the children. The futures of the Poultry India industries.
Okay.
Next one, let's go for the next
Now you.
one, children.
Go deep, go deep. Oh, go deep.
Search everywhere.
Go
Yes,
deep.
yes.
That's it.
Show me the name. Let's see who that is. Who the lucky winner is. That is Dr. C.H. Sai Praveen from Alivira Animal Health Limited. Are you around? It is Dr. C.H. Sai Praveen. If you're here around, please raise your hand. हम लोग साइड में रख देते हैं. We'll go for the other ones.
Okay, okay, now go deep, inside. And see, not this one. Okay, okay, fine. Yes, wait a minute.
That is Dr. Dilip R. Student KUAFSU. Congratulations, Dr. Dilip.
Now we have a very special guest.
Congratulations. Did you take a picture with the child? Did you take a picture? Can we have a picture, please? Just one lovely picture, if you can just follow that camera. Chalo, chalo, let's see what's the next one. Can I take this? Yeah, this one. And the winner is Krishna Murthy from VPN Assets Limited. VPN Assets Limited, Krishna Murthy. Sir, are you around? He's coming. Krishnamurti ji is running like a marathon runner. All right, fantastic. Sir, congratulations to you. The next lucky draw winner is
Om M. Holkar.
all right. We have the gentleman here with us. Congratulations. Fantastic. We have the winners here in house, which is superb. Let's have the next list. Who's the next winner? From CPF India Private Limited, we have K. Dheera Sigamani. We have Dheera Sigamani from CPF India Private Limited. Okay, I can see you running and coming. Please, please, please join us. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you, sir. The next winner is Srinivas M from CPF India Private Limited. Congratulations.
Doing, boys.
First give him his award before you take out the other one. ये sir को उनका award दे देंगे? Come forward. Yes, please. Please come forward. Take out the next one. Thank you very much, sir. Hearty congratulations to you. Okay. We have Dr. Vijay Kumar from Subiksha. Subiksha Farms, Dr. Vijay Kumar. Till then, we have one of our winners who just joined us. Sir, please join us forward. That is Dr. Sai Chekuri. Congratulations. I request all the winners whose names are announced to please join us on stage so that we know you are here. Otherwise, I will take the prize. And the next awardee is Palekar Prasanna Santosh from Samruddhi Enterprises. From Samruddhi Enterprises, we have Prasanna Santosh. Are you here with us? Maybe not here, we'll take out the next name. I'll keep this side. Palekar Santosh. Nikalo beta, you take it out, no problem. Any one of you. Can I take this? There are two. And the winner is Dr. Anand Sarode, Hester Biosciences. Congratulations, Dr. Anand Sarode, Hester Biosciences. Are you here with us? Next one, they're not here. You leave it. Take out the next one, beta. I think they're not here. We have just 6 more gifts to be given away. I'm really sorry to make you waiting in the queue. Just 6 more minutes, my friends. And that is Rupa Krishna Reddy from Natural Remedies Private Limited. Do we have the lady here? Rupa Krishna Reddy from Natural Remedies Private Limited. Do we have Rupa Krishna Reddy with us? Okay, that is Kranti Kumar Adappa, Tirumala Hatcheries Private Limited. No, we do not have them here. They didn't know they're getting lucky tonight. Somehow they might be outside. I'll take out your name. You're desperately watching me for that. Just kidding. Okay, and the next winner is Dr. Dinesh Reddy. That was for this? That excitement is for this one? All right. Let's give it up for Dr. Dinesh Reddy joining us shortly, hugging all the friends on the way. Congratulations, Dinesh. Finally, we have someone who is here to receive the trophy. Let's have the next one also keep ready. We have Mukesh Kumar, RSWK Hatcheries Private Limited. The one coming in the mustard color shirt, sir, congratulations. Let's have you on stage with us. That is Dr. Om Josh from Hester Biosciences Limited. Do we have Dr. Om Josh with us? Hester Biosciences Limited. Congratulations to you. And the next awardee is Firoz Bonani, MSD. I'm not able to read it correctly. It is MSD Aman Health. Firoz. Mr. Firoz Mosani from MSD Aman Health. Are you here? Next one. Let's take out the next one. Dr. Vaibhav Megharaj from PGJVAS. Congratulations! We have the winner with us. Can we have the gift? Yes. Take out the next one, baby. Take out the next one. Koi bhi ek nikalo. Take anyone out. We got to see who is here. Shall I read this? This is S.N. Rao, Narsipur Chemicals Private Limited. Mr. S.N. Rao from Narsipur Chemicals Private Limited. Are you here? No, let's take out the other one. We have 4 left. 3, only 3 left, 3 lucky winners. Okay. And this is Dr. Rohit Namdev from Premium Check Feeds Private Limited. Dr. Rohit Namdev. Next one, Dr. Rohit Namdev. Anyone here? All right, I think we would take out just last one. We will take out the last one. That is G. Sivaraman, CPF India Private Limited. G. Sivaraman from India Private Limited, CPF. All right, I think we'll move to the next segment. We have this with us. If anyone is... Okay, finally we have the last winner with us. Congratulations to all the winners. We have the last winner coming on stage. Thank you, sir. Hearty congratulations. And now I request my dear scholars, I now request you to please join me on stage. I'm really sorry for the long hold and delay. Now the stage is all yours, please. Thank you, sir. And what's your name? Chakravarti. Kritin. What's your name? Ivan Rao. Thank you so much, little kids, for joining me on stage. would request all the gentlemen and ladies in the hall to kindly vacate the premises. We have a housekeeping break. Request to each one of you to kindly vacate the hall as we have a housekeeping break. But I would like to see you back right at 7:30 in next 45 minutes. I want all of you to come back with energy for the next evening, gala evening, entertainment evening. Let's all join together, have lots of fun tonight. Requesting everyone to please clear the premises so that we can come back.